entering the unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451I, Soo-yoon, never cheat. Hearing Soo-yoon's words. In the first row, Wei Ten, who had just sorted out a document and was about to continue calculating according to the existing plan, subconsciously stopped what he was doing. Then he raised his head, gently adjusted his glasses, a trace of doubt flashed across his face, and asked Soo-yoon, "Dr. Soo, do you have any ideas?" Soo-yoon glanced at Jo Seoping, who was looking a little worried, and nodded, saying, "There is a problem, you say?" Soo-yoon stretched out his hand and pointed at the computer in front of Wei Ten. "Professor Wei Ten, I think some of the links we preset before seem to be a little ill-considered." Ill-considered? Wei Ten raised his eyebrows and tilted his head slightly to the left front. This was his habitual action when he encountered a problem. "Dr. Soo, what do you mean by this?" Soo-yoon walked quickly to his side, and the chubby Nima moved his position very tactfully, leaving a small gap for Soo-yoon to stand. "Thank you, Nima." Soo-yoon first thanked Nima politely, then picked up the stylus and marked a few more places on the screen. "Professor Witten, look here. And here, these two places." After Soo-yoon finished drawing the area, Witten leaned forward and looked carefully. The first area drawn by Soo-yoon contained a stationary wave packet formula, Greek letter psi, t, x, equals d3k2 ukt, x, sit, vec x, equals int frac 3 vec a, 2 ek, g vec a, u, vec k, t, vec x. At this point, I believe that the smart student Joe has already figured it out. That's right. The second term of this formula is a radial oscillating radiation flow, while the first term is a tangential surrounding flow around the polarization direction, and in other words, this is a mathematical description of particle spin. Under this formula, a particle with spin, whether it is a boson or a fermion. In addition to the change in speed under the Lorentz transformation, there will also be a jump in magnitude at its center of conserved charge or center of mass. This jump can be fed back into a mathematical expression, thereby correcting the covariance of the Pluto particle. Considering that some students find it difficult to understand, here is another well-known concept, the length contraction effect. The length contraction effect is a special relativity effect, which is a distortion caused by the pressure of a mass body on space. In layman's terms, the length of a moving object in the direction of its movement is contracted from the perspective of an external reference system. For example, in a closed space that runs in a straight line, such as a car, there is a classmate sitting in the car. He is bored and throws an apple vertically up. Then from the moment the apple is thrown to the moment the apple returns to the throwing point, the apple moves vertically twice between the two moments, that is, vertical rise and vertical fall. Between the two moments, the total distance the apple moves is the sum of the two vertical distances. However, this happened in the car. From the perspective of a person standing still outside the car, the distance traveled by the apple between the time it was thrown out and the time it returned to the point of throwing is a parabola. Since the length of the curve between the 2 points is greater than the length of the straight line, from the perspective of a person standing still outside the car, the total distance traveled by the apple during the process of throwing and returning is greater than twice the vertical distance of the vertical ascent and descent of the apple. At the same time, whether it is a person inside or outside the car, the measurable speed of the apple being thrown out is the same. Otherwise, energy would be created out of nothing. So, according to the calculation of time equals the ratio of distance to speed, a person outside the car would feel that the time taken for the apple inside the car to be thrown out and returned was longer than the time it took for the apple to be vertically ascended and descended. In other words, from the perspective of a person outside the car, the time inside the car was extended during this movement. And this extended time increment is exchanged for the shortened length of the car along the direction of movement from the perspective of a person outside the car. The faster the car's straight line running speed, the longer the available time inside the car seen by a person outside the car, that is, the slower the time passes, and the shorter the length of the car. In other words, the closer to the speed of light, the more obvious the length contraction effect. It is recommended to insert an I here, so as not to get lost in a certain plot on the future. It can be seen from this that relativity does not completely exclude the existing achievements of classical physics. It just breaks through some of the limitations of the times in the understanding of classical physics. In short, the length contraction effect is, to a certain extent, the embodiment of this formula expanded to another level. Note, to a certain extent. It has a very important position in the special theory of relativity and belongs to the category of basis. Therefore, the same reason, the wave packet formula drawn by Su Yun can also be understood as a very important tool in the search for Pluto particles. Once this tool goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Witten couldn't help but look up at Su Yun beside him. He didn't speak, but focused his attention on the second area circled by Su Yun again. The calculation content in this area is more complicated, with more than 10 lines, which looks quite dazzling. They involve characteristic subspaces and chiral operators, represented by 4 basis pairs in the spinor space C4, corresponding to the Dirac matrix. This characteristic subspace is the so-called left-right-hand spinor, which allows a Dirac spinor to be written as a direct sum of left-right-hand spinors. As we all know, when considering the Dirac matrix acting on a 4-spinor, it is actually the corresponding Pauli matrix acting on a 2-component left-right-hand spinor. The eigenvalues of the Pauli matrix are all, plus 1/2, minus 1/2, which can be used to describe the algebraic properties of the Pluto particle. Let's use a real example. The 2 areas drawn by Su Yun are like the sonar and positioning software of a fishing boat, which are 2 essential core tools for fishing. Among them, the positioning software can help the captain find the right fishing direction, such as XX degrees east of west, etc. The sonar can further lock the fish school after arriving in the area. If these 2 tools have problems, as Su Yun said, then a situation will arise. The fishing boat is navigated to a wrong direction, and the sonar detects for a long time and only detects the hook of the fisherman hanging on the bottom of the sea, and nothing else. In this way, the consequences can be imagined. As one of the smartest people in the world, Witten soon realized the seriousness of the matter. However, although these data are important, it does not mean that there must be something wrong with them being circled. There is no necessary connection between the two. Just like nuclear weapons are equally important, but you ran to the door of the relevant department and said that all nuclear weapons in the world will explode tomorrow? So if Su Yun wanted to confirm his guess, he needed to come up with more intuitive evidence. Dr. Su, is there something wrong with the data in these 2 areas? Su Yun was obviously prepared for this, and quickly circled the shielding constant Greek letter sigma, as well as the values of single particle configuration n, l, ml, and ms8. Then he took a deep breath, organized his words, and said to Witten, "Professor Witten, you should know that according to the Pauli exclusion principle, the wave function of multiple electrons must be exchange antisymmetric. We have now extended this principle to other particles, that is, when multiple particles interact, their wave functions must also be exchange antisymmetric." Witten nodded. Yes. Su Yun paused and said, "At the beginning of the calculation, our method is to introduce an additional central field approximation and regard the effect of the remaining particles on a single particle as a spherically symmetric average field. This is equivalent to some particles having a certain shielding effect on the target particles, so the shielding constant and other values are derived. But have you ever thought that in certain circumstances, the solitary basis vector of multiple particles may be distorted, making the values of n, l, ml, and ms8 meaningless? For example, Greek letter sigma 1241 hyperons, Greek letter omega 2470 baryons, etc. Although there are only a few particles that meet the conditions, this situation does exist. It's like the navigation system of a ship is affected by external forces. The navigation software can still be logged in, but it has essentially expired. We currently know very little about the Pluto particle, so theoretically this possibility should exist. Hearing this, Wei 10, no, to be precise, including Nima, Zhou Xiaoping, Hutft, even Yang Lao and Higgs, everyone was stunned. Distortion of the solitary basis vector? This. Su Yun's words made everyone at the scene silent for more than 10 seconds. After coming back to their senses, Witten subconsciously looked at Hutft, without any communication, and the 2 of them flipped through the documents on the table at the same time. Zhou Xiaoping, Nima, David Gross and others followed, and even Yang Lao and Higgs could not help but stand up from their seats, and came to Witten with the help of Polyakov. After about half a minute, Witten closed the folder and quickly calculated on the calculation paper. Another 5 minutes passed. Witten's pen tip suddenly paused, and he was silent for a moment, and he let out a long breath with emotion. He looked up and looked at Su-yoon, and said slowly, "Dr. Su, your opinion is right. We made a fatal mistake. Students who have taken advanced physics should know. The shape of the orbit in the textbook can be expressed by wave function. However, wave function is a complex number, and complex number has an imaginary part. Here it refers to the particle orbit, not the hybrid orbit. Therefore, the common way to optimize the wave function is to take a modulus, but this method has a very fatal feature: it will lose some degenerate information. For example, for the Greek letter sigma 1241 hyperon, the result of its m is the same whether it is positive or negative 1. But m refers to mass. How can mass be negative? In this way, the wave function space distribution of the upper and lower components of the spinor wave function will be different. As mentioned before, theories that are not problematic in the mathematical direction may not necessarily become physical axioms, such as M theory. However, theories that conform to reality in physics must conform to mathematics. At the very least, they may not conform to mathematics for the time being, but they will definitely conform in the future. Therefore, for particles that have lost some degenerate information, when they have uncorrectable errors in the field of mathematics, they must use another framework. However, in general, this special particle is very rare. At present, there are only 7 particles, including subatomic particles, that will have this situation, N 1675. Greek letter sigma 1241. N 1880. Greek letter omega 2380. Greek letter omega 2470, 2200. And PC 4457. See the official website of JLive. Although there are only 61 basic particles at present, a large number of branches can be divided according to the decay parameters and pole structures. For example, there are 23 types of hyperons, with a number spanning from 1380 to 2585. And there are 8 types of baryons to which hyperons belong. For example, the total number of subatomic particles such as N, Greek letter omega, etc., is 9643. This is the official data of CERN, which can be checked by searching JLive. Therefore, under the relatively tight time, Witten and others subconsciously ignore this low probability situation. This is not to say that they are incompetent or careless, but that there are too many issues to consider, and this low probability situation has a very low priority. For example, spin, which has been mentioned many times before, and the state of spatial angular distribution. These are all details that need to be considered. In fact, it is not only Witten, but Su-yoon himself is also puzzled. He didn't think about this detail at all at the beginning. He was considering whether he could start from the identical effect and try to calculate some properties of the unknown particle. I don't know what happened in the end. In a very short time, his mind was full of milk and he couldn't think of anything, but he just thought of the distortion of the solitary basis vector. Perhaps this is the legendary flash of inspiration. In short, although this negligence is not so obvious, it is almost fatal. Fortunately, Su-yoon reminded him, otherwise the consequences would be really disastrous. Thinking of this, Witten quickly cast a grateful look at Su-yoon and shook his hand tightly. "Thank you so much, Dr. Su-yoon." Su-yoon smiled very modestly. "Professor Witten, you are polite. This is what I should do. We have limited time, so let's try to solve the problem first." Witten obviously understood that time was running out, so he decisively let go of Su-yoon's hand. However, in the 1 second before letting go, he slightly exerted some force on his palm, and everything was self-evident. Then Witten pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at Higgs. Mr. Higgs, I may need your help now, mentioned before. Higgs himself gained fame and the Nobel Prize for the Higgs boson, but the essential reason for his honor was actually the discovery of the Higgs mechanism. The Higgs boson is only a proof of the Higgs mechanism, and the latter is obviously more technically advanced. In the case that one of the eigenstate frames has a problem, Higgs is naturally the right person to fill the gap. In the words of the internet, it is a professional match. Higgs, who is now 93 years old, is only 7 years younger than Yang, and his spirits are not particularly good. He looks a little bit lazy. However, after hearing Witten's request, Higgs still cheered up for the sake of face, came to the table, picked up a pen, and calculated seriously. Witten's mistakes were mainly due to the loss of some degenerate information, but there was no big problem with the basic data. So soon. Higgs wrote down a completely new configuration, L, 2s plus 1, Job equals Re plus Greek letter alpha, B wit plus Greek letter beta, equals Abe cos 2wt plus Greek letter alpha plus Greek letter beta, t, k, equals mesh grid vector, 1n, ob equals Greek letter tau den ab equals 21 Abe cos plus Greek letter beta, equals Re 21 at eb, equals 21 Re ab. The first value represents the angular frequency, and the subsequent value is the optimization of the real part, which perfectly optimizes the wave function of these special particles, referenced from Weinberg's notes, which were sorted and published after his death. If Weinberg had not died, I would actually like to arrange for him to write it out in person. Then Witten and others studied the formula for a few seconds, and Zhou Xiaoping suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, if we calculate according to this modified configuration, the basis of the Pluto particle is easy to determine, but it seems a bit difficult to calculate the equi-energy surface in momentum space. The equi-energy surface in momentum space. This is the so-called Fermi surface. The Fermi surface was first defined in an ideal non-interacting Fermi gas system, and later expanded to the electron model. In recent years, it has been commonly seen in the field of solid materials. For example, semiconductors. The actual energy state structure of semiconductors is an energy band given by the perturbation of the periodic potential field, such as the valence band, conduction band, etc., and the electrons fill in wherever they are. For semiconductors, the valence band is almost full, and the highest filling position is the top of the valence band. At the same time, the Fermi surface can be determined based on the number of particles. However, this concept is also applicable to some high-energy physics frameworks, because its essence is the movement of free electrons in a three-dimensional infinite potential well. Electrons correspond to Greek letter lambda equals hp, so standing waves are formed in conductors. Then, based on the definition of wave vectors, the wave vector value of the standing wave in which a single electron is located can be determined. So this thing also conforms to a distribution called the Fermi-Dirac distribution, which belongs to a category of wave-particle duality. At present, all particles have wave-particle duality, even the Pluto particles are no exception. Therefore, it is not an easy task to define the Fermi surface of the Pluto particle, that is, to lock the boundary area between its occupied and unoccupied states. Of course, in many cases, difficulties and rewards are equivalent. If the framework of Higgs correction is positioning system and sonar, then the equi-energy surface of the Pluto particle in momentum space is equivalent to a large fishing net for a fishing. The navigation direction and the position of the fish school are the basis of fishing. If you want to really catch the fish, you can't do it without a fishing net. This sentence is actually more in line with the current situation. That is, with a fishing net, fishing is much easier. Then Witten turned his wrist and looked at his watch. At this time, there are still 3 hours and 5 minutes before the final deadline given by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Everyone, at this point, Witten's originally gentle face also showed a little excitement. As you can see, up to now, our mathematical calculation results are actually completely consistent with the theoretical model, especially after optimizing a new configuration. So I would like to ask you to work harder and try to calculate the Fermi surface data of the particle within 2 hours, please. Witten's words were clearly recorded and spread by the radio equipment. After a 15-second delay, they were spread to all live broadcast rooms at home and abroad. Zhang Zhongjing, who was in the backstage, saw this and couldn't help but smiled at academician Pan beside him and said, "Xiaopan, this Witten is really smart." Academician Pan also nodded in agreement. Witten's words did not hide the request in his tone at all. He seemed to be very humble. If he added a hi yi, he would have thought he was a craftsman from Japan. But for Zhou Xiaoping, Nima, Higgs and others opposite him, this move also put them on a high position. I have said this in public, you have to give me some face, right? In addition, if the Pluto particle really exists, its influence on the physics community will probably be second only to dark matter. Judging from the current many properties, the Pluto particle is definitely special in some aspects, assuming it really exists. Therefore, it is not easy for these big guys to refuse. In addition, although the target of Witten's words is all the big guys in the first row, the people he is facing are Zhou Xiaoping and Old Yang. This move can be said to give enough face to the Chinese physics community. Otherwise, why would Zhang Zhongjing say that he is a smart guy? He can come up with the best solution in this situation, and he doesn't make others lose their favor at all. it can only be said that he is worthy of being a member of the presidential campaign team. In addition to Hao Zhongyin, Yang Lao and Zhou Xiaoping also realized this. But now Yang Lao obviously does not have the physical condition to take action. Although Yang Lao, who is over 100 years old, still has a clear mind, his calculation level and physical strength are no longer the same as before. The previous few hours of sitting for a long time and verifying the Lux value and index mapping generator have almost consumed all of Yang Lao's energy and physical strength. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoping is the only one who can represent China in the battle at this time. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoping couldn't help but take a deep breath, whispered a few words with Yang Lao, then turned his head to his side and stretched out his voice, "Xiao Su." Seeing this situation, Su Yun sighed slightly. Ding. The thinking card has been activated. Chapter 452 Pangu, More Than Just a Myth. At the press conference, as Su Yun's thoughts were outputted, near his left hand, a card shadow invisible to the naked eye appeared silently in the air, rippling gently like ripples. Then, suddenly, like Melody's head, it instantly turned into countless fragments. After another moment, a wall of names that even he couldn't see quietly emerged behind Su Yun. This wall of names had appeared once before on the night when Su Yun verified the Mersenne primes. The wall was engraved with the surnames of countless mathematicians from ancient times to the present. At the front were Xiaoyu, Euler, Riemann, Archimedes, etc. At the bottom were Su Yun's primary, middle and high school teachers, with no less than tens of thousands of people, divided into hundreds of rows. The higher the number of rows on the wall of names, the fewer names there were in each row. For example, in the first row, there were only 3 names: Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, and James Clerk Maxwell. Among them, Lao Ai's name was in a gray and white, somewhat ethereal and transparent state, with a little light faintly visible. Xiao Niu and Xiao Mei's names had completely dimmed, a gray-black color. The number of people in the second row was close to 10, including Gauss, Planck, etc. There were 15 people in the third row after a while. In a certain area of the fifth row, a name that was also in a floating state suddenly seemed to be awakened, and slowly glowed with a golden light. There was a name written on it, Johann Peter Gustav Lejeune Dirichlet. Then quickly, a thin man with sparse and macy hair, slightly drooping eyes, and a face full of curly beard, strode out of the wall of names with his chest held high. After the shadow was fixed in the air, the thin man's eyes appeared extremely clear for a short time, and his eyes paused on Su Yun in front of him, revealing a little reminiscence. Then he suddenly turned his head and looked at a certain position in the 9th row of the venue. At the same time, Mendelssohn Dirichlet, the director of the Framework Physics Research Center at the University of Göttingen, suddenly paused. Seeing this, a professor sitting next to him who was chatting with him could not help but ask with concern, "Mr. Mendelssohn, what's wrong with you?" Mendelssohn Dirichlet came back to his senses, looked around, and shook his head. "I'm fine, Professor Eriksson. Please continue to tell the story of your ancestor who captured 40 Gauls soldiers alone." While speaking, Mendelssohn Dirichlet subconsciously touched his forehead. Strange. At a certain moment just now, he always felt that he was being scrutinized by someone he respected very much, which made him a little frightened. How to describe this feeling? Mendelssohn Dirichlet has a black and white photo of his ancestor Dirichlet at home. The ancestor in the photo has an extremely serious expression, as if an author owed him dozens of chapters to update. Mendelssohn Dirichlet was a little scared every time he saw the photo, so he rarely went to the room with the portrait. And the moment just now, he seemed to have returned to the time before the photo, and the ancestor walked out of the photo and stared at him for a few seconds. Maybe it was just an illusion. On the other side, after retracting his gaze, the thin man's shadow did not make any other movements, and took a step forward without any nostalgia and walked into Su Yun's body. In an instant, a sense of clarity quickly rippled from Su Yun's mind. After a moment, Su Yun couldn't help but look at his palm and sighed. The 4th time, smart students should still remember. After completing the 1,850 copies before, the halo rewarded Su Yun with a series of thinking cards, divided into 4 levels: gold, silver, bronze and special. Among them, the gold card is a peak ocean thinking experience card, which is activated for 30 minutes. The silver card is the peak wheat and the 50% peak state oily brother Riemann, which are usually 60 and 50 minutes respectively. There are 3 bronze cards, namely, peak Jacobi thinking experience card, activation time 60 minutes. Peak Dirichlet Thinking Experience Card, activation time 80 minutes. Peak Datacant Thinking Experience Card, activation time 90 minutes. Special cards are Peak Abel and Peak Eisenstein, activation time 40 and 90 minutes. Among them, Xiaomei's card has been consumed in the verification process of Mersenne primes, and Datacant's thinking card was activated in Jinping Deep Laboratory. At present, Su Yun only has 6 cards available, namely Gauss, Riemann, Jacobi, Dirichlet, Abel and Eisenstein. At the same time, Su Yun considered that he was still just helping Zhou Xiaoping this time. Although the difficulty was higher than that of Jinping, it was still not high enough to use Gauss and Riemann. So this time, he had 2 main conditions for choosing cards: the character's ability should not be too high or too low, and the duration should be as strong as possible. Among the remaining 6 cards, the one who lasted the longest was Eisenstein, followed by Dirichlet, and then Jacobi. But Eisenstein's ability was also the lowest. Although many people think that the reason for his lack of fame is that he died early, in fact, if you have learned about his resume, you will find that he is a kind of Zhonggang type character. He was the last disciple of Gauss before Riemann. When he first got started, his performance was indeed outstanding, and he published 25 papers within a year. But 1 year after getting started, Eisenstein did not produce any results. Instead, he became alcoholic and found prostitutes. Although no one knows the reason for his personality change, it is almost impossible for a mathematician to maintain his state for a long time after being involved in alcoholism. Later, Eisenstein was imprisoned for participating in political activities, during which he contracted a serious illness and eventually died in 1852. To put it bluntly, a few months ago, Su Yun might not be as good as Eisenstein, but after so many copies, I'll scold you first. 3 is also called a lot, and using 3 thinking cards. Now Su Yun's overall ability has surpassed that of Eisenstein. Otherwise, the Halo would not have classified the Eisenstein card as a special card. Therefore, Eisenstein's thinking card can only be used in certain specific situations, for example, when it comes to pure elliptic functions or advanced algebra calculations. As for the remaining Dirichlet and Jacobi, the ranking of this pair of brothers in the history of mathematics is almost the same, and it doesn't matter who you choose. That is, they are at the same level as Cantor, Kolmogorov and Cartan, ranking around 20. However, when they are on the wall of names covering all disciplines, they can only be ranked in the 5th row. After all, there are more physicists in the history of science. To describe it in terms of football players, Riemann and Wheat are definitely at the level of Melo. Dirichlet and Jacobi are probably in the same range as Drogba, and Eisenstein is like Nunes who likes to push the far corner. At the same time, although Dirichlet's era was in the early stage of modern physics, there was not even a trace of particle physics. But the Dirichlet function he developed in the Fourier series is indeed very common in the potential barrier direction of high-energy physics in later generations, and it is a commonly used tool. Indeed, the thinking card gave Su Yun the character's thinking ability, not the existing knowledge, but there is nothing wrong with the professional direction. Therefore, after repeated consideration, Su Yun decided to activate Dirichlet's thinking card. After the spirit was summoned, Su Yun followed Zhou Xiaoping to the seat on the left. After sitting down, Zhou Xiaoping first looked up at Su Yun and whispered to him, "Xiao Su, this time is different from when we were in Jinping. At that time, we didn't have a camera to broadcast live. How about it, are you nervous?" Su Yun smiled at him, and his tone was rarely in line with his age. "The vicissitudes of life, it's okay, it's just a live broadcast. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. Don't forget, I was a nationwide social death last time. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you have the ability, let me be socially dead again." Zhou Xiaoping's mouth twitched immediately. It seems to make some sense. A few days ago, he saw a blogger on Douyin who was writing on Su Yun's popularity. He said that he was the principal of the Eagle Kindergarten where Su Yun studied when he was a child. The number of likes exceeded 10,000. For a person who has no moral integrity to lose, the pressure of live broadcasting seems to be just like that. Then Zhou Xiaoping shook his head, threw these complaints behind his head, and said to Su Yun with a serious face, "In this case, Xiao Su, let's talk about business. Our task this time is very difficult, that is, to calculate the possible Fermi surface data as soon as possible within 2 hours, although no one will blame us if we fail. This is the press conference side of the Academy of Sciences after all, and we better keep the core popularity in our own hands. Su Yun nodded heavily after hearing this. Playing badly is an attitude, and he still understands the truth. Although from the many data currently available, one thing can be roughly determined: even if the Pluto particle that Witten refers to exists, it will not be comparable to dark matter. In other words, it is impossible to be axions, gravitons, tachyons, and other particles that are on the same level as dark matter or even exceed dark matter. To put it bluntly, the Academy of Sciences does not have to worry about being robbed of too much of the limelight this time. But this is the Academy of Sciences' home ground after all, and it belongs to their own backyard. If the host can play a key role in the development of new particles, then it would be great. After all, rabbits are all obsessive-compulsive. Then quickly, 2 staff members brought the Chinese version of the Aurora system to Zhou Xiaoping and Su Yun, as well as some tea, compressed biscuits and soundproof earmuffs. Zhou Xiaoping gave the soundproof earmuffs to Su Yun, and the two tried them on and adjusted them. This thing is used to isolate the noise on the scene during calculations. In fact, it is not uncommon to have discussions at this press conference, especially for seminars on some mathematical achievements, which can last for more than 10 hours. For example, the report on Perelman's proof of the Poincare conjecture held at the University of California in 2007. Although the mathematical community recognized Perelman's proof of the Poincare conjecture in 2006, Perelman still received a lot of questions at the meeting. At that time, Andrew Viduk, a professor at Stony Brook University in New York, proposed an extended argument for Ricci curvature flow. The whole meeting took 2 days to make a collective proof. This is one of the reasons why the Academy of Sciences agreed to Witten's doing this. This is not particularly unorthodox in the press conference industry. It's just that if the proof fails, you have to bear the corresponding responsibility. Then Zhou Xiaoping handed the calculation paper and pen to Su Yun, thought for a moment, and said, "Zio Su, let's start with the coupling parameters." Su Yun nodded again. It has been mentioned before. The Fermi surface in a broad sense is an abstract interface between metals and semi-metals, which belongs to the common concept category of metals or semiconductors. But this thing has a feature: its tight binding model can be described by Hamiltonian, and can be interpreted by some concepts of particle physics. In this way, this makes the field of particle physics have an area that can be communicated. Therefore, the Fermi surface in particle physics is not a concept in semiconductors in a broad sense, but a prop with similar principles. The Fermi surface in K-space in the field of semiconductors can be understood as a fishing rod worth several thousand yuan, such as brands like Shimano. Then a fisherman used this fishing rod to catch fish, and when it was hanging on the bottom, a passerby joined in the fun. B was also very interested in fishing, so the next day B made a simple version of the fishing rod with bamboo, kite line, and plastic wheel, and also went fishing. In terms of appearance and brand, B's fishing rod and A's fishing rod are completely different. However, the principles, a few functions, and the purpose of fishing are similar, so they can both be classified into the range of fishing rods. But on the other hand, if you mention fishing rods in the market, everyone will definitely think of the one in A's hand, that is, the commodity produced by equipment and technology. A's fishing rod is equivalent to the Fermi surface in semiconductors, a big brand, a regular army, and everyone thinks of this when talking about fishing rods. B's fishing rod is the Fermi surface of high-energy physics, which does not conform to everyone's cognition, but its principle is also to fish by casting a fishing rod with bait. This is the difference between the Fermi surface in semiconductors and particle physics. This sentence is very important, otherwise you will be very entangled why the concept of a semiconductor is related to particle physics. Since they are all fishing rods, the production process is also similar. First make the main body, then thread the line, hook, put on the spinning wheel or water drop wheel, go to the vegetable market to buy fish, etc. So what Zhou Xiaoping and Su Yun did at this time was to solve the first step according to the fixed process. The coupling parameters of the particle Fermi surface. Coupling is to describe the interaction between two quantities. The strength of the effect can be expressed by the coupling parameter. Sometimes it is also called the coupling coefficient. It is a problem of expression habits. Conceptually, it refers to the same thing. For example, in a mild and narrow uniform electric field, a black, thick and hard conductor is placed. The electric field of a conductor is the result of the combined action of the internal electric field and the external electric field. The external electric field causes the free charges inside the conductor to move, and the free charges will gather on the surface of the conductor. When the coherent waves are superimposed, beat frequency will be generated. The final effect is that the electric field and the external electric field cancel each other out, and there is no electric field inside the conductor, which is the state of electrostatic equilibrium. Well, don't think too much, it's just the electric field and the conductor. In short, the electric field of the free charge on the surface and the external electric field are coupled, restraining each other and changing dynamically. The total electric field is the coupling field of the external electric field and the electric field of the free charge on the surface of the conductor. So soon, Su-Yun wrote down a pair of band bases. H0 equals Tx plus 1, Nix, Ni plus Tix, Ni plus 1 CNX, Ni plus HC. H0, K, equals, Tx plus Tixki, CKX, Kix, Chi. Then he pushed the data in front of Zhou Xiaoping, glanced at the camera that was locked on him, and said calmly, "Academician Zhou, can you take a look at this coupling basis?" Zhou Xiaoping adjusted his reading glasses, glanced at it quickly, and praised, "Very good, Xiao Su, make a vector connection, and choose J as the matrix element of the rotation operator." But he didn't finish his words. Zhou Xiaoping suddenly frowned and said to Su-Yun, "Xiao Su, wait a minute." As he said that, he took out a blank calculation paper and quickly wrote out a verification process. A few minutes later, looking at the result in his hand, Zhou Xiaoping shook his head. "No, the pseudoscalar of J equals 0 is not suitable. If you calculate it this way, the energy scale that destroys the parity will not match. How about introducing rapidity? This won't work either, because the transverse momentum will be limited." Seeing this situation, Su-Yun thought for a moment, and a word came out of his mouth. "Academician Zhou, what do you think about using the matrix element of the rotation operator around the y-axis?" Zhou Xiaoping was stunned. "Xiao Su, can you explain it in detail?" "Look." Seeing this, Su-Yun picked up a pen and wrote quickly on the paper, "Isn't the core of your problem the continuous symmetry? According to Noether's theorem, we can add a labeled specific state, then consider E plus Greek letter mu plus, and we have J equals J, M at Ej, M. Obviously they are proportional to 12, 1 plus cos, and 12, 1 cos, respectively, and parity is conserved at the same time, and the two situations contribute the same, that is, cos d1, 11.2 plus d1, 11.2 equals 1 plus cos 2 Greek letter theta." Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoping's tone was still a little confused. "So Xiao Su, are you going to reflect the energy scale of the scattering process in the Lorentz invariant? I don't know why." After hearing Zhou Xiaoping's words, Su-Yun suddenly felt a strange sense of disobedience in his heart, but he didn't have much time to think at this moment. So he had to continue to explain, "That's not the case. What I mean is that it can be benchmarked to the final state of high-energy hadron collisions. You see, it can introduce rapidity y and transverse mass mt to rewrite for momentum, and it will not affect the accuracy of transverse momentum." "What about the number of events?" "Refer to the beam flow. Anyway, Pangu particles are also found along the beam flow. Under the change of Lorentz boost along the beam flow, its difference is a constant." "I see. Xiao Su, you are really amazing, you're polite." As soon as the last sentence was finished, Su-Yun's expression suddenly froze, and the whole person suddenly realized something. He quickly raised his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoping. At this time, what appeared in his field of vision was Zhou Xiaoping's calm and gratified eyes. At the same time, in a corner that the camera could not see, Zhou Xiaoping also gave him a thumbs up. Seeing this, Su-Yun's pupils shrank immediately. Then he opened his mouth, and suddenly a complex emotion that was difficult to describe surged in his heart. No wonder. When he was explaining just now, he felt a little strange. Zhou Xiaoping was a famous particle physicist in China and even in the world. He was a tough guy who used draft paper to do 8-digit calculations after the decimal point. Not to mention that they had cooperated once before. He knew very well that although the old man's physical strength had declined a little, his thinking was still very sharp. Maybe in the beginning, Zhou Xiaoping did not think through some links because of his thinking problems. But it's not that when he explained the marking of a specific state, he couldn't think of the follow-up content, right? This is a very simple logical recursion. In theory, Zhou Xiaoping couldn't figure it out. As a result, it was not until now that Su-Yun understood. It turned out that Zhou Xiaoping didn't figure it out, but pretended not to figure it out. His purpose was to allow himself to show himself on this occasion, so that the outside world and the audience on the scene could see how capable this young assistant who was helping was. This live broadcast of the scene was simply inestimable in helping Su Yun. This is more intuitive and effective than the live broadcast of the University of Science and Technology, the dialogue between Wei Teng and academician Pan's slides. After all, the lineup around him is so fantastic that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Huashan sword contest in the physics world in 2023. But on the other hand, the price Zhou Xiaoping paid for setting up a stage for Su Yun is that he will inevitably encounter some criticism afterwards. The number of criticisms may not cover the entire network, but there will definitely be some criticisms, especially on some platforms that reduce intelligence. Is this the academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Do you still need a young person to give you some advice? Even the older generation is so lame, your country is hopeless. How can this old man have the face to ask a young person for advice? These discussions will definitely appear in the comment area of some videos, and they will be highly praised and pinned to the top. As for Zhou Xiaoping's own contribution, he has no need to suffer such criticism. Such remarks are extremely unfair to him. But he still resolutely acted as a foil, gave the stage to Su Yun, and became a student himself. Perhaps when Zhou Xiaoping chose himself as an assistant, he had already made plans in this regard. Suddenly, Su Yun thought of the official name of the solitary particle announced not long ago, Pangu. In Chinese mythology, Pangu was born from chaos and created the world. After his death, his body became mountains and rivers, and he gave everything he had to his descendants. Because of Pangu, there was Nuwa, the heaven, and Chinese mythology. And now Su Yun suddenly discovered that the word Pangu does not only exist in myths. In reality, there have always been some people who use their own strength to practice and inherit the spirit of Pangu. They are like white-haired old men sitting in a pavilion on the side of the mountain road, with old faces, weak bodies, and apathetic spirits. They are leaning against the pillars wearing straw raincoats, as if they will not be long in the world. But after seeing the new climbers appear, they stood up without hesitation, holding the hatchet in their dry branch-like hands, and used the last bit of their strength to split a small piece of thorns in front of them, then turned around and waved to the climbers, not caring about their own embarrassment, and said with a smile, "The road is open, let's set off quickly." This sentiment and this action are so respectable. I recommend a friend's work, The Book of Chaos, a new work by an old master. I haven't seen such a good martial arts work for a long time. Chapter 453, Mr. Yang, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Although he was filled with emotion and had complicated feelings at this moment. But as a very rational scientific researcher, Su Yun still had some clarity in his mind. Therefore, he was very clear. Now was not the time to express gratitude or emotions. Physics enthusiasts from all over the world were paying attention to the situation here. Even if the emotions were complicated, they could only be expressed after leaving the stage. Now his top priority was not to be sentimental, but to show his abilities as much as possible and not let Zhou Xiaoping's kindness go to waste. Thinking of this, Su Yun took a deep breath and cast a grateful look at Zhou Xiaoping. Immediately, his expression returned to its original calmness. He seemed as if nothing had happened, and looked like a student asking questions, and asked Zhou Xiaoping, "Academician Zhou, do you think my plan is feasible?" Zhou Xiaoping thought for a moment and nodded. Feasible. Zhou Xiaoping's words were not polite, and Su Yun's idea really surprised and delighted him. In fact, when Zhou Xiaoping first named Su Yun as his assistant, he did have some thoughts about setting up a stage for Su Yun, but the idea was not strong at first. After all, the premise of setting up a stage is that Su Yun has real talent and knowledge, or has demonstrated real talent and knowledge on a certain issue. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the same as bragging about acting skills without any acting skills, or even making false attendance to cheat tickets? If that were the case, Su Yun, Zhou Xiaoping, and even the entire Chinese scientific community would become a laughingstock. It is true that Zhou Xiaoping is willing to be a spring mud, but it does not mean that he will do something stupid. Therefore, at the beginning, he just wanted to wait and see if there was any opportunity to set up a stage for Su Yun. Later, including the part about pseudoscalar gems, they were all real situations he encountered, not tricks. Unexpectedly, Su Yun's thinking was so agile that he gave a very sophisticated calculation direction in just a few minutes. In addition, with a previous experience of cooperation in Jinping Deep Earth Laboratory as a foundation, Zhou Xiaoping made such a temporary decision. That is to say, the cause of Su Yun showing his real ability led to the result chosen by Zhou Xiaoping. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoping really agreed with Su Yun's idea. After Zhou Xiaoping made the decision, Su Yun no longer hesitated and began to calculate the matrix elements of the rotation operator around the y-axis. This is actually not an easy job. The rotation matrix, like the Fermi surface, is also a thing that covers many fields. For example, there are also rotation matrices in the shader, which is the programming field, but the rotation matrix of the shader is very easy. Just do a sine-cosine expansion through the sine-cosine relationship, and then make it into a matrix multiplication format, and then use three vector dot products as orthogonal basis. But in the field of particle physics, this matter is more complicated, because it involves the canonical quantization category of real scalar fields. As we all know, for a classical mechanical system composed of n particles, its generalized coordinates can be defined as key, I equals 1, 2, n. Among them, n equals 3n is the dimension of the generalized coordinate space. At this time, the Laplace function of the system is defined as L equals LQI, QI, and this formula is marked as 1. For the field Greek letter psi, its Laplace density function L can be defined as L equals L, Greek letter mu Greek letter psi, and marked as 2. And the Laplace density function L is a scalar, where the field Greek letter psi can be a scalar, spinor, vector or tensor. Therefore, in curved spacetime, the Laplace density of general matter field, except gravitational field, should be written as L equals L, Greek letter mu Greek letter psi, and marked as 3. For microscopic systems, gravity is generally not needed to be considered, so it is estimated and only concerned with Formula 2. From Formula 2, the Laplace function of the field is L equals L, Greek letter mu Greek letter psi, d3x equals L, Greek letter psi, 1 d3x equals L, 1 d3x, and marked as 4. That's right. Seeing this, I believe many students have understood it. The meaning of this formula is very clear. It can be understood as dividing the space into small boxes with a volume of dV, where the average value of the field in the small box numbered I is I, and key equals I. Then equation 4 can be written in the form of equation 1, L equals LQI, QI. In this way, the physical meaning of the field quantity Greek letter psi is equivalent to the generalized coordinates in equation 1, that is, a system is constructed before the subsequent calculation can be formally carried out. It is still very simple and very easy to understand. Swish swish swish, this time Su Yun did not rely on a computer for the derivation process, but performed calculations by hand. After all, handwriting is easier to get into the state than keyboarding in many cases. Moreover, although Dirichlet is ranked only in the early 20th place in the history of mathematics, his computing ability can be ranked in the top 10. In the original Night of Pluto, Dirichlet was responsible for the calculation of the galactic longitude deviation value. Why did someone say yesterday that Su Yun had never seen Dirichlet? Put your head over here and I'll give you a buff. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yun can be said to be truly writing like a god. The canonical momentum corresponding to key is pi equals LQI, so the canonical momentum density can be defined as Greek letter pi, r, t, equals LT. So the Hamiltonian of the system is H equals Greek letter pi, r, t, till, d3x. Regarding the Pluto particle as a point mass, for the field, its operators have the following basic commutation relations: Greek letter pi, r, t, Greek letter phi, r, t, equals I3, rr, and Greek letter pi, r, t, Greek letter pi, r, t, equals Greek letter phi, r, t, Greek letter phi, r, t, equals 0. Therefore, the Laplace density function of its free real scalar field Greek letter phi is L equals 12 12 m equals 12 12, Greek letter phi, 12 m 2 Greek letter phi. Line after line of formulas were written down by Su Yun. Zhou Xiaoping, who was sitting opposite him, was also busy. He took the initiative to work on the spin-angular momentum operator and its commutation relation and Pauli matrix. SI, Sj, equals IHK let. S plus E equals Sx plus is S equals S xis Y. Then we get S plus S equals Sx plus is Y, S xis Y, S xis Y, Sx plus is Y, equals is S x S x S Y. plus is xsxsy, equals 2 is y, sx, equals 2 iiz, equals 2 sz. The sound of the fingertips touching the calculation paper was unexpectedly pleasant at this time, like a symphony playing a special melody. After deciding to calculate separately, David Gross, Polyakov, Nema, Higgs, T. Hooft and others also convened assistants and helpers to form a calculation team. Each team consists of at least 2 people, and some are composed of 3. Higgs' team has 4 people. The calculation content of each team is consistent, that is, multiple groups jointly calculate and finally compare the results to avoid errors affecting the calculation. At the same time, in order to facilitate the audience to watch, several major live broadcast platforms also gave the corresponding groups live broadcast perspective. This kind of thing is very common in 2023. For example, games will have player perspectives, sports games will have multiple camera positions, etc. In basketball games on a certain information platform, there's even a water dispenser perspective, which can be called a murder. Among these perspectives, as the calculation team representing the host, Zhou Xiaoping and Su Yun have received the most attention. At present, Zhou Xiaoping's group is much more popular than T. Hooft and others, and even the protagonist Witten is not as good as it. It is a well-deserved popular perspective. The high level of attention, in turn, prompted the cameraman to focus on Zhou Xiaoping and Su Yun. For example, at this moment, the live broadcast backstage specially divided the images of Su Yun and his team into 2 groups of shots. One group is relatively normal, covering the area where Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping are sitting, which is the standard frontal image that everyone knows. To describe it with a specific example, it is somewhat similar to the image of the host finishing the speech at the end of the broadcast in the news broadcast. The other group is more special. It is a telephoto image. The lens is located above the heads of Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping, and the image captures the contents of Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping's calculation manuscripts. That is, through this lens, the audience can understand Su Yun's calculation ideas and progress, while Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping are calculating the data. In the major live broadcast rooms, there are also a lot of barrages floating by, which looks very lively. Fuck, are you blind? Can anyone tell me what this thing is? Are all physicists so scary? I feel like there seems to be a callus on the knuckle of Dr. Su's right index finger. Could it be left by long-term practice? I have a question. Is the density function calculated incorrectly? Y is equals C2 Greek letter pi, the previous one is correct. Boundary conditions are needed here. Dr. Su simplified its search for the 5th branch of the grilled fish restaurant on oatmeal CPDD. All kinds of chats, complaints and academic exchanges fill the major live broadcast rooms. At the same time, various dynamics were constantly flashing on major social media. More than 90% of these dynamics were complaining about not being able to understand the calculation process, which was like a heavenly book. There are also a few folk scientists who said that physics does not exist, taking the opportunity to promote that they have overturned the theory of relativity, hoping that someone can fund the printing of their works. In addition, some people, like the Liner Laboratory before, are competing with Su Yun and others with a competitive spirit. For example, a blogger with the nickname of Dongfeng Zile and the certification information of researcher of the High Energy Physics Research Group of the National Science Base quickly posted a dynamic, frightened expression package. Damn, I looked at the live broadcast. According to the current progress, the derivation speed of academician Zhou and Dr. Su's group seems to be a little faster than that of Gross's group. I don't know if some keywords were triggered. This Weibo post was quickly pushed to the top of the Square's front page and received a lot of exposure. In less than 2 minutes, the number of Weibo comments exceeded 100. The nickname of the most popular comment was, "Promise to become the king," and the content was very simple, "Is it true or not?" There were only 2 replies below this comment, and it was able to be ranked first mainly because the comment was made early. However, the second most popular floor was different. The comment account on the second floor was also a big V, with a certification label of a graduate student in the Department of Physics of Harbin Institute of Technology, and the nickname was Wink. Academician Zhou's progress is faster than Gross's group, but the starting directions of the 2 groups are different. Although Academician Zhou and his team are temporarily ahead, how to meet the conditions of single-value continuity and boundedness is a big problem. At least I discussed it with several seniors, and no one could think of a suitable solution. There were more replies in this floor, basically all professionals or physics enthusiasts who were concerned about this matter. In just a few minutes, the crowd discussed more than 40 floors. But including the blogger Dongfang's aisle, the solutions that everyone came up with were successively denied. Then another 10 minutes passed. Wink suddenly posted an independent dynamic on his personal page. Wow, I've learned a lot. He can even answer from a specific wave number. Wink is also a niche blogger with a lot of active fans on his account. Therefore, soon, a fan left a message. Does that mean that Dr. Suyun is really amazing? 10 seconds later, Dongfang's aisle and Wink, who followed the dynamic, replied one after another. He is really amazing, much better than me, ultimately strong. I don't know what's wrong with his brain. Maybe he has a plug-in to invite gods. Laughs. Anyway, we can look forward to it in the future. This kid is so terrifying, at this moment. As the live broadcast continued, some similar comments appeared in the corners of the internet. The more insiders there are, the more they understand the strength Suyun showed this time, except for those jealous sour guys. In short, a subtle image of a top student was slowly formed in the minds of some people. Even in some dynamics, some people have begun to explain Suyun's fledgling status as a social circle that is closed due to a single-minded focus on academics, and praise this as the spirit of scientific research. In some chat groups that are more noisy, there are even stupid group members who play the Dragon Ball joke of let's raise our hands and lend our strength to Suyun. Of course, this kind of joke has more meaning of making fun, but at least it is emotionally friendly. This is the advantage of the internet era. After an image begins to be established, even if it is not so three-dimensional in the initial stage, it can become a foreshadowing for the future. Of course, at this time, Suyun did not understand these comments on the internet. Now, after a period of smooth progress, he and Zhou Xiaoping finally encountered the biggest challenge they have faced today. As we all know, compared with classical mechanics, particle physics has a very obvious feature. Particle physics has transformed mechanical quantities into operators and regarded mechanical quantities as operators. Therefore, after calculating the Lagrangian density, Suyun and his team must transform the canonical momentum density and field quantity into operators respectively before they can proceed to the next step. On the desk, looking at the calculation paper in front of him, Zhou Xiaoping was silent for a moment, and then said to Suyun, "Xiao Su, do you have any ideas?" Suyun quickly wrote half a line of formula on the paper with a pen, paused, turned back and drew a line along the waist of the formula, and shook his head at the same time. Not yet. What about you? Zhou Xiaoping also shook his head. Seeing this, Suyun looked at Zhou Xiaoping calmly. He found that the expression of this well-known academician was very serious at this time, and it didn't seem to be deliberately pretended. Actually, at this point, Zhou Xiaoping didn't need to deliberately create opportunities for Suyun. Such things once are enough. Then he looked at David Gross and Plyakov again. The pens of their two groups did not stop. Suyun saw several complex C characters on their manuscripts, which means that the entry point of these two big guys' teams is the vector rotation model with a limited angle. Seeing this situation, Suyun's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. In the previous calculation process, he actually considered this direction. After all, from the perspective of difficulty, vector rotation with limited angles is easier than designing matrix elements of the rotation operator around the y-axis. But for some reason, Suyun always felt that there seemed to be some unexplainable problems in this direction. In addition, he was still possessed by Dirichlet's thinking card at this time. His vision was not comparable to Gaussian wheat, but at least it was higher than David Gross and others. David Gross and Plyakov ranked between 5th and 8th in contemporary physics, which was above the Nobel Prize, but they were not particularly high in the entire history of physics. If they had not made two dazzling breakthroughs before their death, their ranking in the history of physics would probably be between 60th and 80th, which is 1.5th and 2nd of Landau. With his own premonition and the vision given by Dirichlet, Suyun finally chose to give up vector rotation with limited angles. But the operatorization at the moment really stumped Suyun and Zhou Xiaoping. If this problem is not solved, everything that follows is empty talk. Considering that language communication might give some black fans an opportunity to undermine the morale of the live broadcast, Suyun and Zhou Xiaoping mainly communicated in written language in the following time. Basically, one party wrote down a few formulas, and the other party could quickly understand them. More than 10 minutes later, Suyun shook his head at Zhou Xiaoping again and sighed secretly. This was the 5th time that the two of them had rejected the plan. Whether it was the method Su Yun came up with or Zhou Xiaoping's inspiration, problems were soon found. Thinking of this, Su Yun's brows furrowed a little more. It was mentioned before. The Pluto particle does not belong to known subatomic particles, so if you want to figure out its apparatorization process, it is better to say customization than calculation. That is, many steps cannot refer to known models, and the difficulty is much more difficult than the apparatorization of ordinary particles. Even with Dirichlet's vision blessing, Su Yun was still a little embarrassed at this time. And just when Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping were a little anxious, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded behind Su Yun. Xiao Su, try to make a specific wave number k. Treat the field quantity as a wave function instead of a coordinate operator, and try to calculate its general solution, for some reason. When Su Yun heard this voice, he subconsciously thought of Mr. Wang in Jinping Laboratory at that time. Then he turned his head with some curiosity, wanting to see who the other person was. As a result, after seeing the man's face clearly, Su Yun stood up from his seat in a flash, and said in surprise, Mr. Yang. How did you get here? That's right. The person standing behind Su Yun who spoke was Mr. Yang, who had not spoken much today. At this time, Mr. Yang's face was still a little sluggish, but perhaps because he had rested for a while in his seat, his spirits were much better than before. Seeing Su Yun looking at him in surprise, old Yang smiled and stretched out his right hand, pressing down. I've rested for a while, and I feel better. Xiao Su, go back to your seat first and see if my plan can be used. We have limited time. After hearing what old Yang said, Su Yun quickly recovered from his previous surprise. He quickly pulled a chair from his side for old Yang to sit down, and then he sat back in his seat. Although he had a lot to say, it was obviously not a good time to chat. Old Yang's tone was a little hesitant, and it could be seen that he was not so sure about his idea due to his energy. Then Su Yun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and quickly calculated on paper. The eigenstate equation of the Hamiltonian operator that Su Yun calculated before was as follows, H equals kc/2, Eik, plus k/2. It can be clearly seen here that the identity of the field quantity is a generalized coordinate operator. This operator and the subsequent spin variable Greek letter sigma have obvious abnormal intervals k and I, and the two cannot be connected by transformation. But if we regard it as a wave function, it has been mentioned before. Wave functions are complex numbers, and complex numbers can have imaginary parts. The probability equation of particle orbits cannot use imaginary parts because the mass may be negative, but the apparatorization process does not need to take this into account. It seems really feasible? Thinking of this, Su Yun's writing speed suddenly increased a lot. H equals c/2 Greek letter pi, r, t, 12th, d3 art equals ek. Ek equals kc plus mc4. The wave number k is the inverse of the wavelength, that is, k equals 2, which satisfies the energy relationship of relativity, so k equals k. At the same time, for the free field, the energy density corresponding to the wave number k is uniform. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoping was also doing the same calculation. Rustling looking at Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping in the calculation, Mr. Yang's expression also looked a little serious. In the first hour of the calculation, Mr. Yang had been recuperating in his seat and really didn't have the energy to pay attention to the whole process. When he woke up, Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping had already decided on a plan for the matrix element of the rotation operator around the y-axis. One of the bases of this plan is Mr. Yang's Yang-Mills field, so when Su Yun calculated the Hamiltonian eigenstate equation, Mr. Yang realized that they might encounter problems. Although he didn't know why Su Yun didn't choose the simpler vector rotation of a limited angle, it was too late to turn around at this time, so Mr. Yang forced himself to be energetic and began to think about a solution. Relying on his solid physics foundation, Mr. Yang really thought of a solution, but he was only about 60% to 70% sure. For an elder over 100 years old who had listened to a lecture for several hours, this was already an exaggerated number. More than 10 minutes passed. Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping put down their pens at the same time. Zhou Xiaoping first looked at Mr. Yang, and then asked Su Yun, Xiao Su, what is your result? Su Yun moved his pen away and pushed the calculation paper in front of Zhou Xiaoping. Zhou Xiaoping looked at it for a few times, and suddenly pushed his calculation paper forward. Swish, the two calculation papers were connected head to head. And through the camera above, You can see that the same general solution is written on both papers. Greek letter psi equals C1 dV1 ik plus C dV2 k. Chapter 454. Completely different results. On the arithmetic table, looking at the two solutions with exactly the same content in front of him. While being delighted with the breakthrough of a difficult problem, Su-Yun also felt a little emotional again. He thought of the incident that happened in Jinping's home laboratory more than a week ago. At that time, the retesting team composed of many academicians also encountered a very fatal problem, which was stuck on the energy level accuracy of the W boson. As a result, when everyone was thinking hard and failed, Mr. Wang, who was over 100 years old, stood up. He proposed a solution to optimize with J particles and successfully solved the problem, which led to a series of events later. Today, how similar is Mr. Yang's appearance this time to Mr. Wang? He is also over 100 years old, in poor condition, and hides the key point directly. An old man in the family is like a treasure. Su-Yun sighed deeply, turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoping opposite him. The two saw an idea in each other's eyes. We must not waste Mr. Yang's hard work. Say something that may not be pleasant but is very true. For an elder like Mr. Yang, this kind of plan that accurately covers the specific process consumes his life. Thinking of this, Su-Yun picked up the pen again and quickly carried out the next step of calculation. Now, with Mr. Yang's suggestion, the first step taken by Su-Yun and Zhou Xiaoping has only the calculation problem left. After all, what Mr. Yang gave is a general solution. It is not difficult to understand its purpose by looking at the literal meaning of the word general solution. So soon, Su-Yun obtained a new state based on the energy operator E equals it and the free field as the eigenfunction of energy. This state refers to the basis state of the system before the vacuum state, when the Pluto particle does exist. This involves a very important model in particle physics or quantum mechanics. That is, energy as quantized. In this model, there is an operator called Nk. It means that the model has Nk particles with a wave number of k. Yes, Nkk, not Nk. According to the general solution obtained by Su-Yun and others, it is not difficult to see that when Nk equals 0, there is no particle in the system, but its energy is not 0, and its wave function is not 0. This is a vacuum system, so the energy of the vacuum is not 0. That's right. This is the theoretical prototype of the famous vacuum zero-point energy, but it is necessary to add concepts such as virtual particles, which are irrelevant to the current situation, so I will not mention it for now. In short, the state obtained by Su-Yun is the state of a system with Pluto particles before it is converted into vacuum. The general solution operator of this state is called the occupation number operator, which has a normalization factor. This normalization factor is the core data that Su-Yun and Zhou Xiaoping are looking for this time. To use an example that is not very rigorous but easy to understand, if we want to describe and locate a point on a plane, the simplest and most appropriate method is to use the xy axis to express its position. That is, 4, 2, or 8, 3, and so on. The normalization factor is equivalent to the x-axis coordinate. After locking the normalization factor, the remaining link is naturally to find the y-axis coordinate. Once both coordinates are found, the final target can be locked. Of course. In fact, the normalization factor is a description of a probability distribution, which involves combinatorics, so I won't go into details here. X-axis coordinates in the media live broadcast area. Chen Shanshan repeated the word and asked Zhang Han curiously, Dr. Zhang, if the occupation number operator is regarded as the x-axis coordinate, then what is the y-axis coordinate? Zhang Han thought for a while and explained, the state calculated by Dr. Su and academician Zhou is located in a specific configuration space. The relevant content can be found in Mr. Zheng Jianyan's Quantum Mechanics Tutorial Chapter 88.2 of the second edition, specifically on page 151, so in addition to the occupation number operator, they must calculate a modulus square operator that has been permuted an even number of times. Chen Shanshan blinked. Modulus square operator. Zhang Han nodded affirmatively, yes, at the same time. Lu Chaoyuan, who had been paying attention to Su-Yun's progress off the stage, also wrote the words modulus square operator on paper and drew a circle. That's right. After calculating the occupation number operator, the next step for Su-Yun and Zhou Xiaoping is to calculate the modulus square operator of the Pluto particle. Or to be more precise, the angular momentum. Those who were particles in their previous lives should know that when we talk about the properties of a particle, we are actually talking about the characteristics of the Lagrangian of the field of this particle. In this way, the properties of particles can be divided into two types: the characteristics that can be reflected by the Lagrangian, and the particle characteristics reflected by the interaction. Among them, there are many particle properties that can only be reflected by the interaction, such as the most representative concept of charge. The so-called charge is actually the Noether charge derived from the U1 symmetry of the complex field. When considering the localization of the U1 symmetry, a massless vector field must be introduced to interact with this complex field. If this massless vector field is an electromagnetic field, the above-mentioned Noether charge is interpreted as charge. As for the particle properties that can be directly reflected by the Lagrangian of free particles, there are relatively few, and there are only two types in total. One is the mass of the particle, which is given by the coefficient of the Greek letter phi term in the Lagrangian. The second is the spin of the particle, which can be given by the Noether flow under the Lagrangian quantity under the spatial rotation transformation. For the Pluto particle, at present, including Su-Yun and Witten, no one can calculate the mass of its particle, because of insufficient information. But spin is different. There is a common saying in particle physics that spin is the intrinsic property of particles. What does intrinsic mean? In TV dramas, when the police interrogate a person, everyone should have heard this sentence more or less: XXX, your temperament is actually not bad, but you lack the correct guidance. After entering, you should reform yourself and try to be a good person when you come out. The temperament in this sentence is actually the same as the intrinsic nature of particles to some extent. It belongs to the innate attribute and will not be transferred by the environment at the beginning of birth. For example, a pigeon who writes novels. Although he owes dozens or hundreds of chapters to update, his own temperament is actually not bad, but he is just a little lazy. Of course. This is just a metaphor. In fact, the intrinsic properties of particles are very complicated and involve gauge symmetry. For example, the chubby Nima next to Su-Yun, let me explain here, his name is really Nima, and his English name is Nima Arkani-Hamed. A few years ago, Nima once said a famous saying: 3 is not equal to 2, this is the gauge symmetry, 2 is not greater than 3, this is the intrinsic. In short, just like a two-dimensional surface, such as a sphere, does not actually rely on being embedded in a three-dimensional space, so the curvature is its intrinsic property. The modulus square operator is also an intrinsic property that can be calculated mathematically. As long as the modulus square operator is determined, plus the previous occupancy number operator, the probability position of the Pluto particle can be locked. Or to be more precise, this is a mathematical probability position, and whether it can be captured requires actual operation. If the Jade Emperor is not prepared to give face to the Western God in his own territory, it is possible that Wei Tang will end up with nothing. Xiao Su, after deciding to calculate the modulus square operator, Zhou Xiaoping pondered for a moment and said to Su-Yun, in this way, the derivatives of the spherical coordinate basis vectors with respect to the coordinate variables will be left to you. Is that okay? Su-Yun flipped through the file and nodded quickly. No problem. After saying that, he paused, hesitated for a moment, and added, Academician Zhou, how about letting me do the radial and angular decompositions as well? Su-Yun's words were not to show off or steal the show, but to worry about Zhou Xiaoping's health. Although Zhou Xiaoping was a generation younger than Mr. Yang, he was also approaching 90 years old. He had been busy for so long today, and his physical and mental energy consumption was actually very large. He, a 25-year-old young man, was a little tired at this time. Zhou Xiaoping's situation must be worse, but he just kept holding on. In fact, it was not just Zhou Xiaoping. Except for Nima, the 50-year-old young man, the remaining Higgs, T-Hooft, and Plyakov were all in their 80s and 90s, and their energy consumption was not low at this time. It's just that the current situation is called group calculation, but in fact it can also be seen as a silent battlefield. Everyone represents their own country. For example, the people around Higgs are all British, the two assistants of T-Hooft are also Dutch, and Plyakov's assistant is a bear. Therefore, although everyone is tired, no one is willing to leave first. Zhou Xiaoping obviously understood this point. He thought for a while and nodded quickly. Okay, then I'll work hard for you, Xiao Su. Hearing this, Mr. Yang opposite Zhou Xiaoping couldn't help but raise his head and glanced at him gently. Although Mr. Yang spent the first half of his life abroad and returned to China at the end of 2003, he didn't have much entanglement and contact with domestic scientific research factions. But Zhou Xiaoping is also quite famous internationally, so Mr. Yang has heard of his personality and experience. Zhou Xiaoping had a student he liked very much in his early years. He was very talented. When he was a sophomore, he was accepted as a disciple by Zhou Xiaoping, who had been elected as an academician. A few years later, the student was admitted to graduate school and successfully joined Zhou Xiaoping's project team. As a result, in a certain experiment, Zhou Xiaoping was in poor health due to overtime work, so the student took the initiative to propose the idea of sharing part of the project for Zhou Xiaoping, and Zhou Xiaoping naturally agreed. As a result, the student made a calculation error in a certain link, which caused the light source to overflow due to excessive magnitude, causing serious damage to the equipment. In the end, the entire project failed, and more than 5,000 yuan of funds were wasted. You know, that was 5,000 yuan in 1983. At the same time, because the experiment used a first-generation radiation light source, the radiation rays that exceeded the limit directly passed through the longitudinal gradient dipole magnet, causing the 4 researchers who were closest to the radiation to suffer severe thermal radiation burns. One of them died 3 years later, one had extremely serious sequelae in the lungs, and one was blind. That's right. This was the accident that happened at the Huairao base, and it was also a very tragic experimental accident in the history of Chinese high-energy physics. And the blind staff member was Zhou Xiaoping's student Wang Wuxiang. Since then, although Zhou Xiaoping is usually cheerful and doesn't lose his temper, he has a very strange insistence in research. He will never give others any tasks that have been designated. Zhou Xiaoping has kept this habit for 40 years. Unexpectedly, he actually made an exception today. Is it because of physical exhaustion? Old Yang glanced at Zhou Xiaoping and shook his head slightly in his heart. Not really. Although Zhou Xiaoping does look a little tired, his complexion and computing efficiency are far from the point of not being able to hold on. And since it is not a physical reason, there is only one answer. Zhou Xiaoping has met a younger generation that he can truly trust. This strong confidence has overwhelmed the nightmare in his heart. Thinking of this, old Yang secretly glanced at Suyun beside him, with a settled expression on his face. Zhou Xiaoping, Zhang Zhongjing, Housing Yin, old Wang. Oh, and old Yang himself. Unconsciously, this young man has come into contact with so many older academicians, and has received their recognition and help, and has been highly expected by one old academician after another. Looking at the entire young generation of Chinese scientists, Su Yun is the only one. But what's interesting is that he himself doesn't seem to realize this. In fact, if Su Yun could catch up to this chapter, he might be able to understand what Mr. Yang was thinking through the text content. But unfortunately, he didn't have this ability. So at this time, his mind didn't even consider any expectations or trust, but was focused on the calculation of data. After all, this is the final boss. With the blessing of Dirichlet, Su Yun's mind seemed clear. Swish, 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 a large number of formulas appeared on the calculation paper one after another as the pen tip moved. The modulus square operator contains both the position operator and the momentum operator, and there is a very precise commutation relationship between the two. If it is a particle measured through a phenomenon, it is actually very easy to deduce. Just use a template. But the problem is that the Pluto particle has not been captured, so the derivation process is very troublesome. And the entry point Su Yun prepared this time is the Poincaré group. Because the Poincaré group has a very special feature, its representation can be completely determined by its isotropic subgroup and induced representation. With the help of the representation of the small group of the Poincaré group's universal cover on the spin space, the irreducible unitary representation of the universal cover on the Hilbert space, that is, the induced representation, can be obtained. Different isotropic subgroups give different induced representations, corresponding to different single particle states. That is, the irreducible unitary representation of the particle is completely determined by the basic symmetry of space-time, and there will be no interference from other factors. Well, the above paragraph is standard Chinese characters and human language. After a while, Su Yun wrote down the eigenstate of the operator Lz with an eigenvalue of m below the classified calculation content, L plus m equals m plus 1 at the same time, Lz, L plus, equals L plus, we can get LZ plus E equals L plus L plus LZ equals L plus 1 plus LZ, so it can be seen that L plus is equivalent to a generation operator, and L is equivalent to an annihilation operator. They make the eigenvalue of LZ always increase or decrease by an integer 1 in sequence. When the square of the modulus of angular momentum is determined and the maximum eigenvalue of LZ is m equals L1, then L plus L equals 0 must be true. Seeing this, some of you may feel a little strange. Why is the maximum eigenvalue m equals L1? Shouldn't it be equal to L? The reason is very simple. Because when the square of the modulus of angular momentum is determined and L is the maximum allowed value of m, the state with an eigenvalue of L plus 1 does not exist. Since the system can always be in a state where the orbital angular momentum is 0, 0 must be an eigenvalue of the component operator Lz. And from the behavior of L plus and L, for the angular momentum component operator Lz, its adjacent eigenvalues always differ by an integer 1. So the eigenvalues of the component operator Lz can only be m equals 0, plus or minus 1, plus or minus 2 plus or minus L1. Of course, Zhang was able to think of this, largely due to the vision he had at that time. Just like Witten and his team ignored the distortion of the solitary basis vector, the state of L plus 1 is not within the conventional verification range, and there are many processes that are more important than it. If there is a miscalculation here, then this derivation, at least the derivation of the Academy of Sciences represented by Zhou Xiaoping and Zhang, will fail completely. After solving this problem, the remaining thing is the binary spinner. In this process, it is necessary to regard the eigenvalue Greek letter sigma of Sz as a variable, then the spin wave function of the particle is a function of Greek letter sigma as mentioned before, the spin of the Pluto particle is a semi-odd number, that is, 1/2, 3/2 or 5/2, etc. Therefore, its matrix factor has only one form, Greek letters I1 Greek letter eta 2 Greek letters I2 Greek letter eta 1 equals, athg, Greek letters I1 Greek letter eta 2 Greek letters I2 Greek letter eta 1. This is a combination of two binary spinners, a scalar in the binary spinner space. Here, Zhang flipped through the previous data again. Sure enough, the determinant is equal to 1, which is the real reason why the flux value is too large. In fact, in the previous process, Zhang always felt that there was a doubt that was not answered, that is, in the solitary point particle measurement. The expected background is 3.2 fb-1. This is the data he detected by himself, and he detected it more than once. But the corresponding flux value is still larger. Although it seems to be due to the influence of the Pluto particle, there has been no suitable explanation in the spatial operator. Now it seems that the reason is that the transformed determinant is equal to 1. That is, its external restriction condition has changed. Because for non-relativistic situations, the physical meaning of Greek letters I1 Greek letters I1 plus Greek letters I2 Greek letters I2 is the probability of finding a particle at a certain point in space. Therefore, Greek letters I1 Greek letters I1 plus Greek letters I2 Greek letters I2 must be a scalar, that is, it should be, Greek letters I1 Greek letters I1 plus Greek letters I2 Greek letters I2 equals, or 1 plus, or 2 equals Greek letters I1 Greek letters I1 plus Greek letters I2 Greek letters I2. But for the case of relativity, the physical meaning of Greek letters I1 Greek letters I1 plus Greek letters I2 Greek letters I2 is no longer the probability of finding a particle at a certain point in space, but the time component of a four-dimensional vector. That is, it has only three independent real parameters, and one of them is solid. Wait! Suddenly, Zhang's pen tip on the paper suddenly stopped, and a somewhat scary thought popped up in his mind. Fuck, it can't be that thing. Chapter 455, Completely Different Results. At this moment, looking at the matrix factor expression in front of him, Zhang's expression was a little subtle. Because it was too strange. As mentioned before, although there are still many unsolved mysteries in particle physics at present, it is far from touching the essence of the world. Or to be more precise, in fact, it is not just particle physics. There are few fields that are fully understood by humans now. Let alone the vast universe, we only know 5% of the ocean alone, and humans know nothing about what is underground. The average radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers. The deepest pit dug by humans today is the 12,262 meters maintained by the SG3 borehole of the Moshonkola Subhardi borehole. Compared with the radius of the Earth, the drilling depth is equivalent to the skin of an apple. But on the other hand, Although the depth of physics in the microscopic field is relatively limited, some relatively basic concepts are fixed. For example, atoms are composed of atomic nuclei and extranuclear electrons, and electrons are negatively charged in most cases, etc. For example, a deeper level of spinor transformation. The specific calculation process of the spinor transformation is not the point. After all, many people cannot understand it when it is written out. After all, it is complicated and wastes words. The key point of this thing is that although it has many processes, the formula corresponding to each process is fixed. Just like the Coulomb force calculation in the high school physics textbook, just follow the corresponding formula to apply the numerical value without thinking too much. Of course, the formula used in the spinor transformation is obviously not the Coulomb force formula, but is called the transformation matrix. This matrix is a two-dimensional matrix, and the determinant satisfies the following conditions: D2 equals 1. For the non-relativistic case, it is also required that U22 equals U11, U12 equals U21, that is, O equals AVA, and Greek letter alpha plus Greek letter beta equals 1. The set of all transformation matrices O that meet these conditions constitutes a Lie group, called the SU2 group. So the definition of SU2 group is SU2, UUGL2, C, UU equals I2X2, U equals 1. Some people say character hydrology. Let me explain here. 8 characters are a Chinese character. I actually said it once before and I remember. U in the above formula is the conjugate transpose matrix of U, so the more specific equivalent definition of SU2 group is SU2, AVA, Greek letter alpha, E, Greek letter alpha 2 plus Greek letter beta 2 equals 1. Seeing this, I believe some smart students have understood it again. That's right. The expression of this matrix factor can only have 3 independent real parameters when U equals D2, Thva equals D2, I. And this situation is exactly the expression of the second stage in the formula of the 1850 copy reward. Yes, that is the one that can be divided into 3 stages. The first third of the content deduced the Pangu particle, or the copy reward of the dark matter particle. Not long ago, after the Jinping laboratory project ended and realized the value of the reward, Su Yun once spent some time to look up the reward again and studied the whole formula. To be precise, he studied the second stage of the formula. After all, compared with the first stage, the sense of separation between the second and third stages is more obvious. That is to say, if nothing unexpected happens, the second stage will also have an independent result or material existence. But unfortunately, compared with the relative intuition of the first stage, the difficulty of the second stage is more than 10 times higher, and the content is very complicated. Even if Su Yun spent a lot of effort, he could only judge that the second stage did not describe a specific probability trajectory, but a very complex scenario. O equals D2, Thva equals D2, I is the most common mathematical formula. The word scenario can be understood as concepts like electric field and magnetic field, but the precision is higher. If we regard electromagnetic and magnetic fields as ordinary tile houses, then the scenario in particle physics is equivalent to a fine decorated villa, with high requirements in all aspects, and all standards must be met. In short, this is much more difficult than a single probability track. If we don't find the corresponding theory first, this scenario will definitely not be reproduced. Indeed, if we use Gauss or Riemann's thinking cards, this part of the content is likely to be cracked. After all, that is the real God. But the problem is that these 2 thinking cards are too precious, and they are Su Yun's most critical trump card. Whether in terms of emotion or value, it is not very suitable for the second formula unless this thing can play a particularly big role. In addition, Su Yun had to help with today's press conference during that time, so in the end he could only put this matter aside temporarily. Unexpectedly, at today's press conference, Su Yun actually saw the second stage of the response form again. Could it be that the second stage of the situation is related to Pluto particles? If you think about it carefully, it seems quite logical. After all, the formula in the first stage discovered Pangu particles, which are standard cold dark matter, and then triggered a series of subsequent disasters. So it is completely reasonable and even natural that some unknown things in the second stage have intersections with Pangu particles. Thinking of this, Su Yun's desire to explore suddenly became stronger. He straightened his body and quickly started the next stage of calculation. Generally speaking, both non-relativistic and relativistic transformations of spinors may be needed. In order to distinguish these two transformations, a point can be added to the index of the spinor to indicate that this index obeys the relativistic transformation. The unadded index obeys the non-relativistic transformation, that is, the transformation matrix forms an SU2 group and is subject to the equivalent meaning. Then, in this case, we just need to calculate the mechanical momentum and covariant derivative operator of the particle. Another interesting thing is that the specific calculation process of particle data is actually not much different from the Coulomb force and Lorentz force in high school in principle. It just becomes another form under the superposition of conditions and frameworks. For example, in the motion equation of charged particles in the electromagnetic field, Q is the four-dimensional force on the charged particles. This expression includes both Coulomb force and Lorentz force. However, the Coulomb force and Lorentz force here are derived from the principle of least action. Then add some geodesics, electromagnetic field tensors, proper time, etc., and you will not even recognize the resurrection of Lorentz. This is the same as the essence of a nuclear power plant, which is to boil water. But there is a little difference in expression. However, at this point, it is not manpower but computers that are responsible for calculating the relevant data. Soo-yoon quickly took the notebook that the staff had prepared long ago from the table, opened the Aurora system of the Academy of Sciences, and entered the calculated data. Pad equals ALQ dot equals square ACQ dot equals square X odd fac equals AA. After a moment, a very concise formula appeared on the screen. Here, we get a concise formula. A equals mu plus car1 Greek letter gamma, pul, or I plus, ika, was plus a. Then Soo-yoon subtracted a Laplace operator from both sides, and then began to look for the corresponding canonical space. The relativistic situation is certain. After all, the speed of light is constant, the magnetic vector potential has changed, 3, 7, 4, 6, which means that the mode is convergent. The quadrupole moment scalar has a dimensionless parameter. After seeing the data of the quadrupole moment scalar, Soo-yoon was stunned. This particle is interesting. The mode convergence and divergence plus the quadrupole moment scalar have a dimensionless parameter, which means that in addition to the three quantities of mass, angular momentum, and charge, the other degrees of freedom of the Pluto particle are restricted. Seeing this situation, the first reaction in Soo-yoon's mind was a black hole. That's right. A black hole. Students who were black holes or were sucked into black holes in their previous lives should know that black holes only have three free observable quantities: mass, angular momentum, and charge. All other black hole physical quantities are functions of these three quantities, and there are no other degrees of freedom. That is, all matter that enters a black hole will lose all information, leaving only the three physical quantities of mass, charge, and angular momentum, and all other information no longer exists. Therefore, this theorem is also called the San-Mayo theorem, which means that only the three hairs of mass, angular momentum, and charge are left. The name of this theorem is actually quite elegant. The San-Mayo theorem was first called the no-hair theorem by Wheeler, and the black hole is the damn little bitch. Of course, this does not mean that only matter with mass, angular momentum, and charge is a black hole. The black hole is just a more representative example. In addition to black holes, there are also particles such as leptons and pions that have related properties, but black holes are relatively more representative. Just like when you say that you update 30,000 words a day, the writer who comes to mind must be the novice fisherman, and then the slightly inferior eagle and others. Then Soo-yoon continued to search for this data in the Aurora system, and found that even the dark matter Pangu particles did not conform to the calculated scale. At present, his state is blessed by Dirichlet, and there should be no errors in the calculation link, so he can only continue to structure according to the existing data. So he took a deep breath, collected his thoughts again, and continued to benchmark. Regular space. Connected regular spaces are uncountable, so the relevant indexes must rely on the Urisan lemma. That is, any two non-intersecting closed sets in the regular space can be separated by continuous functions. A few minutes later, the Aurora system derived a resultant data. L2 equals 2, 1 sin Greek letter theta, sin, plus 1, sin, 22 Greek letter phi 2, equals 4.777288. This seemingly ordinary data is actually the modulus square operator expression derived from the regularized coordinates. That's right. The modulus square operator expression. That's the y-axis data mentioned earlier. At this moment, as long as Su-Yun reports this data to Zhou Xiaoping, and then combines it with the differential operator that Zhou Xiaoping is responsible for, the Fermi surface calculation of the Pluto particle can be completed in theory. Then Su-Yun subconsciously glanced at the two groups of Polyakov and David Gross nearby, and found that they were also typing on the keyboard at this time. This means that they have also entered the final stage and started the final impact on the Fermi surface data. At the same time, it is not difficult to see from the calculation paper on the table that they are still using the finite angle vector rotation as the entry point. Seeing this situation, Su-Yun subconsciously frowned, and the strange sense of disobedience in his heart suddenly rose a lot. But soon he shook his head lightly and pulled his mind back to reality. Maybe I just thought too much? There should be no problem with the finite angle vector rotation in theory. Instead, the matrix element of the rotation operator around the y-axis that he chose is a bit far-fetched in logic. Now think about it. Maybe Zhou Xiaoping also considered the idea of finite angle vector rotation first, but he was reluctant to deny the direction of the matrix element that he agreed to. However, whether it is finite angle vector rotation or matrix element rotation operator around the y-axis, it has come to the last step now, and there is no need to think too much about which is better. If we hurry up, we should be able to get the answer faster than the other groups. Thinking of this, Su-Yun no longer hesitated and turned the notebook to Zhou Xiaoping. Academician Zhou, the expression of the modulus square operator has been obtained. Please take a look. Zhou Xiaoping moved the laptop, glanced up and down quickly, and nodded approvingly. The process is fine, and the ideas of some steps are very ingenious. You are worthy of being a genius who can prove Mersenne primes, much better than me, an old guy. Zhou Xiaoping's words were not deliberately flattering Su-Yun, but were inspired by his feelings. After all, these days, especially the new generation of physics practitioners, the level of mathematics is generally not very high. There are even fewer people who can truly communicate the two disciplines. Among all the existing physical directions, only astrophysics has higher mathematical requirements. After all, it involves Riemann geometry. Of course, the so-called low level of mathematics here is the result of comparison with mathematics practitioners, not a popular major. A theoretical physics undergraduate who graduates normally has no problem beating ordinary people in mathematics. It's not the same concept. Then Zhou Xiaoping took back his thoughts and started to do the final data summary and calculation. Su-Yun performed well, so he naturally couldn't be a drag. Although Zhou Xiaoping is over 80 years old, he uses the computer very fluently. Lines of data were quickly input by him, and the Aurora system connected to the supercomputer of the Academy of Sciences gave feedback almost synchronously. At the same time, because the laptop screen is in a vertical state, the screen image is parallel to the telephoto close-up lens hanging from the ceiling and locked on the desktop. So at this point, the lens can't transmit the specific content to the audience. In fact, it's not just the Academy of Sciences group. The calculation process of others such as Polyakov and Terhooft is also unclear due to the perspective problem. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. At the 12th minute, Zhou Xiaoping's face suddenly relaxed and he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Seeing this, Su-Yun couldn't help but ask, "Academician Zhou, are the results out?" Zhou Xiaoping glanced at him and nodded slightly. "Well, everything went well. The data all conforms to the parameters we calculated. I have sent the specific results to Professor Witten's backstage. Although the telephoto lens lost its imaging effect at this time, the radio and microphone were still normal. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoping's words were quickly transmitted to the scene and the outside world. After a while, in the barrage of major live broadcast platforms, a row of densely packed 666 flashed instantly, and some were first. That's right. First. Even among the several groups of calculation teams on the entire scene, Su-Yun and Zhou Xiaoping were the first group to produce results. A few minutes later, the Netherlands team led by Gerard T. Hooft also obtained the calculation results and sent them to Witten's backstage. Then came Anton Salinger, Polyakov, and David Gross. Then came Suzuki Atsuto, who was coughing so hard that he almost vomited blood. He was the last one in the team. 5 minutes later, Witten, the subject of the topic and the only scholar who performed calculations independently, also took his fingers off the keyboard. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became solemn. At the same time, the number of live broadcasts on major platforms also began to rise rapidly. This was because the audience also realized that the results were about to come out, and they invited their friends to join the live broadcast room online and offline. Then Witten calmly picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of water, and said something through the headset. Half a minute later, Academician Pan came out from the backstage again. However, this time Academician Pan did not go to the first row, but returned to the podium and said to everyone through the microphone, "Dear guests, dear audience, you have been waiting for a long time. Now I am very excited to tell you a good news, that is, Professor Witten has gathered the key data calculated by all parties. Now we only need to conduct preliminary verification, that is, to eliminate the wrong results, and then we can carry out the final particle detection. The verification process is very simple, just compare several sets of results with each other. It will not take too much time. Now please wait a moment, Professor Witten, you can start." Academician Pan's last sentence was in English, so there was no need for simultaneous translation, and Witten understood what Academician Pan meant. So soon, he came to another terminal device and started to verify the results. As for Suyun, Zhou Xiaoping, scholars, media people on the scene, and audiences from all walks of life outside the venue, they could only wait for the final results at this time. Even the live broadcast platform that had been reveling for a while before, the number of barrages was visibly reduced. To be honest, everyone is a little nervous at this moment. Although in terms of ability, there are many people in China who are stronger than Suyun. Although there are not as many people who are stronger than Zhou Xiaoping, there are some. However, at this moment, due to the limitations of many environments, this combination of the old and the young has become the only representative of the Chinese physics community. If they make a mistake in calculation, although it is not too embarrassing with dark matter as a background, it will be somewhat embarrassing in terms of face and emotion. It's like the finale of the New Year's Eve dinner. Some places have dumplings, some places have pork with preserved vegetables, some places have fish with scallions, some places have braised Fujian people, and so on. The taste habits of different places may be different, but the emotions for the finale are the same. If this dish is missing in a certain year, I will always feel a little uncomfortable. If I meet some caring people and desperate illiterates, I may even accuse them of unfounded crimes and say that this matter is the Jinkang shame. Wrong, wrong, it is the Jinkang shame. At this moment, even Suyun's parents, who knew nothing about physics thousands of kilometers away, realized the importance of Suyun and Zhou Xiaoping's calculation results. That's it. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. Wei Ten, who was comparing the data, suddenly frowned, glanced at Suyun and Zhou Xiaoping, then turned to Academician Pan and said, "Mr. Pan, including my personal calculation results, there are a total of 8 sets of data in the background. According to the comparison of similar values, 7 of them have the same results, 1 has obvious differences, and this abnormal data comes from Academician Zhou's group." Chapter 456. There is an old saying among you people. The abnormal data comes from Academician Zhou's group. As Wei Ten said this, the entire press conference site suddenly became silent, and the audience could hear a pin drop. On the podium, Academician Pan's originally polite smile also became stiff in an instant. After a moment, buzzing, a low whisper sounded without warning in all directions of the scene, which looked like 2,000 vibrators vibrating. Some people were surprised. Some people questioned. Some people were watching the show. Some people were ecstatic. Christine blew a playful whistle, Lu Chaoyong clenched his fists, and Hao Xingyun's eyes showed a trace of anxiety for the first time. At the same time, in the live broadcast room that had previously been swiped with 666 barrage, a question mark floated again. Some more extreme users couldn't help but start to spray unfriendly words. If it weren't for the platform's built-in filtering, it's possible that someone would start to spray dirty words at this time. Mentioned earlier. With a Pangu particle, a dark matter result, as a backstop, the Academy of Sciences can basically sit on the diaoyote during the calculation of the Pluto particle, without worrying about overturning. But it should be noted that the description used in this sentence is only basically, not completely or 100%. That is to say, in terms of probability, there is a certain possibility of accidents in the Academy of Sciences. And this possibility is that everyone on the scene deduced the result correctly, and only the Academy of Sciences made a major mistake. It's just that the probability of this happening is very small, and it can even be said to be infinitely close to zero because this level of derivation requires a large number of preset parameters in many aspects. If one or even several of the parameters are calculated incorrectly, it is indeed possible. But the problem is that if these parameters are wrong, Zhou Xiaoping will not be able to generate a self-consistent result. That is, in the entire experimental process, there are theoretically only two situations: either there is a problem with the parameters, and the two people can't do anything after tinkering for a long time, and the screen with data interruption displays 404 or error. Or a result is successfully obtained, and everyone is happy to watch the final verification. Let's give another example that is easier to understand. It's like you provide 10 people with exactly the same computer parts, and then let them sit in a row to assemble the computer. During the assembly process, due to lack of expertise, some people may not fix the memory stick properly, or some may connect the wrong data cable or power supply. But no matter what kind of mistake it is, the consequence is that the computer cannot boot normally. But what is the current situation of Zhou Xiaoping and others? It is equivalent to the power supply being connected normally, and the computer is also started normally, but what pops up is not the Windows system, but the host screen of the subber, and a Super Mario is jumping in front of you. This is quite outrageous, and it can even be said to be a bit challenging to cognition. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoping, who was beside Su Yun, stepped forward and asked Wei Teng, Mr. Wei Teng, are you sure you didn't read the data wrong? Wei Teng shook his head and pointed to the data terminal in front of him and said, Mr. Zhou, I am willing to use my reputation and personality to guarantee that I didn't read any symbols wrong, Mr. Zhou, if you have any objection to my judgment, you can come and check it yourself. Although Wei Teng's tone of denial was quite firm, his face was not very good. After all, this is the home court of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the group representing the Academy of Sciences has run into trouble again. Although Wei Teng dared to swear that this matter had nothing to do with him, and the Academy of Sciences would not be stupid enough to put the blame on him, human beings are social and emotional creatures. Even if Wei Teng himself had nothing to do with the calculation process, he would be affected to some extent if something really happened. In recent years, the status of the Chinese physics community has been rising year by year. If you offend the Chinese Academy of Sciences like this, it will obviously be your loss. Of course. Since the incident has already happened, you can only take it one step at a time. At this time, Zhou Xiaoping's face was much uglier than Wei Teng's, but after all, he was a person who had seen big storms, so he could still stay sober. He walked quickly to Wei Teng's side, put his head in front of the data terminal, and looked at the data seriously. Although Wei Teng dared to say the above words basically represented certain results, for Zhou Xiaoping, the person involved, it was obviously impossible to surrender without looking at anything. He was from Gaoyao, not Gaol. At the same time, Old Yang, Higgs and others also stood beside Zhou Xiaoping and checked the data with him. As for Su Yun, in front of these Nobel Prize winners or even Nobel Prize level bigwigs, he, a small transparent person, could only stand aside and act as a mascot. Although he could not see the specific data, Su Yun had a vague guess in his heart at this time. At this time, Dirichlet's thinking card had not yet expired. With a blessing of this bigwig's vision, Su Yun's mind turned rapidly again. Could it be that his previous premonition was true? A total of 8 pages were displayed on the data terminal, corresponding to the calculation results of the 8 groups. These calculation results are not scattered formulas, but Fermi surface information constructed by parameters. After all, the Fermi surface is called surface, but just like there is no wife in the wife cake, no husband and wife in the husband and wife lung slices, and no update in the daily update of 30,000, the Fermi surface is not a real surface. Therefore, the data terminal simulated is not a 3D image, but a statistical column similar to a spectrum, which contains some data that can feed back the Fermi surface. For example, the lambda level. This is the decomposition of electron energy into unidirectional kinetic energy plus a simple harmonic energy, and it is only related to 2 quantum numbers kz and v. In this energy level framework, the free electron energy can be divided into magnetic subbands by a continuous curve, which is a very important data. Another example is the positive value of the cross-section. This is also one of the few common concepts between the Fermi surface of particle physics and the Fermi surface of semiconductors, and is related to degeneracy. However, the Fermi surface of semiconductors will undergo a macroscopic change in properties, called the de Haas-Van Alphen effect, while particle physics is limited to the density range. In addition, there are also particle occupation states, particle distribution functions, peaks of spectral functions, etc. I still use the previous computer assembly as an example. The formulas calculated by Su Yun and Zhou Xiaoping before are equivalent to the hardware used in the assembly process, that is, data cables, power cables, solid-state hard drives, etc. The Fermi surface data displayed on the terminal at this time is equivalent to the computer configuration analyzed by Master Lu, or 360. For example, the graphics card is 750T, the hard drive is 120G, etc. Both feed back the computer performance, but compared with a previous assembly process, the content on the data terminal is obviously more intuitive. Phase change constant 53.456 inches. M point is above band covariate 2.55554 plus or minus 0.004 inches. As Zhou Xiaoping looked at the data line by line, his brows gradually frowned. As expected. Compared with the other 8 groups of data, including Wei 10, the group he and Su Yun are in, let's call it the Academy of Sciences group. The data fed back by the Academy of Sciences group does have obvious discrepancies. However, these discrepant data seem a bit weird to Zhou Xiaoping. Because some of the data are normal and consistent with the data of the same name in the other 8 groups. For example, phase change constants, particle distribution functions, etc. But some of the data are completely different, completely 2 types. You can even say 2 orders of magnitude. The concept of magnitude may sound a bit common, but if you use examples from life to explain it, the perception may be a little different. The mathematical expression of order of magnitude is 10 to a certain power, that is, at least 10 times. Generally speaking, an adult and a mobile phone, if you don't consider the volume but the height, they differ by exactly 1 order of magnitude. In reality, the common height of an average adult is about 150 to 190 centimeters. Occasionally, there are some tall or short people like Yao Ming or Pandora, but it is impossible for someone to be more than 10 centimeters taller. In other words, this kind of error in magnitude is normally impossible to occur within a certain framework. What had also puzzled Zhou Xiaoping was that in addition to the obvious difference in magnitude, these errors or abnormal data were derived by both Su Yun and himself, which means that the difference was not caused by the mistakes of one party. But the probability of both of them making mistakes at the same time is not very high, to be honest. The reason has been explained above. If there is really a problem with the data, theoretically this computer should not be able to run. And just when Zhou Xiaoping was puzzled, An Sijilin beside him suddenly exclaimed, pointed at a line on the screen and said, "Huh? Look, what's going on? Zhou, didn't you calculate from the finite angle vector rotation?" Zhou Xiaoping had studied abroad in his early years and had a high level of English. He nodded subconsciously and answered in fluent English, "That's right, our group did not consider the finite angle vector rotation. The starting point is the matrix of the rotation operator around the y-axis. As a result, before the last word element was finished, Zhou Xiaoping suddenly realized something and his expression froze. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly said sorry to Sijilin and returned to the screen of the data terminal to look at the data again. Matrix element, more than 10 seconds passed. Zhou Xiaoping's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. So that's it. He felt a little strange just now. Why did the abnormal data include both him and Su Yun, and were mainly distributed in some intervals containing operators? It turned out that when they chose the coupling basis and prepared to connect the vectors, the direction they chose was not the finite angle vector rotation. It is the matrix element of the rotation operator around the y-axis. As we all know, vector rotation with a finite angle. This is a very common concept or application in particle physics, involving the relationship between angular momentum and rotation. For the rotation of a scalar function in a general sense, the angular momentum operator plays the role of a generator, and then we only need to use group theory to consider the rotation function field. Just like now people often use QQ widget instead of YY or TT for voice, it is a choice after multiple group optimizations. The difficulty of the matrix element of the rotation operator around the y-axis, or around a certain limited axis, is much more complicated. Because it contains not only small angular displacements, but also angular displacements in other scenarios. The small angular displacement is a vector, but the angular displacement space is a connected subgroup of the orthogonal matrix I group. That is, the angular displacement does not satisfy vector addition. In other words, the small angular displacement is the Lie algebra of angular displacement, and the scope of discussion is different. So although the matrix element of the rotation operator around a certain limited axis will be more accurate under many conditions, most people will still choose the simpler finite angle vector rotation because the latter is applicable to all known particles. That is to say, the so-called accuracy of the former is actually meaningless. In fact, at the beginning, Zhou Xiaoping also considered using the vector rotation of a limited angle as the entry point. After all, this is a very routine operation. But what surprised Zhou Xiaoping was that Su Yun proposed the idea of rotating the matrix element of the operator around the y-axis. Since their conversation was broadcast live to the outside world, and Su Yun's idea was in another direction but equally feasible, Zhou Xiaoping chose to go with the flow. Unexpectedly, it was this change in the entry direction that led to such a huge error in the entire result. Thinking of this, the next thought that came to Zhou Xiaoping's mind was not that he had lost face, but how to save Su Yun? After all, once this happened, Su Yun would inevitably be pushed to the forefront. At that time, the degree of pressure from public opinion would even far exceed the previous smear incident. This is not Zhou Xiaoping's random thought, but there is a precedent to follow. The last athlete who had a highlight performance like Su Yun today and then had an accident at home was an athlete named LX. This is a well-known figure who does not need any introduction, and is also an important case in the history of China's cyberbullying. The internet in 2023 is much more developed than in 2008. Any person may collapse in an instant and his filter will be shattered. Zhou Xiaoping himself is not worried about cyberbullying. First, his information confidentiality is very high. Second, he does not often go online. Third, he has come from that special era, and the pressure of public opinion is nothing to him. But Su Yun is different. Su Yun is still young, and his potential is so high that Zhou Xiaoping is amazed. If the mentality is affected by public opinion, even Marie Curie, who was once glorious, could not bear the pressure of public opinion after her relationship with Liang Ziyuan was exposed. She ran to a monastery in Guilin hid for 14 months before she survived the storm, and left a mental illness that was difficult to cure for a lifetime. And teacher Zhu Jun. Because of the deliberate slander of certain forces, in just a few years, he was haggard as if he had changed a person. Not long ago, he was vindicated, but no one cared how many bowls he ate. These examples of big names in their respective fields are like this, not to mention Su Yun. But the question is, how can I protect Su Yun? Take all the responsibility on myself? If the public can believe this approach, it will definitely work. But the content of Su Yun's communication with me was public at that time, and I did not show much guidance in that process. Or just say that this is a preset script? The feasibility does not seem high. Just when Zhou Xiaoping was a little irritated, suddenly, a broken blower-like voice sounded beside him. Mr. Zhou, it seems that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has some problems with the selection of personnel this time. It's really a pity. Zhou Xiaoping looked over. Sure enough. At this time, Suzuki Atsuto was standing with his hands behind his back, shaking his head, and looking at the screen of the data terminal with regret. Seeing Zhou Xiaoping looking at him, Suzuki Atsuto grinned at him again. Mr. Zhou, you don't have to be too sad. After all, the most important quality for us who do scientific research is to be able to accept reality. For example, there is an old saying in your country, called Zixi material wei zhengji, am I right? Suzuki Atsuto used Chinese for the last sentence, and his smile was so bright that even a piece of vegetable leaf on his back molars could be seen clearly. After all, this old bastard was depressed for the entire press conference, and he thought that he would lose face completely today. But what he didn't expect was that Zhou Xiaoping and Su Yun, the old and the young, actually gave him such a good opportunity to fight back at the end of the press conference. Indeed, his words had some meaning of adding insult to injury, and he might receive a lot of criticism after the conference, even including in Japan. But he was a person who was about to go to the grave to meet Abe, and he was a clown at the press conference. Why should he care about these things now? Just ridicule him. Thinking of this, Suzuki Atsuto realized something again and turned to look at Su Yun on the side. In a sense, Zhou Xiaoping's situation is somewhat similar to his own. He has reached the point where he does not need to care too much about public opinion. But Su Yun is different. Judging from the ability he showed today, his potential is comparable to that of Ueda Masahito of Tokyo University in Japan. No, it is even several times higher than that of Ueda Masahito. Ueda Masahito was far from being so outstanding at Su-Yun's age. If he can give this young man a hard kick, he can at least try his best to stop the loss. So Suzuki Atsuto coughed lightly and asked Su-Yun, Mr. Su, have you read this result yourself? Su-Yun nodded. I read part of it. How do you feel? I removed most of the non-rich term operators, but kept some. I think keeping some of the rich term operators will let me know that you are calculating vector connection. Is it intentional or accidental? Intentional. Suzuki Atsuto. Chapter 457. The clown is actually me? Near the data terminal. Seeing Su-Yun confidently saying the word deliberately, a big question mark suddenly appeared on Suzuki Atsuto's face. This unlucky kid doesn't play by the rules? But soon, Suzuki Atsuto came back to his senses from his surprise, and he laughed out of anger, staring at Su-Yun, deliberately. Su-sen, that means you didn't use your perfect spectrum, and deliberately took the eigenvector square root of the operator. Su-Yun nodded. Yes. Suzuki Atsuto silently rolled his eyes. He thought that the Japanese's remarks when discharging nuclear wastewater were shameless enough, but he didn't expect to meet someone with a thicker skin today. Why? Just because you want to show off. Hearing this, Joe Xiaoping on the other side of Suzuki Atsuto's face suddenly changed, and subconsciously prepared to interrupt. After all, if Su-Yun continued to talk, then when the responsibility was finalized, he would not be able to save himself. Suzuki Atsuto, this old bastard, really has evil intentions. However, before he could finish his words, Joe Xiaoping felt someone tugging at his clothes. He turned his head and found that Mr. Yang had come to a blind spot beside him. After meeting Joe Xiaoping's gaze, Mr. Yang whispered to him, Zio Zhou, let Zio Su continue. Joe Xiaoping frowned and a trace of anxiety appeared on his face, but Mr. Yang, this way Zio Su has no room for explanation at all. Joe Xiaoping didn't finish his words, but saw Mr. Yang waving his hand at him again, interrupting the second half of his words. After a while, perhaps worried that Joe Xiaoping was confused, Mr. Yang hesitated for a moment, but still added a sentence, Zio Zhou, how do you know the data calculated by Zio Su must be wrong? Joe Xiaoping was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to refute that this is not an obvious thing. After all, the leaders of the other 8 groups are either Nobel Prize winners or uncrowned kings like Witten, and there are also ultimate great figures like Higgs. Even the worst ones are quasi-Nobel Prize winners like Suzuki Atsuto. So you say that Su-Yun's answer is correct, and the other 8 teams are wrong? How is this possible? But after the emotional thinking appears, it is followed by the rational thinking of a scientific researcher. Indeed, judging from the current magnitude between the enemy and us, the Academy of Sciences group is undoubtedly an absolute minority. But if we analyze it theoretically, suddenly, Joe Xiaoping's eyes became a little vague. He thought of a possibility, the only possibility that fits the current situation. But the probability of that possibility is really too low. And Joe Xiaoping's thinking just happened to cut off his possibility of stopping Su-Yun. Su-Yun pondered for a moment and shook his head at Suzuki Atsuto, showing off? Mr. Suzuki, you misunderstood. How could I show off in such an occasion? It's just that in the previous calculation process, I found a serious problem. It was prompted by this problem that I chose another idea. What problem? The pseudo-vector values of a finite angle vector rotation in a certain range do not conform to the superposition commutative law. Puff. After hearing Su-Yun's explanation, Suzuki Atsuto finally couldn't help laughing, and he was as happy as Kennedy in a convertible. Su-Mian, do you know what you are talking about? Doesn't conform to the superposition commutative law. The accuracy of finite angle vector rotation in terms of vector connection has been tested for decades. Any current particle, even the Pangu dark matter discovered by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, also conforms to the corresponding model in the experiment just now. I don't deny that in some scenarios, the matrix elements of the rotation operator around a limited axis will indeed be more refined, but this kind of precision is meaningless, not to mention that it still has many unsolved links. It is a method that may really cause problems. Hearing this, many scholars around nodded. Just as Suzuki Atsuto said, in the current physics research, vector rotation of limited angles is a common way to construct the basis, and the degree of fit covers all known particles. It is simple and reliable, and has never made any mistakes. The matrix elements of the rotation operator around the limited axis are indeed more accurate, but this so-called accuracy is really not very meaningful. More importantly, the physics community has not yet thoroughly studied the perturbation basis constructed by the matrix elements of the rotation operator around the limited axis. Because the concept of full angular momentum is too broad. Friends who have studied mechanics know that angular momentum is one of the three major conserved quantities in classical mechanics. But if you ask why angular momentum is conserved, I guess fewer people know. In fact, the reason for the conservation of angular momentum is very simple. The rotational symmetry of space is the real reason for the conservation of angular momentum. That is, each continuous symmetry corresponds to a conserved quantity. So more strictly speaking, it is to define the conserved quantity corresponding to the rotational symmetry of space as angular momentum. In other words, as a microdifferential operator of a space rotation group, angular momentum can generate all space rotation transformations. So different fields correspond to different angular momentum operators. Take the spinor field as an example. Calculations of the spinor field show that its angular momentum can be written in the form of J equals L plus Greek letter sigma 2. Among them, L is the orbital angular momentum, and Greek letter sigma 2 is called the spin of the particle corresponding to the spinor field. In the particle stationary system, calculating the eigenvalue of the J operator shows that the eigenvalue is plus or minus 1/2. This means that the spin of the particle corresponding to the spinor field is 1/2. Since the anti-commutation relation is used when the spinor field is quantized, the particles with spin 1/2 corresponding to the spinor field satisfy the Fermi-Dirac statistics, so those particles are also called fermions. Yes, this is why the spin of fermions is half on 36 quarks and 12 leptons, including electrons and neutrinos. Among the 61 basic particles are such fermions. 36 plus 12 equals 48. Similarly, the angular momentum of the vector field is also calculated, which also includes the spin term, and the vector field can be obtained. The 12 particles that transmit interactions among the 61 basic particles are such spin 1 particles, including photons that transmit electromagnetic interactions, 8 gluons that transmit strong interactions, and 2 W particles and 1 Z particle that transmit weak interactions. 1 plus 8 plus 3 equals 12. The calculation of the scalar field will find that it has no spin, corresponding to the spin 0 particle. The last particle discovered among the 61 basic particles, the Higgs particle, is such a particle. You see, at present, all basic particles have a direct mathematical connection with the angular momentum operator. In a more naive way, the matrix element of the rotation operator around the limited axis is to touch the mystery of the origin of the world. For example, Mr. Yang mentioned earlier that the field quantity should be regarded as a wave function rather than a coordinate operator. Don't think this idea is just a simple sentence. In fact, after it is completely summarized as a mechanism, it is at least a paper at the level of the main journal of science. Let's take another example. The amount of water a person can drink in one breath is limited. Even in the case of extreme thirst, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters of mineral water are almost enough. The vector rotation of a limited angle is equivalent to such mineral water. The matrix element of the rotation operator around a limited axis is a 10-liter bucket. The volume of a 10-liter bucket is obviously larger than that of a mineral water bottle, but for the amount of drinking for a single person at a time, the large volume of the bucket is actually meaningless. On the contrary, because of the large volume and heavy weight, the physical strength consumed by carrying a bucket is more than that of mineral water. Therefore, compared with the vector rotation of a limited angle, the matrix element of the rotation operator around a limited axis is extremely low in cost performance. Then Suzuki Atsudo took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and pretended to be curious. Oh? The pseudo-vector values in a certain range do not conform to the superposition commutative law. In that case, Su sang, can you find the range with a problem? Suzuki Atsudo's purpose was just to force Su Yun to a point where he could not retreat. Unexpectedly, Su Yun nodded readily. No problem. When tk is greater than 6, the constraint condition is greater than 7 Greek letter phi, and the antisymmetric tensor is not 0, you will get a massive vector field with a spin of 1/2 instead of 1, and the Lagrangian will have an additional negative sign in form. Suzuki Atsudo was stunned for a moment, and his mind subconsciously reacted, is this guy bluffing? With such a dense amount of calculation, he can still find a specific range? How is this possible? Anton Salinger, who was next to Suzuki Atsudo, reacted faster. He stepped to the side of the data terminal and carefully compared the data. tk is greater than 6, constraint is greater than 7, KG field, total antisymmetric tensor is non-zero. Salinger input the data quickly, and a few seconds later, he frowned. Although there is not enough computing time, the mass vector field spin mentioned by Su-Yun cannot be calculated for a while. But for him, a top quantum physics master in the world, the form of the Lagrangian is not difficult to judge. Based on a simple analysis, he can roughly judge that the Lagrangian is indeed more negative in form. This negative sign is not a purely mathematical negative number, but refers to negative energy. Actually, there is nothing wrong with simply negative energy. There are some examples in theoretical situations that can have negative energy. For example, in the Casimir effect, when two uncharged metal plates are very close to each other, the suction force that appears comes from the energy difference between the vacuum inside and outside the plates. And the vacuum between the plates has negative energy. But the problem is that what is being constructed is a vector field. There is a slightly literary saying in particle physics to describe the concept of vector field, which is, energy is not limited to the bottom, E has a lower bound, but no upper bound. That is, the situation of a vector field with negative energy is not necessarily wrong, but it needs to be corrected, such as obtaining a point with lower potential energy by translating the field, so as to obtain the real dynamic field equation, etc. That is, this is a field that needs to be optimized. More importantly, in the calculation process of the KG field, if you want the energy to be negative, then there is only one situation: the space vector part is zero, and only the time component is retained. In this way, it will cause problems with the L equation and Hamiltonian density, and the Lorentz invariance will also be affected, which will eventually cause problems with the entire framework. In other words, in the situation described by Su-Yun, the pseudo-vector value does have the possibility of not conforming to the superposition commutative law. Of course, if you want to really hammer it, further calculations are needed. Thinking of this, Salinger could not help but turn his head to look at Su-Yun, re-examining his nominal disciple, and then said to T. Hooft, who had come back to his side, "Gerald, you have the best math skills among us, thank you for your help." Without further ado, T. Hooft understood his idea. "Okay, leave it to me." After that, the big man with a huge bald spot on his forehead picked up a pen and quickly did the calculation. The spin of a massive vector field belongs to the category of quantized calculation, and the core is the plane wave solution of the L equation. Then, by verifying that the z-axis is parallel to the momentum direction to verify the completeness relationship, the three polarization vectors are quantized under the commutative conditions, and the spin of a massive vector field can be easily calculated. Swish, swish, swish. Since the data is complete, T. Hooft's calculation is very fast. It only took a few minutes. He paused, raised his head and gave Salinger an ambiguous look, then turned to Witten and said, "Edward, Sue's statement is correct. According to our thinking, the vector field spin is calculated to be 1/2. In an instant, the surroundings were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The cameraman on the scene cleverly zoomed in and captured the expressions of each big shot at this time. Surprise, confusion, doubt, anger. Scholars from different camps all had different expressions on their faces at this time. The dozens of lines above have said that the fields of elementary particles discovered in the physics community at present are only three types: scalar field, spinor field, and vector field, and they are all fields that satisfy Lorentz symmetry. The spinor field corresponds to particles with spin 1/2, that is, 48 kinds of fermions. The vector field corresponds to particles with spin 1, that is, 12 kinds of bosons. In other words, the spin value of the vector field that can be described must be 1, and it can never be 1/2. Let's take the starting point boutique badge mentioned earlier as an example. The average subscription requirement for the boutique badge is 3,000 average subscriptions, that is, only books with an average subscription of more than 3,000 can enter the boutique library. In other words, a book with an average subscription of 400 cannot have a boutique badge, nor can it be retrieved by the boutique library. A boutique is greater than or equal to 3,000 average subscriptions, otherwise it is not a boutique. This is an iron rule, not only an iron rule of the database, but also a concept that exists in the reader's cognition. At this time, what T. Hooft found was equivalent to finding a novel with an average subscription of 400 in the boutique channel. In this case, either there is a problem with the eyes, or there is an error in the framework program of the index book. This situation is combined with the current reality, that is, including Witten, The frameworks calculated by the other 8 groups of personnel do not conform to the characteristics of Pluto particles. Not only 't Hooft realized this, but also David Gross, Nima, and Suzuki Atsuto. Gulu, the top boss from Neon, swallowed hard, and saw several cameras turning their lenses towards him. Although there was no physical attack, he truly felt what it meant to be like a thorn in the back. All the ridicule he had directed at Su-Yun before was now reflected back at him. Clown, it was me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A row of fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on Suzuki Atsuto's forehead. This old bastard who looked like he could die at any time began to think rapidly. After a few seconds, he suddenly thought of something, and the decibel of his voice increased a lot. Wait. Mathematics is mathematics after all. Maybe the particle still obeys the vector rotation basis of a finite angle at a physical level. There is a precedent for this situation. For example, the four-dimensional line element of mass in electrodynamics is like this. After introducing certain variations, it still conforms to the mathematical formula. Who can guarantee that the particle will not be like this? Suzuki Atsuto's words aroused the approval of many people at the scene. Some of these people are unwilling to lose face and admit failure in a sloppy manner. Some simply agree with Suzuki Atsuto's statement. After all, the development history of mathematics and physics is, in some sense, the history of their respective optimization and self-consistency. Even in 2023, many physical phenomena still cannot be fully explained by mathematics, such as quantum collapse. As mentioned before, any physical phenomenon can eventually be described and explained by mathematics, but the note of this explanation may be very long. It may be decades ago. It may be decades later. It may be today. It may also be the next chapter. Ahem, tomorrow. So putting aside the political color and character, what Suzuki Atsuto said does make some sense. At the current level of human mathematical development, pure mathematics cannot determine everything. First discovering the anomaly, and then optimizing and introducing the anomaly point is the norm in many cases. See the situation. Witten couldn't help but glance at Suzuki Atsuto. So Mr. Suzuki, what you mean is, Suzuki Atsuto looked back at him and waved his hand vigorously, as if to encourage himself. The Fermi surface data of the Academy of Sciences group and our other 8 groups are different, which means that the theoretical energy levels of particles must be different, so I think we can first determine the theoretical energy levels of particles under the 2 frameworks. And then see at which energy level we can capture the particle. Chapter 458 Impossible Values. See at which energy level we can capture that particle. When Suzuki Atsuto said this, his face even revealed a hint of ruthlessness. It was as if a gene buried in his blood was turned on. If someone compares the photos of war criminal Suzuki Kihisa at this time, they will find that the fierce expressions of the two are just like one person. The only difference from Suzuki Kihisa is that Suzuki Atsuto can no longer kill people wantonly on this land like his ancestors. After Suzuki Atsuto proposed this idea, the chubby Nima beside him changed his face for a moment, gritted his teeth decisively, and raised his hand first. I agree with Mr. Suzuki's idea. Unlike other bigwigs at the scene, Nima, who is only 42 years old now, is in a period of rapid rise in scientific research status. And his research field is not a pure theoretical field like Witten. He has also made great achievements in the reduction theory of particle field. Many people think that he may become the second Leo James Rainwater, bringing great changes to theoretical physics. That is to say, his research direction is more likely to achieve actual results and win the Nobel Prize than Witten. But because of Nima's special background, this can be seen from his last name. In addition to his achievements, he needs a lot of brilliant resumes to win the Nobel Prize. This kind of implicit racial discrimination has become more and more common in the scientific research circle in recent years, especially after Comrade Jiang Guo came to power. He forced many talents back. This is why Nima often appears in major lectures and press conferences in recent years. But if there is a problem with the calculation process of the Pluto particle today, then Nima's resume will have a huge stain. Although this stain is a bit embarrassing for Higgs, 't Hooft and others, it will not affect their status too much. After all, they won the Nobel Prize first. But for Nima, a junior, the negative impact will be very big. Suppose that one year Nima has obtained results of similar value to others, and the Nobel Prize is 50-50 for everyone, then the stain will probably directly lead to the tilt of the scale. Because this is the home court of the Academy of Sciences. You can fail in Europe, you can fail in Australia, and you can even fail in Africa. But it cannot fail in Asia, or more precisely, in China. So after Suzuki Atsuto proposed the idea of determining the energy level to retrieve particles, Nima was the first to agree. This is his last chance. If the energy level data and physical phenomena can support the calculation results of him and several others, then at most there are some unoptimized loopholes in the mathematical parameters. That is, due to some unknown reason, the physical results are inconsistent with the mathematical calculations. In this way, everyone can end it calmly except the Academy of Sciences. This should be the most ideal result, and all parties are happy. But if the physical results support the calculation results of the Academy of Sciences group, then this press conference will become the Academy of Sciences' real stepping stone to the gods. And Nima and the rest will become dry bones under the steps. Thinking of this, Nima's round body trembled subconsciously a few times. If this is true, it would be terrible. While Nima was lost in thought, several other bigwigs also agreed with Suzuki Atsuto's idea. Of course, the reason for their choice was not as realistic as Nima's. It was more out of the exploration of the truth. This was not to say that they were open-minded, but because of their status, they did not need to consider the problems that Nima was worried about. After reaching a consensus, Witten walked to the edge of the data center and began to calculate the energy level of the particle. The concept of energy level generally describes the energy generated when particles collide, and the feedback of this value on the property is its mass. This can be easily seen from the units used to describe particles. The mass of a particle is generally measured in MeV, which is millions of electron volts, read as mega-electron volts. It is an energy unit and a mass unit. For example, when we describe the energy level of a particle collision, we use MeV, and when we describe the mass of the particle, we still use MeV. Just like describing the readers, we can say that the readers are 180 centimeters tall, or we can say that you are 18 centimeters long. As for MeV, it is GeV, which is 1 billion electron volts. 1 GeV is equal to 1000 MeV. As we all know, generally speaking, the first principles cannot be used to calculate the mass of particles. It is actually very difficult to predict the mass of particles by theory. But on the other hand, since it is difficult, it means that although the probability of this matter is very low, it is not zero. In fact, up to now, among the elementary particles, there are indeed two kinds of particles whose masses are predicted by theory. They are W and Z bosons. The whole calculation process was derived by Weinberg, who converted the vacuum expectation value of the particle and the two-weak interaction coupling strengths into two experimentally measurable parameters, the Fermi constant Gf, and the weak mixing angle, and finally obtained the masses of the two particles. At present, the previous research has also made a breakthrough in the calculation of hadron mass, but there has been no authoritative consensus on the intrinsic mass, and the controversy is still relatively large. Considering that the following content involves the concept of energy level, here is a simple popular science. In the current particle model, the mass of the electron is 0.551 MeV, which is considered a relatively light particle. The positively charged proton is 938.3 MeV, and the uncharged neutron is 939.6 MeV. Protons and neutrons are not elementary particles either, but are composed of quarks and gluons through strong interactions. At low energy, protons and neutrons can be regarded as composite particles composed of three-component quarks. Protons are 2 up quarks and 1 down quark, and neutrons are 1 up quark and 2 down quarks. The masses of up quarks and down quarks are also similar, 3 MeV and 5 MeV respectively, and some models will increase to 10 MeV at most. Seeing this, some students may feel strange. That's not right. In terms of proportion, quarks only account for 2% of the mass of protons, and gluons have no mass. So why do textbooks say that protons are made up of quarks? The reason is very simple. The quark mass here is called the flow quark mass, that is, the mass obtained by quarks after the electroweak symmetry is broken. In strong interactions, quarks will obtain an effective mass that is very large compared to the flow mass, also called the component mass. The effective mass of up and down quarks is about 300 MeV. And the 3 up and down quarks add up to nearly 900 MeV, which is the weight of neutrons and protons. If you feel that this concept is a bit brain-consuming, it doesn't matter. It took several years for the big names in the physics community to accept this concept. If you round it up, you are equivalent to the top big names in the physics community. In addition to quarks, The masses of muons and tau particles are 106 MeV and 1.78 GeV respectively. These two particles can easily decay into electrons and neutrinos. The mass of the Higgs particle is 125 GeV, and the masses of the propagators W and Z of the electroweak interaction are 80 and 91 GeV respectively. Okay, let's return to the original point. In short, the Fermi surface data calculated by several groups before were prepared for this stage. Therefore, at this step, the calculation process does not require manual intervention. I saw Whitton input the data with ease, and Higgs and others assisted in the verification. The width of the QT state is less than 2 MeV. The summation rule of the internal quark distribution function is the summation rule of 0,1 x equals 2. The upper order coefficient of the flow mass is 0.888 inches quack. The Aurora system's calculation algorithm for particle mass is the same as Weinberg's, that is, a model is constructed through the Fermi surface data, and then the mathematical values are corrected into specific results. Take building a house as an example. The Fermi surface data calculated by Su Yun and his team before is cement, and now the Aurora system is equivalent to a bricklayer. The bricklayer's job is to build a house with cement and bricks, and the final shape of the house is the mass of the particle. Note, theoretical mass. At this moment, with the discovery of the turning point, the original criticism of Su Yun or the Academy of Sciences on major platforms has also decreased a lot. Of course, this is only a temporary situation. Once the experiment proves that Suzuki Atsuto and his team's data are correct, these trolls will set off a carnival again. Beep, beep. 5 minutes later, the data terminal displayed the particle masses calculated by the other 8 groups except the Academy of Sciences group, 11.4514 GeV. This is a standard value, not too high or too low. Among the existing subatomic particles, it can probably be ranked more than 300, and there are many particles heavier or lighter than it. Although the mass of a particle has no direct relationship with whether the particle exists or not, a standard number is obviously more reassuring. Then Whitton entered the data of the Academy of Sciences group again. This time, the calculation time of the Aurora system was a little longer. After more than 10 minutes, it displayed the result, 923.8 GeV. After the data appeared, the scene was silent for a few seconds, and then a buzzing whisper sounded again. Suzuki Atsuto, who was standing in the first row, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this, 923.8 GeV ha. Koume-nasai. Although Nima beside him didn't show any obvious expression, his expression was obviously much more relaxed. Indeed, after calculating the corresponding particle energy level, it is necessary to capture it through experiments to determine the authenticity of the value. But on the other hand, as mentioned above, although it is difficult for the physics community to do specific mass calculations at present, it is much easier to lock the range of position particles. For example, the Higgs particle. Before the Higgs particle was officially captured, the physics community roughly deduced its mass range, lower limit 117.4 GeV, upper limit 132.6 GeV. Therefore, a particle, even if it is an undiscovered particle, must follow basic rules and certain properties. The heaviest particle so far was discovered in 2019, when the Atlas detector recorded a collision with a top quark weighing 173.1 plus or minus 2.1 GeV. This is also the heaviest particle to date. Therefore, a particle with a mass of more than 300 or even 923.8 GeV is too challenging to the existing physical cognition. At the same time, looking at the huge number on the screen, Carlo Rubbia, head of CERN in the 4th row of the press conference, suddenly twitched his facial muscles. This number vaguely evoked some of his not-so-good memories. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Never Learned a Lesson. At this moment, as the general manager of CERN, Carlo Rubbia's mood is a little subtle. If time could go back a week ago, he would never make the decision to come to the CAS press conference. Well, absolutely not. First of all, what he said at the CERN press conference last week was really a bit full of confidence. He turned his words against the chemical laboratory into the whole of Asia, and he refused to change his mind. After confirming that the CAS had discovered dark matter particles, people around would occasionally cast playful glances. John Ellis, who had the axe just now, even sent him a text message, asking him how well he liked the axe to be chewed, and whether he wanted butter or sea salt. What he didn't expect was that the previous incident hadn't passed yet, and the Academy of Sciences came up with a value of 923.8 GeV. This hit Carlo Rubbia's pain point again. Just at this moment, a little old man with silver hair and a look similar to German star Thomas Müller, who was sitting on the left-hand side of Carlo Rubbia, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He put his right hand on the armrest of the chair, leaned sideways and said to Carlo Rubbia, 923.8 GeV Rubbia, this number is somewhat similar to the 750 GeV that your CERN measured at the beginning, compared with 750 GeV. 923.8 GeV is just a slight difference between 600,000 and 800,000. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Carlo Rubbia glanced at him unhappily. Kettler, you might as well make your words clearer, there is no need to hide it. Hey, Rubbia, you think too much? Kettler waved his hand, changed to a more comfortable posture, and said cheerfully, it's just that I remembered some interesting memories. Carlo Rubbia snorted coldly and stopped talking. The moment he saw the number 923.8 GeV, he knew that he or CERN would definitely be picked out and whipped. After all, that incident offended too many people. On December 15, 2015, CERN held a press conference. At the conference, CERN announced a piece of news. When they were searching for two-photon decay, they saw an abnormal bulge near 700 GeV. After repeated research, it was confirmed that this was not anything known, that is, it might be a brand new particle. Its mass is about 750 GeV, which is much heavier than the 125 GeV of the Higgs particle. Even in all particle models, this is the heaviest particle. In addition, its statistical significance is about 3 times the standard deviation, and the results obtained by the two collaboration groups combined are about 4 times the standard deviation. What is 4 times the standard deviation? The hard-working students who have worked on the spectrum should know 3 times the standard deviation is called a sign, 3 times or more is called evidence, and 5 times or more can be called a discovery. As for 4 times, strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as a discovery that is more likely to come true. However, CERN has never cared about these things. Their purpose is to like to make big news, and the bigger it is, the more it fits their personality. Although they said, this is just preliminary data, don't believe it too much, they were frantically hinting at the other side. If they really kept a low profile, there would be no point in holding this press conference. So the theoretical physics community ushered in a carnival. Some people think this is a new particle outside the model. Some people think it is a supersymmetric particle. Others firmly believe that this is a new Higgs particle. After all, there is a theory that there may be more than one Higgs particle, and its number may be very large. Then CERN added fuel to the fire, saying that this thing may also be a graviton, that is, the propagator of gravity. In just 1 year, thousands of papers were born in the theoretical physics community, and there are even top scholars or institutions. For example, the weird old man just now. His full name is Wolfgang Kettler, and he is the winner of the 2001 Nobel Prize together with Eric Cornell. At that time, Wolfgang Kettler was undergoing a rectal resection. After hearing the news, he immediately went through the discharge procedures within 3 days and wrote 3 papers based on the results of CERN within a week. There was no other way. Theoretical physics has been lacking results in recent years, or rather, it has been lacking results that can be proven by actual phenomena. So after CERN announced the results, the theoretical physics community suddenly woke up from its dying illness and suddenly discovered new physics. What was unexpected was that 1 year later, with the progress of the two-photon channel spin 2 on Atlas, CERN once again raised its hands and asked everyone to look at it and announced something. Brothers, the 750 GeV signal is fake, it is a statistical fluctuation. Then, everyone should know the development of the story. Or guess it. That's right. The theoretical physics community, which was already miserable, was hung up and beaten again. Although the paper can be withdrawn, the black history cannot be erased. Almost all physicists who have written papers have been labeled as big losers. This is also the reason why Italy and Gaul have made more and more achievements in particle physics in recent years. Many scholars now oppose CERN's dominance. Although CERN has been trying to fill the wounds in the past few years, and some scholars have accepted CERN's apology. But when the Academy of Sciences came up with such a value, many people naturally thought of the accident at CERN. Of course. After all, this is the home of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, so no matter how much resentment there is towards CERN, it is not easy to express too much. You can only look at Carlo Rubbia from time to time. And just when Carlo Rubbia was a little embarrassed, a male voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Professor Rubbia, are you free now?" Carlo Rubbia turned his head and found a yellow-skinned middle-aged man standing next to him. He also knew this person. It was Gao Hongwen, Hao Xingyun's assistant. Hao Xingyun had been sitting next to him before, but he moved to the backstage only after the hacker attack and defense began. So Carlo Rubbia nodded gently and said, "I'm free, what can I do for you?" The middle-aged man leaned over and said to him in a low voice, "Professor Rubbia, our dean invites you." Carlo Rubbia was stunned. "Dean, you mean how?" After getting the other party's affirmative answer, Carlo Rubbia looked around. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, "Okay, please lead the way." After that, Carlo Rubbia stood up and followed Gao Hongwen out of the scene. Seeing this, Wolfgang Kettler next to Carlo Rubbia snorted coldly and withdrew his gaze in dismay. Coward. Although Carlo Rubbia's departure attracted the attention of some people around him, it was not uncommon for participants to leave during such a regular press conference. For example, going to the toilet, or going to the restaurant to fill their stomachs, or going to the toilet to fill their stomachs, etc. So quickly. Everyone quickly put their minds back to where they were. At this moment. What they care more about is another thing, that is, how will USTC end? That's right, it will end. With a farce at CERN in the past, looking at the thousands of people at the scene, except for a few people such as Lu Chaoyong and Zhao Zhongjing, no one has any expectations for the particle mass calculated by the Academy of Sciences. Because in the farce at CERN, the theoretical physics community has given almost all the possible examples. But unfortunately, 99% of these examples have been denied by subsequent ATLAS and CMS cases. In other words, if it is a low-mass particle, for example, more than 30 GeV, more than 50 GeV, then there are still some possibilities. Or if it is a little bigger, for example, breaking 3000 to 5000 GeV, that is, reaching the TeV level, there may be a certain possibility. But at the level of 923.8 GeV, think of this. The 10th row. Christine couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lu Chaoyong beside her and said to him, "Hey, Lu, it seems that you guys are in a bit of trouble this time." Christine was spinning a pen in her hand when she said this, and her tone was a little regretful. She didn't have any obvious preference for the Academy of Sciences or the country of China. What she regretted was Su Yun. As an assistant researcher at Harvard University, she knew too well what kind of impact this incident would have on Su Yun. Christine, who was raised by her mother Lisa Randall since she was a child, had a strong desire to compete with her peers. So after hearing about Su Yun's deeds before and witnessing Su Yun's calculation process with her own eyes, this girl had already regarded Su Yun as a future competitor. But now that this kind of thing happened, Su Yun might not have a future. Looking at Christine with a look of regret, Lu Chaoyong did not express too complicated emotions. He just glanced at the girl lightly, was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Ms. Christine, are you so sure that the Academy of Sciences will lose, isn't it?" Christine shrugged in an American way and said to him, "Since 2016, the range of 700-1000 GeV has been recognized as the Bermuda Triangle of particle physics. No theory can be established in this range. It is impossible to create miracles in this range, although my emotional thinking wants it to come true. My rational thinking tells me that it is impossible. Sorry, Ms. Christine, you got two things wrong." Lu Chaoyong raised his eyelids and glanced at the girl. The other party's sharpness reminded him of an old acquaintance from a long time ago, but later that guy ran away to write online novels. The first thing is that the Bermuda Triangle is actually a scam. The Bermuda Triangle is specifically located in the sea area surrounded by Miami, Bermuda Islands and Puerto Rico. It was actually a military supply point during World War II, with countless planes and ships coming and going. Today, the Bermuda Islands are still one of the world's top 5 ship registration places and 3 major tax havens. It is also a famous tourist destination. Marriott has opened a St. Regis hotel in the Bermuda Islands. The rumor about Bermuda has misled a whole generation or two. This scope is not even limited to China, but covers the whole world. But rumors are rumors after all, and they can't become reality. Christine, then, without waiting for her to react, Lu Chaoyuan raised his second finger. As for the second thing, what you said is that no theory can be established in the 700-1000 GeV range. Christine was stunned. Then she didn't bother to think about Bermuda anymore, and quickly asked Lu Chaoyuan, Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Chaoyuan first glanced at the first row of people who were discussing, and found that the discussion in the front row was still going on, so he said to her, Ms. Christine, I don't know if you know that after Atlas released the paper draft, there is actually a model theory in the range of 700 to 1000 GeV that has not been overturned. To be precise, it is the only theoretical model in existence. Christine was startled again. But this time, she thought for a lot longer. After a full half a minute, her eyes suddenly condensed, and her pupils suddenly dilated a lot. Lu, you mean but how is this possible? Lu Chaoyuan didn't speak, but looked at the first row with a vague expression. Whether it is true or not, there will be a result soon. While Christine was communicating with Lu Chaoyuan, a fierce debate broke out in the first row, even with some anger. Mr. Witten, what kind of double test is needed? Suzuki Atsudo looked at Witten with burning eyes, clenched his fists and waved them in the air, with a very firm attitude. The particle collision of the order of 923.8 GeV requires the collision energy level of TeV. The current hard X-ray field device can only reach 50 GeV, and the synchrotron radiation laboratory of the University of Science and Technology in China can only reach 800 MeV, which is a full 1,000 times worse. If we want to verify the order of 923.8 GeV, only a few institutions in the world can complete it, and the required processing costs are extremely huge, so I think we only need to verify the particle of 11.4514 GeV. Once we find this particle, won't it be possible to prove who is right and who is wrong? Suzuki Atsudo's words have won the approval of many scholars. If in other situations, they may have doubts about Suzuki Atsudo's point of view. But the current situation is different. The joke of CERN in the past has already given the calculation data of the Academy of Sciences a nearly unsolvable dead hammer. Under this precondition, if we can prove that the 11.4514 GeV particle exists, there is really no need to go to great lengths to conduct TeV collision experiments. After all, looking around the world, there are only a handful of accelerators that can reach the high TeV level. That's right. TeV level accelerator. The concept of accelerator must be familiar to everyone. In the original 1850 copy, Su Yun also made a simple electron accelerator. But what is the significance of the accelerator and what is its upper limit of energy level? But few people know it. First of all, the uncertainty principle points out that the position and momentum of a particle cannot be determined at the same time. So to see smaller things, the wavelength of the particles emitted by the light source must be shorter, since the speed of light is equal to the product of wavelength and frequency, and energy is equal to the product of Planck's constant and frequency. Therefore, a shorter particle wavelength means greater energy. In other words, to see small elementary particles clearly, we must use detection particles carrying huge energy to collide. So we need to accelerate the detection particles to very high energy, and the device that can accomplish this task is a particle accelerator. What kind of energy level can detect what kind of particles, and what is their relationship with the fundamental forces? I have only said once that some of the content I wrote is the only one on Kidian or even online. Today is the second time. Interested students can take a pen and paper to understand. First, you can draw an XY axis coordinate on paper. The x-axis is divided into 4 parts, and the microscopic effects of the 4 fundamental forces are marked in order: gravitational coupling mass, strong nuclear force coupling quarks to generate protons and neutrons, electromagnetic force coupling interelectric charge, and radioactive decay caused by weak nuclear force. Draw 4 lines vertically upward for each of these 4 forces. The y-axis is the energy level that can be observed after the particle collision, in units of electron volts, and each 10 to the first power is a grid. That is, 0, 10, 1010 cap 10, 10 cap 11. The energy level of atomic disintegration is 10, that is, 10 to the first power. The energy level of nuclear disintegration is 10 cap 6.5. Then, starting from the 10 cap 9 level, the 2 parallel lines of electromagnetic force and weak nuclear force begin to gradually approach each other. When it reaches the 10 cap 11 level, the 2 lines merge into one. This is the energy level at which electroweak particles can be measured, which means that the electroweak unification theory has been completed. That is, Yang proposed the Yang-Mills theoretical framework, incorporating weak nuclear force and electromagnetic force into this framework, and finally the electroweak unification theory proposed by Glasgow. At the same time, this is also the level that can be achieved by the Large Accelerator Lab at the European Particle Physics Laboratory in Switzerland. Then go up. The next value is 10^12. This is the range that can be achieved by the teraelectronvolt accelerator at Fermilab across the sea. After that is the 10^13 level, which is also a very special level. It is the level of the European Large Hadron Collider LHC. That's right, LHC. The world's highest energy collider at present. This is also the upper limit of the energy level of human collisions at present, 13 TeV. Of course. It's not over yet. Don't forget the forces on the x-axis. After reaching the 10^20 level, the electroweak line, which was originally 2 and 1, will start to move to the left again. That is, the line of the strong nuclear force is bent, but the strong nuclear force is still straight. Then after the order of 10^24, the electroweak line and the strong nuclear force overlap. This is the energy level at which the unification of the strong, weak and electric forces can be directly observed. Note that it is direct observation, not theory. At present, with the efforts of Yang Lao Weinberg and others, these three forces have been unified in theory. That is, the electromagnetic force has been proved to be the result of the exchange of photons, the weak interaction force has been proved to be the result of the exchange of bosons, and the strong interaction force has been proved to be the result of the exchange of gluons. As for the order of magnitude that can be directly observed for the unification of the four forces, the number is 10^28. If a conventional linear accelerator is used, it takes 7 light-years to reach 10^24 eV. Using a wake-wave accelerator requires 4.7 billion kilometers, which is about the same length as the solar accelerator in the three-body problem. Well, the popular science ends here. Is it not too much to ask for some monthly votes for this kind of dry goods? Therefore, for the magnitude of 923.8 GeV, it is indeed more troublesome to prepare. However, the Academy of Sciences obviously would not agree with this plan, so after Suzuki Atsudo spoke, Academician Pan immediately protested, Mr. Suzuki, I don't agree with your statement. When we Chinese discuss something, we often discuss it from the perspective of emotion and reason. From the perspective of emotion, this is the press conference side of the Academy of Sciences. As the host, you shouldn't even give us a chance to rescue, right? From the perspective of reason, although the magnitude of 923.8 GeV is exaggerated, it cannot be said that there is no possibility of successful verification. This is a contempt for the scientific attitude. Hearing what Academician Pan said, Suzuki Atsudo snorted coldly and was about to refute. But when he spoke, Wei Tang expressed his position first. Mr. Pan, Mr. Suzuki, can I say something? Suzuki Atsudo glanced at Academician Pan after hearing this, and his eyes met Academician Pan's for a moment. He was seen holding his hands in front of his chest and expressing his attitude with a relatively stiff posture. Academician Pan was much more restrained than Suzuki Atsudo. He pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Professor Witten, you can say whatever you want. Witten gave him a forced smile. He was actually quite embarrassed at the moment. Mr. Pan, from an outsider's perspective, I think what you and Mr. Suzuki said makes sense. In that case, do you think this will work? We will first verify the 11.4514 GeV level, and finally decide whether to study the 923.8 GeV level based on the specific experimental results. After Witten finished speaking, Academician Pan looked around. He found that except for the Bearman Polyakov, Mr. Yang, and teacher Anton Salinger, who were all kind and concerned, the expressions of many other bigwigs were all wooden. This woodenness has nothing to do with political factors. At the age of Higgs, the political inclinations that should be expressed have long been expressed. Whether it is Higgs or Hutft, they are indeed politically neutral. So they are not hostile to China, but they do not trust China's achievements. Even if the Academy of Sciences has proved the existence of dark matter. This is actually Suzuki Atsudo's idea. He just doesn't believe it. The Academy of Sciences can create such an outrageous particle after discovering dark matter. Do you really think that this kind of nuclear weapon in particle physics can be easily taken out twice? It's impossible, right? Just when Suzuki Atsudo showed his disdain. In the silent first row area, an electronic voice of a marketing account suddenly sounded. On August 6, 1945, Barbecue Master Paul Tibbets first dropped the uranium bomb little boy on Hiroshima. The emperor wanted to surrender, but many generals of the Japanese military did not believe it, thinking that there was only one atomic bomb at most. As a result, 3 days later, another plutonium bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, and then, nothing happened. At the same time, the wife of the well-known war criminal Suzuki Kihisa, and his father Suzuki Jiro, who also killed more than 20 Chinese in the war and was repatriated to Japan with a broken leg, and his brother Suzuki Masaki, who killed many Chinese civilians, took a photo next to the head of martyr Yang Jingao, and was also repatriated because of the loss of his left arm. All died in the Nagasaki nuclear explosion. This story reminds later generations that sometimes, nuclear bombs really explode twice. Not very good news. Body temperature 36.9, cold as gone. I don't know if it is repositive. If Fuyang affects the update, I will return the leader reward from my Alajimu. After all, this classmate rewarded me because I promised to update more. Wait for the result when I wake up tomorrow. I will tell you in the group if there is any situation. Chapter 460, it's just a kid playing around, don't take it too seriously. To be honest, the volume of the electronic sound was not very loud. But it was extremely clear in the quiet first row area at this time. At the same time, because of the simultaneous translation, the Chinese introduction was quickly translated into the native language of the participants. For example, English. For example, Russian. For example, Japanese. After hearing the names of Suzuki Kihisa, Suzuki Jiro, and Suzuki Masashi, the unsuspecting Suzuki Atsuto subconsciously crashed his mind for a few seconds. But soon, this blank was filled with a surge of anger. He turned his head with blazing eyes and looked at the place where the sound came from. At this moment, about 3 meters away from him, Su-Yun was holding a mobile phone in his hand. The sound came from the mobile phone. If you look closely, you can also see part of the black and white picture being played on the screen. At this time, the content of the video has been played to the Imperial Sound Broadcasting of Emperor Hirohito's armistice rescript through the radio. Woof woof woof. Seeing this situation, Suzuki Atsuto finally couldn't bear it anymore and blurted out a Japanese curse, Bajiero, but he didn't even finish his words. Academician Pan beside him stepped forward and shouted at Su-Yun, looking even angrier than Suzuki Atsuto, "Zio-Su, what are you doing?" Su-Yun seemed to come back to his senses after hearing this, and hurriedly pressed the pause button, quickly explaining, "I'm sorry, it's like this, there are a lot of reflection monsters recently, ahem. The media are promoting anti-war, so I started to reflect on the harm of nuclear weapons in the history of war. Before the meeting, I found a blogger's related video. When I was halfway through watching it, the meeting just started, so I locked the screen directly. Just now I was going to search for some information about particle magnitude, and I turned on my phone without thinking too much, and then the video started playing automatically." Academician Pan's face was still angry, frowned and said to Su-Yun, "Retrieve information. Then why don't you use the Aurora system?" Su-Yun's face bitterly heard this, pointing to the data terminal and said, "Teacher, there is only one data terminal here, how can it be my turn?" Academician Pan turned his head to look at the data terminal, silent for a moment, and said, "In that case, this won't happen again. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Suzuki." After saying that, he looked at Suzuki Atsuto, who was standing beside him, with a hint of apology on his face. "Mr. Suzuki, I'm sorry. The child didn't know how to behave and just played with him. Please bear with me, Suzuki Atsuto." Then, without waiting for him to react, Su-Yun quickly came to him, straightened his body and did a standard bowing spirit. "Mr. Suzuki, Smith Marseilles." Red bean paste Smith Marseilles. The veins on Suzuki Atsuto's forehead twitched fiercely for a few times. Even though he was very dissatisfied, he didn't know how to vent it at this time. After a while, Suzuki Atsuto took a deep breath and silently repeated calm, calm, and calm countless times in his heart before he forced a smile. "It's okay, Dr. Su, it's a good thing to know how to reflect on the past and you shouldn't be blamed. To use your Chinese old saying, it was an unintentional mistake. I hope you can continue to maintain this concept in the future. The damage of war to human civilization is simply unimaginable, especially nuclear war." After listening to this, Su-Yun nodded with a cute face. "Yes, the damage is too great. Look at this Suzuki Jiro, only half of his head is left." Suzuki Atsuto, seeing that Suzuki Atsuto was about to go berserk again, Academician Pan quickly pulled Su-Yun over and decisively changed the subject. Okay, the episode that has nothing to do with the experiment ends here. Let's put our focus back on where it was. Everyone can't wait. Wei Teng also showed his high emotional intelligence at this time and nodded quickly. Yes, 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 let's talk about academic matters first. Mr. Pan, I wonder if you can accept my suggestion. Hearing this, Academician Pan's face showed a trace of hesitation. Unlike the anger he pretended before, he was really a little undecided at this time. According to his original idea, it is obviously most appropriate to retest the two particles at the same time. If one is done after the other, the Academy of Sciences will have to bear certain risks. But on the other hand, although Suzuki Atsuto is a bit annoying, he is not wrong in one thing. That is, it is too troublesome to verify particles of the order of 923.8 GeV, and China does not have equipment for TeV-level particle collision experiments. The most advanced institution currently in operation in China is the Magic City Light Source, which has an order of 3.5 GeV and belongs to the medium energy region light source. The collision order of the University of Science and Technology Synchrotron Radiation Laboratory is 800 MeV, which is 1,000 times worse than 923.8 GeV. Even the Yanjing Electron-Positron Collider, which has stopped taking data, has a fine range of only 2 to 5 GeV. In the early years, China had planned to invest in building a circular electron-positron collider, or CEPC, which was of sufficient magnitude. But CEPC was eventually rejected during the 13th five-year plan, with 5 votes in favor of high energy, 5 votes against in non-high energy fields, and 1 vote against by a government representative. Although the Institute of High Energy has obtained preliminary research funds and is preparing to fight for them in the 14th five-year plan, it is obviously impossible to put it into use directly at today's press conference. It's almost the same in the parallel world. In addition to CEPC, Yanjing also has a 6 GeV high-energy light source under construction, and Luzhou also has a 2.2 GeV low-energy light source under construction. In other words, if the data of the Academy of Sciences is to be verified, it must seek help from other institutions. But once the 11.4514 GeV particle is really discovered, how many institutions are willing to help the Academy of Sciences to verify it? Just when Academician Pan hesitated, Su-Yun, who had just been pulled to his side by him, suddenly moved closer to him and whispered, "Teacher, I have something to tell you." Academician Pan was stunned. Then he quickly glanced at the camera, and after making sure that the lens was not locked on him, he said to Su-Yun, "What's the matter? The particle of 11.4514 GeV should not exist." Academician Pan's expression did not change much, but his left hand, which was naturally hanging at his side, clenched quietly. "What do you mean? The value of the spatial angle distribution group SU3 is wrong. The 4 mass eigenstates after the spin 1/2 mixing ensure that it must be a stable particle. So its SU3 number cannot be -1, and the other is." Su-Yun knew that time was limited, and he reported several sets of numbers in a concise manner. Academician Pan was stunned again. Su-Yun's words may sound a bit incoherent to outsiders, but to a big shot of Academician Pan's level, they are extremely clear. It was mentioned earlier. The reason why the Pluto particle was discovered is because it had some influence on the Pangu particle, just like Pluto had on Uranus. In other words, the two are related in some aspects, and were finally discovered by Witten. This correlation can be reflected in various values, and the spatial angular distribution group SU3 is one of them. Pluto particles and Pangu particles must be stable particles. The SU3 of Pangu particles is -1, so Pluto particles must not be this value. This principle is actually very simple, but it is still the same sentence as before. There are too many things that the big guys need to consider today, and it is impossible to take every aspect into consideration. But Su-Yun is different. His vision is blessed, and he can see some blind spots that are ignored by others. This is also his biggest advantage today. Of course, Academician Pan did not know about Su-Yun's invitation to the gods, but he could tell whether what Su-Yun said was true or false. Thinking of this, Academician Pan's heart beat faster. The main reason why he was unwilling to accept Wei Teng's suggestion was that he was worried that if 11.4514 GeV was verified first, then Suzuki Atsuto and others might be able to use the test report to make trouble. Let alone the existence of the particles, the pressure on the Academy of Sciences will increase suddenly. Even if the particle is not found, Suzuki Atsuto and his team might use a certain interval signal to claim that the particle may exist. But if the 11.4514 GeV particle is completely fake, then the order of the Academy of Sciences will become favorable. After all, non-existence and cannot be found are two concepts. In particle physics, if a particle really exists, then even if you can't find it for a while, there will be some signals that can be used for reference. For example, the Higgs particle. Before this particle was officially discovered, CERN had captured more than 30 signal wave packets in total, which is also one of the reasons why CERN has persisted. But if a particle does not exist at all, then let alone the signal, you can't find a single bump. At that time, Suzuki Atsuto would not be able to find a suitable point to whitewash. At the same time, the content of Su Yun's communication with Akademician Pan was also transmitted to Hao Zhengjing in the backstage through the earphone. The experts in the backstage may be inferior to Akademician Pan in personal ability, but the strength of the team they formed is only higher. Therefore, it was very fast. Hao Zhengjing's reply came from Akademician Pan's earphone. Zio Pan, agreed to Wei Teng's plan. Akademician Pan calmly tapped the earphone twice to indicate that he had received the message. Then he turned around and said to Wei Teng, "No problem, Professor Wei Teng, we accept your plan." Seeing this, Wei Teng felt relieved. It's good that the Academy of Sciences is willing to make concessions. Then he thought for a moment and pointed to the big screen that was broadcast live before. Mr. Pan, I'm afraid I have to ask the Chinese Academy of Sciences for help to connect the signal and the picture. Academician Pan nodded briskly. Okay, after the Academy of Sciences made the decision, the rest was very simple. Suzuki Atsuto, Higgs, Tufte, and the heads of several other institutions came together and quickly decided on the list of institutions for particle detection. There were 7 institutions selected, namely, the first was the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, abbreviated as FNAL. Its accelerator has a diameter of 1.2 miles and can accelerate protons to 980 GeV. This is the second highest energy collider in human history. The discovery of the 5th quark, the bottom quark, and the 6th quark, the top quark, all came from here. The second is the Stanford Accelerator Center SLAC. It is 3.2 kilometers long and has a particle energy level of 15 GeV. Its achievements include the discovery of the tau, the 4th quark, the charm quark, and the quark structure inside protons and neutrons. The third is the Neon High Energy Accelerator Research Institute, KEC, which uses the J-Park Collider. Its representative achievements include the charge parity non-conservation of the B meson. The fourth is the Brookhaven National Laboratory across the sea, referred to as BNL. The discovery of the 4th quark, the charm quark, and related discoveries in high-energy nuclear physics all came from here. Mr. Sungdeo Li, Mr. Yang, and Mr. Ting Zhaocheng have all worked here. The fifth is the German Electron Synchrotron Research Institute, referred to as DISY. The sixth is the Buteyko Institute for Nuclear Physics of the Russian Academy of Sciences, referred to as BINP, which is currently the absolute front-end institution for plasma physics. The seventh is LHC, the Large Hadron Collider under CERN. In the process of determining the list of institutions, there was a small episode. That is, Carlo Rubbia, the head of CERN, has not shown up much, and finally Higgs came forward to negotiate. The lead ions used in this collision are still the same ion beam used to verify the Pangu particle, which saves a lot of preparation time. Half an hour later, the major institution sent a reply, the equipment is ready. Academician Pan, then a staff member quickly came to Academician Pan and handed him a document. These are the experimental parameters of the 7 institutions, please take a look. Academician Pan thanked him and took the document to read it. As he looked at the results, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Each beam is designed with 1,270 clusters. Wow, J-Park has invested a lot of money. The staff around him heard this and showed a trace of indignation on their faces. Isn't this how life is? When verifying Pangu particles before, they said that there could only be 300 clusters at most. How shameless. Academician Pan smiled at him and didn't answer. The volume of elementary particles at the microscopic scale is very small, and collisions can only occur at a spatial scale of 10 cap 1510 cap -16. But in a real collider, the diameter of the vacuum tube carrying the accelerated particles is in the order of centimeters, and it is basically impossible for them to meet. It is too empty. So in the collision process, the accelerator must first compress the particles into ion beams, and then inject them from the secondary accelerator into the main accelerator pipeline at strict time intervals. Each group of such particles is called a cluster. The higher the density of clusters in a particle beam, the shorter the collision period and the more intense the reaction. But on the other hand, as the density of clusters increases, the equipment loss and material expenditure of the accelerator will also increase. At the same time, due to the different collision magnitudes, the upper limit of cluster density of each accelerator is also different. Just like in reality, the firing frequency of each gun has an upper limit. Exceeding this number will cause the barrel to overheat and affect the life of the gun. If the LHC is compared to the Land Shield 2000, then J-Park is at most an ordinary automatic rifle. At present, J-Park has increased the number of clusters to 1,270. To some extent, this has overdrawn the life of J-Park. It can only be said that Japan has made up its mind to find the particle. Students who worked on particle colliders in their previous lives should all know that although the trajectory of particles is a probabilistic model, after the introduction of the particle density model, the probability of certain events can be much more accurate. Of course, the magnitude after precision is still terrible, generally about 10 to the 23rd power. However, this magnitude is still controllable for supercomputers, and its practical nature is the collision point. For example, the LHC has 4 collision points, and the theoretical maximum bunch crossing frequency at each collision point is 40 MHz. In other words, each collision point can have a maximum of 40 million bunch crossings per second. Combined with the Fermi surface data calculated by other groups, theoretically, at least 2 of the 7 institutions can get accurate results. At the very least, it is a sign of less than 3 standard deviations. Chapter 461 What? The intelligence is fake? After a few minutes, Academician Pan handed the document back to the staff. Zhao Zhou, there is no problem with the data. Let the backstage do the docking. Except for J-Park, the data submitted by the 7 institutions are relatively normal. Although the data of clusters and other things are somewhat increased compared with the verification process of Pangu particles, they are all understandable. After all, dark matter is not calculated by them, and it is impossible to consume too much power to show support for the Academy of Sciences. The greater the power of the collider of this magnitude, the more machine damage will increase exponentially. So no one will say anything about this slightly reserved situation, but Neon's practice of hiding several times the magnitude is a bit outrageous. After receiving the signal from Academician Pan, the staff member named Zhao Zhou quickly took the document to the backstage and started the handover with other parties. Although more than 8 hours have passed since the opening of the press conference, and the clock is about to run to 9 hours. But after learning that several major institutions will conduct particle verification again, the atmosphere on the scene has become much more enthusiastic. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the rich experience of the participants. Mathematics and physics involve very complex professional environments, so press conferences generally last a long time. If you encounter some more humane institutions or universities, they may be divided into 2 sessions in the morning and afternoon, with a 2 to 3 hour break in between. But some institutions don't care about this, and there are countless examples of meetings lasting 7 or 8 or even more than 10 hours, but generally no more than 15 hours. The longest press conference in the physics world is the 2015 International Conference on High Energy Physics, held in Paris. It lasted 14 hours and 37 minutes. It started at 9 a.m. Paris time and lasted until nearly 12 p.m. So for these old birds, long meetings are actually nothing. After all, the venues for press conferences of this specification are quite large, and you can sleep directly when you are tired. The key is to have good things. After receiving the reply from Academician Pan, the programmers behind the press conference immediately rebuilt the relevant channels. At the same time, the headquarters of the 7 institutions selected for particle collisions were also busy preparing for various links. Although a lot of lead-ion beams were left over from the verification of Pangu particles, the raw materials do not need to be produced anymore. But as a super-large physical experimental equipment, the collider cannot be made with just one raw material. The calibration of superconductors, the demarcation of magnetic fields, the calculation of the most efficient cross-sectional area, etc. These are all things that need to be done. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away in Japan, southern Ibaraki Prefecture, Tsukuba City, This is a Japanese city famous for its label of Research Academy City, also known as Tsukuba Science City. Its total area is only 284.07 square kilometers, and it has no less than 50 Japanese official education or research institutions, such as the University of Tsukuba and the Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology. In the entire city of Tsukuba, the total number of people currently engaged in scientific research is as high as 22,000. Among these dozens of research institutions, the Japanese High Energy Accelerator Research Institute KEC is undoubtedly the most well-known one. KEC was founded in 1971 and has 4 large-scale facilities that are considered top in Asia or the world: the Pulsed Spallation Neutron Device KENS, the Asymmetric Electron Positron Collider KEKB, the Accelerator Test Facility ATF, and the Proton Synchrotron J-Park. Yes, KEKB, also known as the famous Bell Detector, is affiliated with KEC. It directly contributed to Makoto Kobayashi and Toshihide Masukawa winning the 2008 Nobel Prize in Physics. As for the Proton Synchrotron J-Park, let's use the most intuitive parameters to introduce it. Its energy level upper limit is 50 GeV. That's right, 50 GeV. So sometimes we need to admit that although their lives are disgusting, their investment in scientific research is indeed worth learning. Therefore, in the Chinese physics circle, you will often find a phenomenon: many people curse the Japanese while envying them. The reason for cursing is because of patriotism, and the reason for envy is that their equipment is really advanced and they are really willing to invest. This is also why so many people are obsessed with CEPC. That thing is really expensive, but it is also really important. The highest level accelerator in China is only 3.5 GeV, but the front-end particle physics research is now in the 10 GeV field. Without equipment of sufficient level, how can we produce results? Indeed. To put it bluntly, particle collisions are now just a matter of luck. Even with equipment, we may not find anything, and the probability of this happening is still very high. But if there is no such equipment, then even the so-called possibility does not exist. In short, if Chemical Laboratory is the brain of Japanese particle physics, then KEC is undoubtedly the heart of Japanese particle physics. At this moment, Kobayashi Makoto, who was called out of bed by his assistant, hurried to the J-Park Accelerator control room in Area B3 while putting on his coat, and found Koichiro Nishikawa, the current director of KEC, who is making relevant preparations. Mr. Nishikawa, how is the situation? Koichiro Nishikawa looked at the Nobel Prize winner, who was still working as a consultant at KEC after retirement, with reverence, put his hands on both sides of his thighs, and bowed straight. Senior Kobayashi, the data is being imported now, and it should be almost done in 10 minutes. Where's the beam tube? It's already in pre-start. What about the standard coefficient of the collision cross-section? 0.000293. The small solid angle of the target is 1.99 degrees. Kobayashi Makoto nodded with satisfaction. Yoshi, now 78-year-old Kobayashi Makoto, is in poor health. In recent years, he has been diagnosed with renal vascular interstitial disease and pancreatic cysts, so he has been undergoing relevant treatment for a long time. The reason why he stayed in Tsukuba City is that he really can't get away from scientific research. Secondly, the University of Tsukuba has a proton beam therapy center, and the current level of proton beam irradiation treatment is also top-notch in the world. Not long ago, after the calculation team began to calculate the Fermi surface data, Makoto Kobayashi went back to his room to rest because he was a little tired. It was not until the experiment was about to begin that he was woken up by Koichiro Nishikawa's assistant. Then Makoto Kobayashi found a seat and sat down, took the teacup handed by the assistant and sipped it. Looking at the screen, his eyes were a little vague. Among the Nobel Prize winners in Japan, there are 2 very special people. The first is Shuji Nakamura. Of course, the Shuji Nakamura here is not the Shuji Nakamura in Weak Angle Tomazuki-san, but a real Japanese. Shuji Nakamura only has a master's degree and graduated from Tokushima University, which is relatively ordinary in Japan. After winning the Nobel Prize, he immediately withdrew from Japanese nationality and immigrated to the other side of the sea, and criticized Japan in various public occasions. On the day when Dabeobae was attacked and killed, he also forwarded an emoticon package of Dabeobae meeting Kennedy, which was a real traitor. Therefore, many Japanese people expressed their disapproval of this Nobel Prize winner, believing that he is an ungrateful person. Some Japanese hackers even hacked Wikipedia for this. In addition to Nakamura Shuji, The second special person is Kobayashi Makoto. His special place is that his grandfather, father, mother, and sister are all members of the Japanese Communist Party. But perhaps it is because of the influence of rebellious psychology. Kobayashi Makoto did not become a member of the Japanese Communist Party, but showed a more right-wing tendency in politics. Therefore, you basically cannot see news about Kobayashi Makoto's participation in domestic activities, and there are few interviews and reports related to him. There are even fewer autobiographies or books related to him. You can even buy Suzuki Atsudo's works in China, but if you search for Kobayashi Makoto's books, you can only find a cartoonist with the same name. Be it rebellion or real disgust with China. In short, Kobayashi Makoto's attitude towards China is not friendly. It's just that after getting older, he is relatively not as loudmouthed as Suzuki Atsudo, who diss the Chinese physics community every day. Kobayashi Makoto has not expressed his political inclinations since he won the Nobel Prize, but his previous remarks were indeed unfriendly, so I tacitly followed suit. At least I don't think a person who has been hostile to China for more than 60 years will change his attitude for no reason in his old age. By the way, there is another very interesting thing. That is, although Kobayashi Makoto is right-wing, his son also became a member of the Japanese Communist Party. Kobayashi Makoto was so angry that he wanted to sever the relationship between father and son. Of course, Nihon is not without top scholars who are friendly to China, such as Amano Hiroshi, who is a very representative one. It can only be said that the number is relatively small. In short, now that he has a rare opportunity to dismantle the stage of the University of Science and Technology of China, Kobayashi Makoto will naturally not choose to let it go. After a moment, Koichiro Nishikawa walked quickly to his side, handed him an execution confirmation letter, and said respectfully, "Mr. Kobayashi, the data has been prepared." Kobayashi Makoto took the execution confirmation letter and looked at it for a few seconds. "What about the Academy of Sciences?" "The Academy of Sciences said that the live broadcast is ready, and we can start the collision at any time." "What about the other institutions?" "It hasn't started yet." Kobayashi Makoto was silent for a moment, and returned the execution confirmation letter. "Then wait for Dad, cough cough, wait for Fermilab to start before we start." Koichiro Nishikawa stood at attention again. "Hi." Then Koichiro Nishikawa took the execution confirmation letter to the operating table and handed it over to the execution personnel. Another 5 minutes passed. A square-faced bearded staff member raised his right hand high. "Mr. Nishikawa, Fermilab has been turned on." Seeing this, Koichiro Nishikawa waited for another half a minute before saying, "Then -N, let's turn it on too." "Hi." After the order was issued, in the main control room, reports began to sound one after another. D1 point is in place, the beam tube is ready, ion beam is charging. Energy level zone 3, zone 2, zone 1 has reached the baseline. Collision point real-time fitting 2364 processing theoretical scattering point has been locked. Although each position is less than 3 or 4 meters apart, these reports are shouted hoarsely, as if Corporal Morishita is possessed. By the way, this is a true story. In a documentary shot by Fuji TV for Toshihide Moscow, there was a scene like this, which looked very scary. That documentary was very popular between 2008 and 2010, so much so that Japanese people were a little confused when they saw the Tiangong-1 launch. Are the Chinese so calm when igniting? Objectively speaking, this approach is not about who is right or wrong. Perhaps it is a difference in ideology. Each side feels a little crazy when looking at each other's actions. Then quickly, after all the commands were entered, 2 lead ion beams were quickly fired towards each other and collided at a speed close to the speed of light. Considering the relevant properties of the 11.4514 GeV particle, this time Keck also designed a very delicate link. The left beam of light was normally emitted, and the right beam of light was delayed by 7.4 nanoseconds. In this way, the collision point will be slightly to the right. In other words, in the speed range close to the speed of light, the ion beam on the right can be regarded as a target far away from the bombarding particle to a certain extent. Note that it is to a certain extent. Therefore, the total energy of the system is almost equal to the energy E0 carried by the bombarding particle. At the same time, this energy can be decomposed into the energy E of the relative motion of the particles and the energy E of the center of mass of the two particles, that is, E0 equals E plus E. Assume that there are several particles bombarding the bullseye per unit time and unit area. The bullseye is directly regarded as a single particle. For example, if 5 particles bombard a single particle in the bullseye during the period, then record n equals 5 mm2s1. N can be called flux, which represents the intensity of the bombardment. If 0, Greek letter theta 0, 0, 0 is used to represent it, it is the number of particles that enter the small solid angle 0 in the direction of Greek letter theta 0, 0 after scattering for time. Then define Greek letter sigma 0, Greek letter theta 0, 0, as the differential scattering cross-section, which has the dimension of area. The small solid angle has been determined to be 1.99 degrees, which means that the only variable that affects the optimal value of the differential scattering cross-section is t. Seeing this, I believe that many smart students have understood it for the 5th time. That's right. When t equals 7.4 nanoseconds, the center of mass scattering cross-section and the dispersed particle angle both have the optimal solution at the same time. Of course, this optimal solution is still a probabilistic solution. At present, no one can accurately predict the trajectory of the particles. The track example mentioned before is described as follows. Among the 10,000 possible tracks, Keck first eliminated the impossible 1999 tracks, and then selected 3,999 tracks from the remaining tracks to ensure sufficient probability. Whoosh, 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 a large number of accelerated lead ions passed through the beam tube. The cross-sectional area of each cluster was 16x16, thinner than a hair. There were about 1.15 times 10 to the power of 9 lead ions inside each cluster. About 30 groups of lead ions in every 2 pairs of clusters would collide strongly, and the big river crabs of life would burst out. Bang, 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 after the collision began. Lead ions soon collided with each other. The particles after the collision were controlled by magnetic confinement to a relatively narrow range, and each collision formed 2,300 cases. These cases included various particles. For example, protons, leptons, W bosons, etc. Half an hour later, a total of more than 1.28 million cases were gathered in the supercomputer background and quickly screened. Kobayashi Makoto sat leisurely in a chair. He had previously calculated the magnitude of this particle, and the results were exactly the same as those of Suzuki Atsuto and others. In addition, several other Nobel Prize winners had similar results. Kobayashi even began to think about the name of this particle. The magnitude of 11.4514 GeV. How about calling it the Beast particle? Or the Koji particle? Just as Kobayashi's thoughts were scattered, Koichiro Nishikawa suddenly exclaimed on the console not far away, "What? The information is false? That particle does not exist." Chapter 462 CERN, you with thick eyebrows and big eyes have also betrayed us? The J-Park control room. As Koichiro Nishikawa shouted angrily, a young man who was originally counting follow-up samples suddenly stopped dancing with his fingers in the air. Another middle-aged woman who was communicating with the field staff had her pupils shrink, and the communicator in her hand fell heavily to the ground. No matter what the other party said, there was no response. There were also 2 male researchers who were joking and preparing to go to the izakaya to celebrate after work. Their relaxed and happy expressions suddenly froze on their faces. The entire control room fell into dead silence. It was like the male protagonist in a neon movie pressed the time-stop button. Even Kobayashi Makoto, the Nobel Prize winner, behaved in the same way. The arc of his originally raised mouth corners remained the same at this time, but the joy in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a strong surprise. Under the support of this surprised expression, the corners of his mouth slightly opened and closed. Not only did he not look relaxed, but he looked like a mentally retarded person who would drool in the next second. However, the silence did not last too long, and was broken by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Kobayashi Makoto did not sit firmly and fell heavily to the ground. However, this 78-year-old old man showed agility that was completely different from his age. He quickly got up from the ground and walked quickly to Koichiro Nishikawa. In his anger, he did not even add honorifics, staring at Koichiro Nishikawa with a hawk-like gaze. "Nishikawa, what did you say just now?" Koichiro Nishikawa glanced at this senior bitterly, and picked up a report from the table with trembling fingers. "Senior Kobayashi, according to our test results, we did not have 11 GeV." Before he finished speaking, Kobayashi Makoto grabbed the report, grabbed the lower left corner of the report with his left hand, and looked it up with a heavy breath. As the proposer of the Kobayashi Mescal theory, Makoto Kobayashi has had a lifelong relationship with particle physics since 60 years ago. Therefore, this test report, which may seem a little obscure to ordinary people, is as simple as elementary school addition, subtraction, multiplication and division for Makoto Kobayashi. Quark aggregation band 0, condensation nucleus event 0, 10-13 GeV track detection signal 0, deposited energy after deducting electromagnetic shower 0, event ring edge sharpness 0. A few seconds later, Makoto Kobayashi slapped the results on the table in a somewhat manic manner, his face as ugly as if his father had died. Baga, 0? Why are the values all 0? Hearing this, Koichiro Nishikawa actually wanted to say something naughty. The press conference was held in Chengdu. Isn't it normal to find a bunch of zeros there? But thinking that he might be labeled as Nishikawa Muchiro by Makoto Kobayashi, he obediently chose to lower his head and said nothing. After a moment, Kobayashi Makoto was still breathing heavily, but his mood was relatively calm. Mr. Nishikawa, how accurate is this result? Koichiro Nishikawa looked at him cautiously, wondering whether to call the healthcare doctor just in case. While explaining, Senior Kobayashi, we collected a total of 1.28 million total case data, and after screening, we finally filtered out 4,396 ideal case records, but unfortunately, none of these 4,396 records support the existence of the particle. At the same time, we did not find any fluctuation signals in the relevance range, not even signs of fluctuations. Kobayashi Makoto's chest rose and fell again. What about other institutions? Daisy? FNAL? Koichiro Nishikawa sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, they didn't find any relevant signals of particles either. Kobayashi Makoto was silent. Another moment passed. Koichiro Nishikawa looked at him tentatively, and asked hesitantly, Senior Kobayashi, do we need to send this data to the press conference? Kobayashi Makoto's eyes rolled a few times, and 2 lines of tears finally flowed down from the corners of his eyes uncontrollably, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Send it over. Everyone is watching. Looking at Kobayashi Makoto, who was trembling with tears, Koichiro Nishikawa felt a little uncomfortable. Senior Kobayashi, don't be too sad. It's just an experimental failure. There's no need to cry. Baka. Who told you that I was crying because of the failure of the experiment? Then what are you doing? I fell when I was getting up, and I accidentally hit my waist. Why don't you come to help me? Be gentle. Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. While Kobayashi Makoto was crying because of his waist pain, thousands of kilometers away in Chengdu, Suzuki Atsuto, who was sitting in the first row, also had the urge to cry. Impossible, this is impossible. Holding the copy of the report transmitted remotely, Suzuki Atsuto's face showed a rare look of bewilderment. How could there be no bulge? How could there be no bulge? Looking at Suzuki Atsuto with a face full of Zhang Sao, academician Pan opposite him smiled brightly at this moment. Mr. Suzuki, I wonder if you have any other ideas about this result. Suzuki Atsuto, at this moment, he really wanted to throw this report in academician Pan's face, and then yell at this academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences that he had a bad opinion. If there was even a little bit of fluctuation in the band in the report, he might try to play rogue and wash it away. For example, a bulge may be evidence of the existence of the particle, but it is not very obvious. Maybe it will be discovered after a few hundred collisions. But what about the current situation? The lines on this report are almost as flat as the breasts of Misaka Mikado. How can he turn this situation around? In fact, let alone Suzuki Atsuto. Yuletu Daiokoff, a well-known fence-sitter, came to the scene, and he couldn't think of a point to whitewash. After all, physics is about evidence. This Pluto particle is different from the Higgs particle. The reason why the Higgs particle was searched countless times was largely because it had no companion to follow. But the Pluto particle is different. It has a very direct connection with the Pangu particle, and many data can be located through calculation. With the cooperation of the track detection system, the particle shower process can reach a certain refined order of magnitude. Although the unit of this order of magnitude may start from several powers of 10, it seems a bit difficult to handle with manpower, but it is really not a big deal for supercomputers. So even if it is the worst result, at least one of the 7 institutions can find even a little bit of bulge. But now all the reports of all institutions are flat, so there's only one truth. There are indeed no unknown particles at the order of 11.4514 GeV. In other words, Suzuki Atsudo's plan to sabotage the stage has completely failed. In fact, if it is just the above point, it will not cause Suzuki Atsudo's mentality to change much. After all, it is not just him who made the calculation error, but also Higgs, 't Hooft and even Witten, and he has so many companions. At this time, what he is really worried about, even afraid of, is that the value calculated by the Chinese Academy of Sciences is not true, right? Although the magnitude of 923.8 GeV is very exaggerated. But if we compare it purely from the perspective of probability, the probability of 11.4514 GeV particles do not exist is much smaller than the event 923.8 GeV particles exist. Let's take a more intuitive example. Unlike the easy and carefree daily update of 30,000 words, Fisherman updates 100,000 words a day, and Fisherman updates 50,000 words a day, are both low probability events. However, compared with the two, the probability of the former is less than the latter, that is, the former is less likely to happen. But once the former happens, the possibility of the latter happening seems to be less difficult to accept emotionally. This is the case with this experiment. So what Suzuki Atsudo is most worried about is what will happen if the Chinese Academy of Sciences really discovers particles of the magnitude of 923.8 GeV. After thinking about it, only two words echoed in Suzuki Atsudo's mind: conferred God. Thinking of this, Suzuki Atsudo suddenly shuddered all over, and a large piece of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Back then, he had personally blocked the last brick of Chinese high-energy physics. Although a hole was pried open by the Diabei team led by academician Wang Yifan last year, the blockade of the entire wall remained. But if the Chinese Academy of Sciences discovered dark matter and calculated another companion today, then there is no doubt that this wall will collapse instantly. No. Absolutely not. In fear, Suzuki Atsudo's mind turned quickly. If you can't bet on probability, then what other tricks can be used to stop the Chinese Academy of Sciences? After a few seconds, Suzuki Atsudo suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up immediately. That's right. Collider. At present, there are only two devices in the world capable of conducting TeV-level collisions, namely CERN's LHC and Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory's Tevatron Accelerator. If they both refuse to conduct retests for the Academy of Sciences, then even if the Academy of Sciences is skillful, it will be hard to do anything. What makes Suzuki Atsudo more confident is that although it is difficult to communicate effectively at the moment, all major institutions have a tacit understanding in terms of China's strategy. Not to mention that there are only two institutions to choose from at the moment, unlike the first round of retests, which had more than 40 institutions. Although Fermilab has a neutral sub-project leader like Lucas, the entire laboratory's attitude towards China has long been based on blockade and suppression, because its supervisory department is the Ministry of Energy across the sea, and its position is needless to say. As for CERN, although this institution is relatively neutral in its attitude towards China, many people in the institution are honorary professors of Huaxia University. Even over the years, some people have really provided a lot of help to Huaxia. But don't forget, CERN's full name is the European Organization for Nuclear Research. The word Europe at the beginning is enough for it to make a wise choice in this situation. As for the accident, you're kidding. There will be an accident at this critical moment? Impossible. If this happened, he would eat the axe and John Ellis's bag sitting in the 6th row on the spot, with Fukushima nuclear wastewater. Then he took a deep breath and turned to look at academician Pan in front of him. Mr. Pan, unfortunately, we really couldn't find particles at the 11.4514 GeV level, but if I may be frank, we haven't found anything at the 11.4514 GeV level. And I'm afraid there won't be any pleasing results at 923.8 GeV. Besides, Suzuki Atsudo quickly glanced at the representative of Fermilab not far away, and said meaningfully, Mr. Pan, even if you want to verify the 923.8 GeV level, I'm afraid the equipment conditions don't allow it. Academician Pan took a deep look at this old bastard, and then turned to look at the representative of Fermilab. It was mentioned earlier. In this press conference of the Academy of Sciences, there were two teams from Fermilab. One group was Lucas and his two colleagues who had previously participated in the CERN press conference, and they belonged to the CDF project team of Fermilab. The other group was the Tevatron Accelerator team members who went to Neon to attend the Chemical Laboratory press conference. The leader was Bruce Arnold. The device that Fermilab started this time was the Tevatron Accelerator, so the task of docking naturally fell on Bruce Arnold. Of course. In addition, there was another more obscure reason. That is, Bruce Arnold is a standard hawk, and his political choice is better than Lucas. After meeting the gaze of academician Pan, Bruce Arnold's face suddenly showed a trace of apology. Mr. Pan, I'm sorry, you should know that the power loss of the particle collider is very high every time it is started. After completing a large collision, the equipment must be maintained and cooled, and it cannot be restarted immediately. The Tevatron accelerator has just carried out a particle collision of the order of 11.4514 GeV. I'm afraid it will be difficult to start again in a short time. Bruce Arnold's posture was very low, but his attitude was very firm. More importantly, his excuse was indeed tenable. Every high-level particle collision involves many links. For example, the simplest link, if you want the particles to reach the corresponding energy level and angle, you must increase the corresponding electric and magnetic fields, right? The electric and magnetic fields need to be generated by equipment, and these equipment will produce work damage during operation, so after the experiment, it must take enough time to cool down or maintain. This is just one of the many links, and there are many places that really need maintenance. Think of this. Zhou Xiaoping, who was beside academician Pan, suddenly understood something and said to Bruce Arnold, Mr. Arnold, I remember that in addition to the Tevatron accelerator, you should also have 2 synchrotron radiation sources and a D detector, all of which can reach 50 GeV, right? Bruce Arnold nodded politely. That's right. In that case, why don't you use the other 3 devices first? Bruce Arnold showed a trace of apology on his face again. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. These 3 devices have corresponding research tasks today. Zhou Xiaoping stared at him for a few seconds, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. He was a little strange just now. Why did Fermilab have to use such a super device as the Tevatron accelerator to verify a particle of the order of 11.4514 GeV? This is equivalent to a kindergarten holding a calligraphy competition, but a parent invited Wu Yushin to participate in the competition. It was a complete killing because of the use of a butcher knife. Now think about it, their purpose is to put the Tevatron accelerator into operation in advance, so that it cannot be started during the verification process of the Academy of Sciences. You know. At that time, the 11.4514 GeV particles had not been disproven, and the other side of the sea had come up with such a method, which was really insidious. However, what surprised Bruce Arnold and Suzuki Atsudo was that although Zhou Xiaoping's face was not very good, academician Pan still had a smile on his lips. It was as if he was looking at 2 clowns. Then, without waiting for Bruce Arnold to continue speaking, academician Pan sighed with some regret. In this case, the next TeV-level particle collision can only be completed by CERN. After speaking, academician Pan turned his head and looked at the backstage entrance, and said, Mr. Rubia, please trouble CERN to take care of it next. A moment later, Zhang Zhongjing and Carlo Rubbia appeared in everyone's sight at the same time. Carlo Rubbia even arched his hands towards academician Pan and said with a smile, Mr. Pan, don't worry, everything is ready. Bruce Arnold and Suzuki Atsudo, there are 10 FAM titles this month, the rules remain the same, and there are posts and comments in the book review area. Chapter 463 Boom. Looking at Zhang Zhongjing and Carlo Rubbia, who seemed to be talking happily, Suzuki Atsudo's mind suddenly went blank. This style of painting is not right? Why would CERN cooperate with the Chinese Academy of Sciences? You know. Although CERN and Chemical Laboratory have an irreconcilable hatred, the relationship between the 2 sides has deteriorated to the point that they are often unwilling to even do superficial work. For example, at the Physics Summit on the Upper Charmonium particle held in Kuala Lumpur in August last year, 2 representatives from CERN and Chemical Laboratory cursed each other for several minutes and almost fought. But on the other hand, although both sides wanted each other to die, but when facing the country of China, both sides would retain some tacit understandings that contained political colors. I won't say much about Chemical Laboratory. The incident of letting the Chinese Academy of Sciences down was introduced once. As for CERN, it is true. At present, some CERN scholars have indeed provided considerable help to the Chinese physics community. It can even be said that the reason why Chinese particle physics has been able to develop in recent years is largely due to CERN scholars. But what needs to be explained is, when these scholars approached Huaxia, they basically communicated as consultants of their own universities, rather than as assistants for CERN projects. This is somewhat similar to the commercial cooperation of Chinese football clubs in Europe. Nowadays, many European clubs will accept some young Chinese players for trial training. For example, Atletico Madrid, Granada, etc. These clubs are affiliated with UEFA, and UEFA did give some green lights in the process. But in fact, it is the clubs that really help, not the joint organizations such as UEFA. In fact, CERN officials are still relatively exclusive to Chinese people. Although there are several postdocs every year, that is, postdoctoral fellows, and they are allowed to bring their families, staff positions are rarely approved. Although in recent years, more and more Chinese people have played an important role in the four CERN experimental groups of ATLAS, CMS, EMS, and LHCb. But they are either postdoc models, such as the cooperation between USTC, Jinling University, Shumu University, etc., or they are immigrants. Carlo Rubbia's move was like UEFA suddenly announcing a strategic cooperation with the Chinese Football Association. As long as China has good seedlings, they can be sent to Europe at will. We will help you train them, and you don't even need to consider labor permits. How could Suzuki Atsudo not be surprised? In fact, it was not only Suzuki Atsudo who was surprised, but also Zhou Xiaoping and Su Yun, who were originally a little angry because of Bruce Arnold's rogue remarks. Then Su Yun glanced at the main screen. After finding that the camera and the sound recording equipment were moving towards Carlo Rubbia, he quickly approached Academician Pan. Teacher, this is, as the saying goes, eggs should not be put in one basket. Academician Pan smiled and nodded in the direction of Carlo Rubbia, and whispered, the plan for the next generation collider at CERN has not been decided yet. The bigger the news explosion, the more beneficial it is to them, plus some preferential treatment promised by the Academy of Sciences. You can understand the details yourself. After speaking, Academician Pan strode towards Zhao Zhongjing and Carlo Rubbia, and greeted them enthusiastically. Su Yun, a little unknown person, stayed where he was and scratched his head, looking confused. What does this mean? Zhou Xiaoping, who was standing next to him, was obviously more perceptive than him in this regard. Seeing that Su Yun hadn't figured it out yet, he pointed out, Zio Su, think about what projects Neon has. Are they related to colliders? Su Yun was stunned. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but slap his forehead and suddenly said, I understand, Academician Zhou, are you talking about ILC? Zhou Xiaoping patted his shoulder, and everything was said without words. Su Yun looked at Suzuki Atsudo again with some hindsight, and a trace of emotion emerged in his heart. So that's the case. I mentioned it earlier. The current highest particle collision energy level is 10 to the 13th power, that is, 13 TeV. If high-energy physics wants to continue to develop, it needs to at least increase the energy to the Planck scale, that is, the energy level of the collider must reach 10 cap 16 TeV. Theoretically, only when this energy level is exceeded can high-energy physics have new discoveries. As for the gap between 13 TeV 10 cap 16 TeV, there is also a very intuitive name, the energy level desert. The word desert is enough to explain everything. Therefore, the front-end particle physics field has been thinking about increasing the magnitude of the collider. The earliest proposed device is called the International Linear Collider. That is, the International Linear Collider, referred to as ILC. It is a linear accelerator about 20 kilometers long, with an energy level of 50 TeV. At the beginning of this project, it was planned to land in one of the three options of CERN, Fermilab and Neon. However, in 2020, Neon successfully took it in its hands, with a total cost of about 100 billion Chinese yuan. Although Japan gave the ILC a yellow light in 2022, it soon put it on the list of projects to be built and allocated an initial budget. There are rumors that the budget is about 5 billion Chinese yuan, but there is no real evidence. Anyway, the amount will not be too small. In other words, for Suzuki Atsudo, he basically does not have to worry about the handover and iteration of Japan's next-generation collider. Is it enough to consider the landing time of the project? But CERN is different. After ILC was snatched away by Japan, CERN immediately announced a new collider project called the Future Circular Collider, abbreviated as FCC. Its orbital length will reach 100 kilometers, the magnitude of 100 TeV, and the total cost of 180 billion Chinese yuan. However, this project has not been actually implemented. The reason is very simple, there is an energy level desert ahead, and so much money invested may not have much effect. So Carlo Rubbia has been running around for this project over the years, And China has also been there a lot, because China's infrastructure is solid and cheap, and it is a well-deserved first choice. As for today's press conference, let alone dark matter, if another particle can be discovered, especially an example at the TeV level, it will undoubtedly be a huge help to Carlo Rubbia or the thousands of employees at CERN. Carlo Rubbia can throw the report on the table of the Council of Member States and say with confidence that this particle is a pearl on the edge of the energy-level desert. The so-called desert may not be nothing. Perhaps there are countless oil buried under the desert. Of course. As long as it is not stolen by eagles. This is a matter of benefit to all of CERN, which means that Carlo Rubbia is definitely positive in his position. In addition, Zhang Zhongjing probably gave Carlo Rubbia some other conditions, such as the discount mentioned by academician Pan. This thing is most likely referring to the project quotation. Although the profit from engineering infrastructure is certainly not as much as that from equipment, it is bound to be the biggest part of the total expenditure of the FCC. After all, there are 100 kilometers of underground equipment. As the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it is easy for Zhang Zhongjing to promise some preferential treatment in this regard, and Su Yun has no doubt that the rabbits will still make money. No wonder Su Yun didn't see Carlo Rubbia just now. It turned out that he went to the backstage to have a secret meeting with Zhang Zhongjing. Thinking of this, Su Yun sighed without warning. Although CERN may be able to overcome this difficulty, after all, we still have to have an accelerator at home. Then he looked at Mr. Yang beside him and felt a little emotional. China once planned to build a superparticle collider, that is, CEPC. But during the discussion, there was a huge difference of opinion. Among the industry insiders who support CEPC, the most representative are academician Wang Yifan, director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, and Mr. Chu Chengtuang. The representative figure of opposition is Mr. Yang. At that time, Mr. Yang wrote an article entitled, "It is not appropriate for China to build a super collider today," in which he used 7 reasons to oppose the views of Mr. Chu Chengtuang, the winner of the Fields Medal. That morning, after reading the article, academician Wang Yifan wrote an article entitled, "It is the right time for China to build a large collider today to refute it." Objectively speaking, both sides are actually right. Mr. Yang's reasons are very straightforward. The magnitude of CEPC is 100 TeV plus, which is a recognized energy-level desert. The reality is not a novel. It is very likely that nothing can be found after investing 200 billion yuan. It is obviously more cost-effective to invest 200 billion yuan in education. Academician Wang Yifan's opinion is actually quite reasonable. It is not that the country cannot come up with 200 billion yuan in funds. If the funding tricks are rectified, at least 150 billion yuan can be spared in 5 years, and the country only needs to pay 50 billion yuan. No one can guarantee the usefulness of such a national heavy equipment, but it must be there. Without this thing, there is really no possibility. In short, because of the difference in opinions, the relationship between Mr. Yang and academician Wang Yifan is now very bad. At the same time, there are many netizens in China who do not like Mr. Yang and academicians, so you can often see some netizens attacking the other party on the grounds of supporting one party. Among them, Mr. Yang's ability to withstand pressure is better. After all, the criticism he has encountered is not 1 or 2 days. At that time, Mr. Yang, who is 94 years old, did not contact the outside world much, and turned a blind eye. But academician Wang Yifan has not had a good time in recent years. He was at the peak of his research career at that time, and attended various meetings and interviews. Fortunately, last year he led the Diabei team to complete the measurement of the neutrino oscillation matrix angle, which is the greatest contribution made by the local Chinese physics community to basic physics so far in reality, and it can be regarded as a partial return of reputation. It's a pity that the barriers to this achievement are relatively high, and many people don't know about it. Both academicians are capable and devoted to scientific research. The current stiff relationship between the two is really regrettable. In fact, it is not only in the field of scientific research. Among online writers, there are many examples of top authors who have a very bad relationship. It can only be said that people are creatures with likes and dislikes after all, and two people with strong abilities may not necessarily get along well. On the other hand, after academician Pan came to his side, Carlo Rubbia smiled heartily and took the initiative to shake hands with him. "Hey, Pan, we haven't seen each other for a few years, right?" Academician Pan smiled and returned the greeting. "About 6 years, Mr. Rubbia." Carlo Rubbia arrived in Chengdu relatively late. At that time, Zhang Zhongjing and another veteran academician of the Academy of Sciences were responsible for welcoming him. Academician Pan did not attend in person. So this handshake was the first face-to-face meeting between the two in several years. After letting go of his hand, Carlo Rubbia glanced at Suzuki Atsuto in the distance, and soon cast his eyes on the big screen. Pan, your staff has introduced the LHC signal to the background, and you can issue the startup command at any time. Academician Pan's face appropriately showed a sense of gratitude. This gratitude was partly a show, but partly sincere. Although CERN's entry is strictly speaking just a mutually beneficial transaction. But for Carlo Rubbia personally, making such a decision still involves certain risks. After all, if particles of the 923.8 GeV magnitude do not exist, Carlo Rubbia will certainly not be able to get the most ideal bargaining chip to convince the Council of Member States. Of course. This emotion was only fleeting, and Academician Pan's face soon became a little solemn. Then he looked at Zhang Zhongjing. After receiving Zhang Zhongjing's signal, Academician Pan pulled down the earphone and said to the microphone, LHC accelerator staff, now entering the final confirmation phase before the equipment is started. If everything is normal with the equipment, please reply to the executable signal. After a moment, a huge English word appeared on the screen, ready. There was also a small emoticon behind this word, which relaxed the tense atmosphere on the scene a lot. Seeing this situation, Academician Pan no longer hesitated, took a deep breath again, and said, start up, with an order from Academician Pan. Tens of thousands of kilometers away. Switzerland. In the LHC collision control room at the CERN headquarters, a middle-aged white man with a shiny forehead pressed the start button simultaneously. Boom boom boom, different from other colliders. As the world's largest collider, the LHC tunnel length is also the world's undisputed first. It is 27 kilometers long. This time, the CMS, or compact muon coil, was used, which is a universal particle detector. As the equipment started, liquid helium began to be injected into the middle area of the CMS to ensure that the superconducting magnet would not exceed the operating temperature. Then, a proton synchrotron thruster began to accelerate the lead ion beam. This is a small linear accelerator, black and hard but very thin, and it kept making a popping sound. This is the sound of the superconducting magnet entering the superconducting state. After a moment, a dense ion beam was ejected from the nozzle of the proton synchrotron thruster and directly hit the warm cavity of the main acceleration ring that had reached the operating temperature. Within 49 microseconds, the main acceleration ring was filled with hundreds of millions of small particles. Soon, the total energy in the ion beam reached 600 million joules, and it was fired from the injection port like a bow and arrow with full power. 26 nanoseconds later, the two ion beams collided fiercely. As we all know, the shape of an atomic nucleus is approximately spherical. But when the atomic nucleus is accelerated to near the speed of light, its direction of movement becomes very narrow due to the Lorentz contraction, and the shape of the system during the collision is ellipsoidal. So, countless pairs of ellipsoidal atomic nuclei moving towards each other collided heavily. Bang! Countless particles exploded instantly, and various basic particles scattered. If these ion beams are a civilization, then this is the day of the destruction of civilization. At the same time, because the energy level is much higher than the previous 11 GeV collision, the event segmentation of this collision is more obvious, because the higher the energy level, the higher the temperature. Each particle collision can roughly segment out 100,000 events, and then the graphics processing unit will carry out the next stage of processing. As time went by, the trajectory injection of a large number of magnetic particles appeared in the statistical background. As the chemical potential increased, the fourth-order moment first decreased and then increased near SEP. At the same time, CERN was not idle. The NCQ scale light nucleus yield ratio of collective elliptical flow, critical behavior, local thermal equilibrium coefficient, and the lepton yield were recorded one by one. Although these data have little to do with the particles to be measured, they can provide reference cases for other studies. Even CERN cannot afford to conduct collisions of this magnitude every day. In fact, the last time a collision of this magnitude was conducted was 6 months ago. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. As time went by, CERN collected more and more cases. Academician Su Yunpan, Zhang Zhongjing, Zhou Xiaoping, Yang Lao, Wittenheft, Polyakov, Higgs, even Suzuki Atsuto and Kobayashi Makoto, who were far away in Japan, stared at the live broadcast screen intently. They were waiting for an answer. If the experiment fails. Although the press conference of the Academy of Sciences is still an unprecedented success, it is somewhat imperfect. Just like a prisoner, the shackles on his neck are opened, but the shackles on his feet are still there. At the same time, Witten's prestige will plummet. But if the experiment succeeds, then Chinese high-energy physics will be like Andy, who escaped from Shawshank prison, standing freely on the ground, spreading his arms and embracing the sky. 25 minutes 33 minutes 47 minutes. Finally, when the experiment was 59 minutes in, swish, a screen and enlarged case table suddenly appeared on the main screen. The number node of the case table is 0.234491835. According to the ratio of cutting out 100,000 events in one collision, this is the 2300th collision in the sequence. Don't look at this collision sequence as small. It was introduced earlier that 30 pairs of particles can collide in a cluster, which is a very high ratio. The moment I saw this case table, swish, all the participants stood up from their seats almost at the same time, leaning forward, looking at the main screen with shock. In the first row, Suzuki Atsuto suddenly stumbled and fell heavily on the nearest seat, breathing heavily. Higgs opened his mouth slightly, with a surprised expression. Academician Pan's left hand hanging down by his side suddenly clenched into a fist. Wei Tang's face froze, and then was replaced by a surprise. Su Yun's eyes widened, and a blush appeared on his face. At this moment, on the example table on the big screen, there was a straight bulge near the 950 GeV range. Chapter 464. Some careless words to solve the doubts. Students who have done particle collision experiments should know this. On your first day in the laboratory, your instructor will definitely tell you this. In the field of particle physics, a single case report is of no reference value, to be honest. This sentence is indeed applicable to most occasions. A single case is meaningless in many cases. However, in a few situations, it may not be accurate. The most representative is the collision experiment of Kobayashi Makoto and his team. Everything is zero, and the curve is flat as it can be. Even if there is only one case statistics, it is enough to explain many problems. For example, at this moment, the case table number 234,491,835 is in front of Su Yun and his team. The bulge on this case table is extremely amazing, and it is already comparable to the small umbrella that the readers woke up with in the morning. It is heading for 20 centimeters. Not to mention industry insiders. Even Chen Shanshan and the audience watching the live broadcast outside the venue can see that this signal is definitely not a fluctuating accident. In other words, there is indeed an unknown particle in the magnitude calculated by the Academy of Sciences. However, Academician Pan, a senior fan of AC Milan, is very clear about one thing. That is, before the real hammer falls, you must bear with not opening the champagne. After all, let's not talk about the distant ones, let's talk about the near ones, the 11.4514 GeV particles calculated by Suzuki Atsuto and others can also fail. So Academician Pan calmed down his emotions, forced himself to calm down, and said to Carlo Rubbia, who was a little excited, Mr. Rubbia, please calm down. What we have to do now is to collect and summarize the cases first, fully summarize the relevant properties of the particles and determine the true properties of the particles. We must not let the old 750 GeV incident happen again. 750 GeV, the second half of Academician Pan's sentence hit Carlo Rubbia's heart like a copy of Boruto, which made him shudder all over. The excitement that had arisen at first also disappeared for the most part. Theoretical physicists were all cursing CERN's original operation, but CERN at that time actually thought that it had discovered a new particle, and it was said that even the name of the particle had been thought of. In the end, who knew that such a stable particle would turn over, so that CERN has been scolded until now and has not been forgiven. So after hearing what Academician Pan said, Carlo Rubbia immediately calmed down. Then he thought for a moment, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. After a while, the call was connected. Hello, Mr. Rubbia. Carlo Rubbia moved the phone a little away and pressed the hands-free button at the same time. Pop, how many cases have been summarized now? There were a few keyboard tapping sounds from the other end of the phone. Miscellaneous cases, including meaningless cases, a total of more than 2.33 billion. Carlo Rubbia nodded. The number of cases reported by his assistant sounded terrifying, but it was actually very normal. Just like two cars driving at high speed collided accidentally. If even the fragments of a few millimeters were to be counted, the number would be in the hundreds or even thousands, or even more. These cases are just as the word implies, many of them are meaningless and worthless fragments. Then Carlo Rubbia paused and continued. How many cases are there after optimization? 8.79 million. Are there any with the same fluctuation signals as 234,491,835, 219 major cases and 548 signal bumps? Carlo Rubbia's breathing suddenly quickened. Unlike meaningless cases, the so-called major cases do not refer to the sputtering of various small particles after the collision, but the initial event of the collision of two lead ions. Using the example of a head-on collision, it is the collision of two cars. Under normal circumstances, in a large collision, the total number of colliding particles emitted is about 10 to the 14th power. Among them, the total number of major cases, that is, the total number of car accidents that have occurred, is about 2 million to 5 million times. Of course, this number varies depending on the factors. It varies from case to case, and we can only say that this is a relatively common range. Among the major events of this magnitude, the number of abnormal major events that can prove the existence of a certain particle is generally around 40. That is, in 2 million collisions, there can be 40 major events with fluctuation signals, which basically can determine the existence of this particle. By the way, the number of major events that CERN proved the so-called 750 GeV particle was 0.2. Then Carlo Rubbia glanced at academician Pan beside him, and the two nodded at the same time in tacit understanding. Carlo Rubbia said to the phone again, "Pop, please immediately transmit the 219 major events to the information background of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as quickly as possible." "Understood, Mr. Rubbia." After hanging up the phone, Carlo Rubbia put the phone back in his pocket, took off his glasses, and said to academician Pan earnestly, "Pan, the next thing is up to you." Academician Pan nodded at him, pulled the earphone again very skillfully, and ordered, "Zhao Chen, get ready and enter the CERN information package into the background as soon as possible." "Understood." After saying these words, academician Pan returned to the first row with Hao Zhengjing and Carlo Rubbia. He first glanced at Suzuki Atsudo, who was panting on the side, and greeted Mr. Yang and Wei Ten, who looked expectant. Then he waited with peace of mind. After another moment, a reply came from academician Pan's earphone. "Academician Pan, all the information has been entered." Academician Pan snorted, walked behind Su Yun, used Su Yun as a tool to block everyone's sight, and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Has the report been verified?" "Yes, we used the supercomputer drone to do an emergency analysis. Although the specific properties still need subsequent analysis, it is certain that this is a new particle, not a statistical fluctuation like CERN." Academician Pan heard this and immediately made up his mind. The last sentence was enough. Then he thanked the person opposite him, patted Su Yun's shoulders a few times, and strode to the podium. Seeing this, the already solemn atmosphere at the scene became solemn again. All kinds of eyes, including nervousness, expectation, joy, disgust, and numbness, were focused on academician Pan at the same time. After arriving at the podium, academician Pan first calibrated the microphone, looked around, and then slowly and clearly said, "Dear colleagues, media guests, and friends from the outside world, thank you for waiting for a long time, not long ago. The backstage of the Academy of Sciences has received first-hand reports of 219 major incidents from CERN. Of course, the first thing to emphasize is that we don't know whether these 219 major incidents can prove the existence of the particle. Maybe there is, maybe not. No one can know the truth." Hearing this, Su Yun in the audience could not help but glance at academician Pan, who looked like he knew nothing. "You are worthy of being my rabbit." Then academician Pan paused and continued, "Next, our backstage staff will synchronize these 219 major case reports to the data terminals in front of you, and the professionals will analyze and judge the reports. At the same time, participants whose main major is particle physics will get an additional voting qualification. That is, if you think these reports are sufficient to prove the existence of particles, please vote yes, otherwise vote no. Of course, you can also choose to abstain. As for participants who are not majoring in particle physics, they do not have the right to vote, but they can still check and analyze case reports at will." As soon as academician Pan said this, the audience was silent for only a few seconds, and then a low discussion sounded. Many scholars who were originally a little tired sat up straight, and some quickly flipped through their briefcases, trying to find paper and pen. Academician Pan's words hit them straight in the heart. After all, as the top bosses in the industry, they have been watching the show for so long in the audience, and it is impossible to say that they are not itching to do it. But the problem is that the previous process of calculating the Fermi surface data of particles was very difficult, and even Higgs and others needed assistance to help. Although these bigwigs in the seats were tempted, they were really powerless. But it's different now. Faced with the data that has been generated, they don't need to perform large-scale calculations. What is tested is the ability to parse the data for a long time. This is their strong point. Just like riding a bicycle, they may never forget it in their lifetime. Of course, some people are eager to try, and naturally some people feel a little dissatisfied with the approach of the Academy of Sciences. Why? In the 10th row of seats, Christine was with her hands on her hips, looking angrily at academician Pan on the stage. Why must only particle physicists have the right to vote? Is this discriminating against cosmology and statistical physics? Lu Chaoyuan beside her smiled and explained, Ms. Christine, after all, this vote is of great importance. Statistical physics is different from particle physics in this situation, although you are also very knowledgeable in particle physics. Not everyone is like you. Lu Chaoyuan's words were not all compliments. In the previous particle calculation process, he discovered that this girl is indeed a versatile person and has a deep understanding of particle physics. However, it is obviously not appropriate to give Christine a green light on this occasion, so this filial daughter can only be slightly wronged. As an assistant researcher at Harvard University, Christine naturally understands this truth, so she just complained briefly, forget it, I hope there will be a chance in the future. By the way, why are the documents of your Academy of Sciences so slow to be transmitted? Here it comes. As soon as the voice fell, a file icon instantly appeared on the data terminal in front of Christine and Lu Chaoyuan, which was originally watching the live broadcast. Seeing this, Christine couldn't wait to sit back in her seat and quickly clicked on the file. Although for a scientific researcher, there are more opportunities to contact paper reports on weekdays. But these days, computer equipment is very popular, and many experimental data are also directly viewed on the computer, so it is not difficult to adapt to the current data terminal. Then soon, Christine put on noise-reducing earmuffs and began to check the relevant data. The term, particle detection report, may be a bit cliché in 2023. Basically, this thing can be seen in novels with a black science article. But what is the content of this report and how to read it? I am afraid that there are really few people who know it. For example, a very simple question. At present, all particles are invisible to the naked eye, and the trajectory can only be simulated after the cloud chamber, so how do physicists know what particles they have captured? Is it an image? Or some probe test? No. The answer is the value of the report. For example, the simplest value is the intrinsic property of the particle, mass, charge, and spin. Based on the above three, the report will also add a special column, CP properties. In addition, the interaction can be used to refine the cross-section of the generation channel, the branching ratio of the decay channel and other data. Take the Higgs particle discovered by CERN in 2012 as an example. The Higgs particle predicted by the Standard Model is a neutral particle with a spin of 0 and a CP of ++. It has a direct interaction with W, Z particles and massive fermions, and the interaction strength is proportional to the mass of the particle. And it can be seen in the original CERN report. They found a Higgs particle from the 2-photon final state, which means that the new particle can decay into 2 photons. Students who have taken junior high school physics should all know one thing: photons are not charged. Therefore, from the law of charge conservation, we can know that the particle is also not charged. In addition, since the final state is 2 bosons, we can also know that the new particle must be a boson. Then according to the conclusion of the Landau-Young theorem, a particle with spin 1 cannot decay into 2 photons. Therefore, the spin of the new particle can only be 0, 2, 3. Next, CERN measured the cross-section and angular distribution of the new particle decaying to WW and ZZ and made a fit, and found that everything was in good agreement with CP++ particles with spin 0. Finally, CERN measured the final state of the new particle to be B, mu, ta, and the joint production of the new particle and TT, and found that it was also in good agreement with the assumptions of the Standard Model. Therefore, it can be concluded that this new particle is the Higgs particle. This is the real basis for determining which model a particle can correspond to. Useless knowledge has been added. JPG. So at this time, what these experts are competing for is the recognition of particle models, rather than other abilities such as computing power. Spin 1/2 is the same as the value calculated by Professor Witten and his team before, which satisfies the Pauli exclusion principle and belongs to the standard field configuration of energy localization. The LL3 process has the largest cross-section and conforms to the fourth-order Feynman diagram oscillation, quack, quack, as he looked at the results. Lu Chaoyong suddenly frowned. His eyes stopped on a report numbered 43,967,777, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. This is a band signal data label of a major event, recording a small bulge in the tau plus gamma final state. There are hundreds of similar bulges in the entire report. As mentioned before, CERN rarely conducts such a high-level experiment, and it must collect a variety of data. But the current bulge is a bit strange. As we all know, in quantum theory, Hilbert space can be decomposed into the direct sum of Bose state and Fermi state subspaces, H equals H plus plus H. If the fermion parity operator is defined as 1, F is the number of fermions, and this is its invariant subspace decomposition. The eigenvalue plus 1 corresponds to the Bose state, and the eigenvalue 1 corresponds to the Fermi state. The spin of the Pluto particle is 1/2, which means it belongs to a fermion. But the eigenvalue of the tau plus gamma final state bulge is plus 1. This is a bit strange, and just as Lu Chaoyong frowned and thought. Suddenly, a light exclamation came from his ear due to personal habit. He did not wear earmuffs. Hey, what's the matter with this data? Lu Chaoyong turned his head subconsciously and found that Christine was holding a pen in her mouth, frowning and staring at the screen in front of her. Seeing Lu Chaoyong looking at her, the girl turned the screen towards Lu Chaoyong. Hey, Lu, come and take a look at this. Lu Chaoyong leaned his head towards her. He found that the report on her screen was not the same as the one he was reading, but the document number 2,200,433. As a result, after just 2 glances, Lu Chaoyong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It is completely different from the content of the report in his hand. The eigenvalue of the report in Christine's hand is normal, but it is an expression of the scalar field. It has been mentioned before. The scalar field cannot describe fermions. Only the spinor field can describe the spin of fermions. See chapter 455. This is very strange. Then Lu Chaoyong thought about it and handed his data terminal to Christine. Ms. Christine, to be honest, I also found an abnormal report here. Christine looked up and looked at him, took the terminal and started reading. After a while, Christine's voice rang in Lu Chaoyong's ears again, but this time, the tone of this carefree girl was unusually a little nervous. Lu, do you still remember your previous guess? Lu Chaoyong was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly thought of something and tapped the math paper on the table with his index finger. Are you talking about the riddle man before? Ahem. The theoretical model that can be established in the 1/10 range? Christine nodded heavily. Yes, if that theory is applied, this phenomenon seems to have room for explanation. Lu Chaoyong's face changed for a while. He lowered his head and read the report several times again. Finally, he frowned and sighed. It seems not enough. There is still some difference in the energy scale. No, it should be said that it is a lot different. In order for that theoretical model to be able to explain this phenomenon, other new evidence is needed. Otherwise, these big guys on the scene would have expressed their opinions long ago. Do you think you and I are the only smart people? Christine opened the earlier math paper again, picked up a pen and calculated on it for a while, and then said faintly, indeed, the difference is at least 2 orders of magnitude. Just as Lu Chaoyong said, there are not a few scholars who have discovered this kind of anomaly. After all, there are thousands of people on the scene, including nearly 20 Nobel Prize winners. Perhaps no one can fully understand the causes and consequences of the data anomaly for a while, but there are more than 1 or 2 people who have discovered the anomaly and come up with ideas. Of course, some scholars did not think so deeply. After confirming that the data was normal, someone soon pressed the voting button representing the existence of the particle. In the first row, looking at the progress bar on the screen showing 14 votes to confirm and 0 votes against, Academician Pan's expression still looked very calm. After all, in this kind of occasion, it is meaningless to refuse to admit it, but it will affect your reputation. At this moment, Academician Pan and Witten and others really care about the problems shown in a few reports. After all, The process of proving whether a particle exists is very complicated, and it is not enough to confirm that it has been captured. The spin of the particle, the CP property, what kind of particle it belongs to, and what the constituent state is. These all need to be explored. Strange Witten put his left hand around his chest, put his right thumb on his chin, and frowned. We have received 39 sets of abnormal data. Although it has no impact on the conclusion that the particle exists, this abnormal situation cannot be ignored. What is going on? Beside him, academician Pan, Zhou Xiaoping and Mr. Yang also had confused expressions on their faces. Due to the real-time signal transmission, the supercomputer backend of the Academy of Sciences could only give priority to verifying the existence of particles. As for the small anomalies such as bulges, it was definitely impossible to cover all of them. So even academician Pan and Hao Zhengjin, or even Carlo Rubbia, the head of CERN, were not aware of this situation in advance. After a while, Huft's eyes moved slightly, and he slowly raised his hand and said, "Everyone, I have an idea. Will this particle be similar to the X-17 particle? I mean the model, not the case." Witten was stunned. X-17 particle, X-17 particle. This is a very topical particle. This is an example announced by the Atomiki project team of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences a few years ago. At that time, they claimed that the new particles discovered in the process of helium atom transition and beryllium-8 decay were close to a type of predicted boson. As we all know, new bosons represent new interactions, so many articles at that time hyped up the suspected discovery of the fifth force by humans. But in fact, in the subsequent multi-party verification, no organization reproduced this phenomenon. At the same time, the Atomiki project team has previously announced many shocking major discoveries. For example, they claimed to have discovered a new 9eV particle in 2001, claimed to have discovered the abnormal behavior of multiple particles caused by the new particle in 2005, and claimed to have discovered a new 12eV mega-electron-volt particle in 2008, etc. However, none of the above discoveries have been reproduced for the second time. Therefore, the Atomiki project team is also jokingly called the Internet Celebrity Project Team in the industry. But on the other hand, although the X-17 particle case is likely to be false, its model is still relatively referenceable. Its manifestation is the excited state of positronium, and its mass is between the ground state of positronium and the Greek letter pi0 meson. In theory, the electron momentum of positronium has reached a certain mutation state, which may indeed cause some abnormal data. But soon, Higgs, who had done the most in-depth research on particle models at the scene, shook his head. "It's unlikely, Gerald. If it's a similar principle to the X-17 particle, then it must decay first to produce positron-electron pairs, and if positrons are generated, then some signs must be seen in the 1.022 MeV range." But unfortunately, Higgs pointed to a blank space in the report. "There is no signal of positron generation here." T. Huft leaned forward and looked for a while, then nodded silently. Higgs is right. In other words, the X-17 particle model is not applicable to the current situation. So what is the situation with this anomaly? Just when the atmosphere at the scene was a little low, a voice suddenly sounded in Higgs's ear. "Oh, how strange. Note, the doctor asked me to be hospitalized, which was hard to bear. In fact, I felt okay." Chapter 465 The True Identity of the Particle. The first row area. Hearing the sudden sound of Li. The big guys who were originally thinking about the problem all raised their heads and turned to look at the person who spoke. At this moment, in the open space a few meters away from them, Su-Yun was holding a report in his hand, with his head slightly tilted, and his expression was innocent. However, academician Pan, who knew his student's personality well, realized something in an instant. He gently adjusted his glasses and looked at Su-Yun. "Zio-Su, do you have any findings?" The last time Su-Yun spoke, academician Pan was a little worried that his identity was not appropriate. But after Su-Yun assisted Zhou Xiaoping. No, to be precise, it was Su-Yun who relied on his own ability to keenly perceive the problem of vector rotation with a limited angle and was successfully verified. He already had the qualifications to express his opinions in the first row, at least in this meeting. Therefore, academician Pan did not do anything protective this time, but directly questioned Su-Yun. Then Su-Yun winked at academician Pan, came to academician Pan, and handed him the document in his hand. "Teacher, please take a look at this data." Academician Pan took the document and glanced at it. his eyes slightly focused. This is topological susceptibility? It is actually zero. Su-Yun nodded heavily. That's right. Academician Penn saw this and hesitated for a moment, then handed the document to several other bigwigs, and everyone took turns to read it. In theoretical physics, Witten once named a relationship with Veneziano, called the Witten-Veneziano relationship. Its content is not important. The key is that the left side of the formula is the topological susceptibility of a vacuum, which describes the fluctuation of the topological charge. As for the topological charge, this thing, like the Fermi surface, can also be divided into two concepts. One topological charge is the topological charge related to the radiation of the photonic crystal plate, and the other is the concept of topological charge in orbital angular momentum ohm. The situation mentioned here is naturally the latter, and the topological charge in orbital angular momentum ohm will not be zero, only under pure gauge theory. In short, the topological susceptibility of the report in Su-Yun's hand is zero, which means that its attribute framework is a non-pure gauge theory. So the question is, how can the attribute framework of a particle be a non-pure gauge theory? That's right. I believe that the smart students have already thought of it. That is, it has at least one gauge group of non-abelian gauge field. And all Lagrangian operators of non-abelian gauge theories must contain a Yang-Mills term, Li equals 14Ix, Fa, x. Thinking of this, Higgs on the side thought of something again. With the help of his assistant, he returned to the large terminal where Witten had entered data earlier, and searched for some content. Academician Pan looked at the well-behaved Su-Yun beside him thoughtfully. This guy's performance today is quite outstanding. After a moment, the particle physics expert turned his head so fast that the balls on both sides of his cheeks were shaking. Hey, Pan, the decay factor and gauge potential don't match, it's too big. Academician Pan looked at the others and gradually showed a slightly excited expression on his face. Sure enough, there's a problem. If the previous eigenvalues, scalar field expressions and topological magnetic susceptibility discovered by Su-Yun were just some minor anomalies, then the difference between the decay factor and the gauge potential, which are connected in series based on the Yang-Mills term La14Ix, Fa, x, is a big problem that cannot be ignored. Take the human body as an example. In life, everyone generally encounters various minor symptoms. For example, occasional coughing, tinnitus, a muscle in the hands and feet that jumps very fast, etc. These problems can be big or small, and you can ignore them if you don't want to go to the hospital. But if you have symptoms such as black blood in your stool and coughing up blood, then the situation cannot be ignored and you must go to the hospital for examination. At present, the decay factor derived from the topological magnetic susceptibility discovered by Su-Yun belongs to the latter category. That is, this particle does have obvious unreasonable anomalies. More importantly, the cause of fever may be one of many conditions such as cold, internal heat, pneumonia or even enteritis. Although the symptoms of blood in stool are much more serious, it is relatively easy to find the bleeding point and determine the problem. For example, the difference between the decay factor and the gauge potential. The only possible cause of this situation is that there is a problem in the CP breaking link. In mathematical language, it is a non-zero vacuum expectation value in a certain field. Of course, the order here is that the physical observation data derives the mathematical language, which means that there is no need to prove this conjecture through physical experiments. Non-zero vacuum expectation value, after everyone sat back in their seats. Polyakov looked at Mr. Yang beside him and asked, Yang, tell me what you think. You are the one who named the Yang-Mills field. When it comes to the field of CP violation, no one among us can compare to you. The rest of the people nodded after hearing this. CP violation. This is also a very important concept in particle physics, and it can even be ranked among the top in terms of importance. It does not mean to break up CP, but a combination phenomenon. P refers to parity, and C refers to charge. A long time ago, a female mathematician Noether proposed a Noether theorem, which simply means that a symmetry corresponds to a conservation. She described the world's conservation as three types. Time translation symmetry corresponds to energy conservation. Space translation symmetry corresponds to momentum conservation. Space rotation symmetry corresponds to angular momentum conservation. The relationship between these three symmetries in conservation is now recognized and is the root of all evil. After Noether, another physicist Wigner discovered that there is another symmetry, that is, mirror symmetry. For example, your left and right hands, or U in the mirror. He believed that this symmetry should also be conserved. Wigner called this conservation parity conservation, or parity. Later, the physics community proved the accuracy of parity conservation in physical experiments under electromagnetic interaction and strong interaction, so they believed that parity P was indeed conserved. But around 1950, Mr. Yang and Mr. Li discovered a problem. There was no experiment to support the parity conservation of weak interaction, so they proposed the view that parity was not conserved. Later, Chinese physicist Ms. Wu Jiangsheng discovered parity non-conservation in the decay reaction of cobalt. Mr. Yang and Mr. Li quickly won the Nobel Prize in Physics for this reason, becoming the Nobel Prize winners with the shortest time from publication to winning the prize. If the above sentence is difficult to understand, here is another simple example. Everyone must have looked in the mirror. You touch your face, and the you in the mirror also touches your face. You make a face, and the you in the mirror also makes a face. This is parity conservation, but this is a phenomenon that only appears in the macroscopic world. In the microscopic world, you will find a problem. Sometimes you touch your face, and the you in the mirror actually shakes your hands. This is called parity non-conservation. Mr. Yang's parity non-conservation predicted that you may have inconsistent movements inside and outside the mirror in the microscopic world. This abnormal phenomenon was eventually confirmed by scientific experiments. So strictly speaking, the first person in history to discover this parity non-conservation should be Chiarui in Dream of the Red Chamber. Unfortunately, when Xiao Zukin died, the Nobel Prize had not yet been born. As for charge non-conservation, it is almost the same, but its official name is charge parity non-conservation. At first, the physics community believed that charge parity was conserved. As a result, in 1964, Cronin and Fitch discovered that K mesons did not follow the existing mirror symmetry and charge symmetry in the radioactive decay of K mesons. Therefore, this C plus P is double symmetry breaking, also called CP violation or CP breaking, depending on the individual's name. By the way, the person who solved the symmetry breaking was Makoto Kobayashi, who had previously conducted experiments in neon. He and his senior brother Toshihide Masqual solved this problem. This is the famous Kobayashi-Masqual theory. Let's return to reality. After listening to Plyakov's question, Mr. Yang picked up the report and looked at it again, and said, "Everyone should know that although CP violation is a common phrase, there are not many particles that meet the dual symmetry breaking at the same time. Many times, what is violated is the conservation of parity, not the charge parity. To a certain extent, the number of particles that can cause charge parity violation can be counted." Witten understood what Mr. Yang meant. Yang, so what kind of particle do you think may have caused the charge parity violation? Mr. Yang glanced at him and thought, Greek letter pi meson is definitely impossible, because the Greek letter pi meson was donated to the Pangu particle by the Greek letter lambda 4685 hyperon. Well, let's use the solitary point particle in this sentence. In addition, the K meson is impossible because it has a strange eigenstate, and we have not observed this eigenstate bulge. As for the neutrino, it is obviously even less likely it was still a dark matter candidate before today. Hearing this, David Gross on the side interrupted, "So Yang, do you think it might be the anomaly caused by the WRZ boson?" Old Yang hummed softly, turned his head and looked at Bruce Arnold, the representative of Fermilab, who did not come over. "It is possible. Do you remember the research on the super-heavy W boson in Fermilab in 22 years? Witten was slightly stunned, and then blurted out, "You mean oil." 10.1126 Science ABK 1781, Old Yang nodded. The research that Old Yang mentioned was published in April 2022, and at that time, Science gave it an unprecedented huge front-page promotion. The content of the article is very simple. Experts at Fermilab have continuously analyzed the W boson data produced by the Tevatron Collider in the 10 years from 2002 to 2011, and found that the mass of the W boson is 80,433 plus or minus 9.4 MeV, which is 76 MeV heavier than the predicted value of the standard model, equivalent to a difference of 152 electrons. And the deviation of this measurement result from the theoretical value reaches 7 Greek letter sigma. As mentioned earlier, in particle physics, 5 Greek letter sigma can be regarded as a real new physical discovery. More importantly, in the standard model, the mass of the W boson is given by the Higgs mechanism. The Higgs mechanism causes the electroweak symmetry of SU2, SU1, to break spontaneously, producing the Goldstone boson. Then the W boson absorbs Goldstone as its longitudinal mode, thereby gaining mass. The mass of the W boson is greater than the prediction of the Standard Model, which either means that there is a problem with the Higgs mechanism, or there is a brand new fundamental particle in a certain area. At present, the global physics community is waiting for the verification of LHC. After all, it is the most authoritative equipment in the world. However, LHC is like a fragmentary author of the starting point, shouting that it will start soon, but it never starts. In short, many people always say that there are no major discoveries in the physics world, but in fact, basic physics has quietly faced a huge crisis, and the physics building is likely to collapse again. You can keep an eye here. It is said that LHC will start verification in July this year. If it is true, it will be a lot of fun. Then Witten looked at Mr. Yang again, with a thoughtful expression. Mr. Yang's meaning is actually very clear. The anomaly of the particle may be affected by the W boson. That is, the Higgs field has a quantum mechanical vacuum in a non-steady state, and the continuity of the entire physical system is spontaneously broken, triggering the entire anomaly from the Weinberg angle. How to say this statement? It seems reasonable, but Witten feels a little uncomfortable. After all, the research has reached this point. Looking at all the participants on the scene, except for a few exceptions such as Suzuki Atsuto, everyone must be thinking about discovering more interesting things. So Yang Lao's statement seems to have answered the question, but the expected value is a little different from what Witten thought because the influence of this particle on the W boson has been observed before the meeting. To put it bluntly, this explanation seems to be somewhat unworthy of its ending identity in this press conference, and it is also unworthy of the risk that Witten took for it. After all, CP deficiency is not his professional direction, and Witten has little intersection with it. Thinking of this, Witten couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Whatever. There is a gap, there is a gap. At least this particle does exist, and it can be regarded as an advertisement for his ability in mathematics, which can't be regarded as a gain. It can only be said that the intersection between this particle and him is not that deep, and he will definitely have no chance to participate in the subsequent research. And just when Witten was a little absent-minded, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Yun approaching Yang Lao and whispered something. Then under Witten's gaze, Mr. Yang's tired eyes suddenly brightened, and his expression became more lively, as if he had heard something surprising. Then Mr. Yang picked up the previous report again, pressed the tip of his thumbnail on a line, and slowly drew it from left to right. After half a minute, Mr. Yang couldn't help but let out a light "huh," attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this, Academician Pan glanced at Su Yun and couldn't help but ask Mr. Yang, Mr. Yang, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang ignored him, but waved his hand and continued to check the report. Su Yun didn't want to disturb Mr. Yang, so he could only shrug his shoulders to his teacher, saying that he couldn't help. That's it. After 3 or 4 minutes, Mr. Yang slowly raised his head and looked directly at Witten. Mr. Witten, we seem to have made a mistake. Witten was startled. Error. Yes, if the entire value is an anomaly caused by the Weinberg angle, then the coupling constant of the abnormal magnetic moment should also have an obvious anomaly within that framework, right? Witten thought about it and affirmed, yes, according to this deviation value, the energy scale change of the coupling constant should be more than 10, but not more than 15, then you calculate its anomaly magnitude now. Su Yun, who was standing aside, heard this and immediately handed the pen and paper to Witten very obediently. Witten subconsciously took the paper and pen, looked at Mr. Yang, then looked at Su Yun, and lowered his head to calculate. Weinberg angle. This is also a very important parameter in the weak electromagnetic unification theory. It is not difficult to tell who the contributor is from the name. It can be defined by the inverse cosine function of the mass ratio of the W boson and the Z boson, which is about 29 degrees. Of course, it is an abstract angle. The value of this angle cannot be derived from the first principle theory, but can only be measured experimentally. Therefore, to some extent, the electroweak unification is only at a certain energy level, and the boundary between the two fundamental forces has become blurred. The internal mechanism of the physical law that causes this kind of running with the energy scale is not yet understood by the scientific community, at least from the level of recognized theory. Therefore, Witten can only reverse the Weinberg angle from the wrong data, determine the covariance derivative through the weak supercharge, and express it with the bottom component after the two components. Of course, This level of hand calculation is naturally not difficult for Witten. Therefore, Witten quickly calculated the value of the coupling constant of the abnormal magnetic moment. However, when writing down the final result, Witten's pen tip suddenly paused, and his face showed surprise. He looked up at Mr. Yang for the second time, and then at Su Yun. Then he lowered his head again, scribbled a few times on the paper with a pen tip, and calculated again. Seeing this, Mr. Yang did not say much, but just watched Witten calculate. This time, Witten's calculation lasted for 14 minutes. 14 minutes later, Witten raised his head for the third time, but this time he looked around at everyone around him before saying to Elder Yang, 1.53, the energy scale change of the coupling constant is only 1.53. Gurgle, Witten swallowed hard, and at this moment, he felt his lips were a little dry. Yang, so, your previous guess was wrong. Yes, it was wrong. Then what is the real reason? Elder Yang was silent for a moment, and slowly said, Edward, before the experiment began, you once cited the example of Pluto, using the influence of Pluto on Uranus to explain the existence of unknown particles. In this case, I believe you should also know that there is something very special about the planet Pluto. That is, it has a satellite that is not much different in size from it, called Charon, also known as Charon, and the two are like twins facing each other. Witten nodded subconsciously, but still didn't understand the purpose of Elder Yang's mention of Pluto again. But a few seconds later, he suddenly realized something. His eyes widened like 30 Li Ronghaos, and he looked at Mr. Yang in shock. Yang, what do you mean? Mr. Su nodded slightly at him, leaned back in his chair, and said with some emotion, yes. From the beginning, we regarded the number 923.8 GeV as the energy level of a particle, but is there actually a possibility? These are actually two particles very close to each other. They have been holding hands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, The True Identity of the Particle. These are actually two particles that are very close to each other, just like holding hands. Because of the long time of the meeting, Mr. Yang's energy was almost exhausted at this time, so his tone sounded a little weak when he spoke. But with the help of the radio equipment, Mr. Yang's words instantly spread throughout the venue. No, it should be said that the entire network, even those who don't understand particle physics, can understand what Mr. Yang means at this time. That signal is actually two particles? A moment later, in the rooms of major live broadcast platforms, a row of question marks appeared for the nth time. There was a huge noise at the scene. At the same time, in the 10th row, Lu Chaoyuan, who was surprised, suddenly thought of something. He quickly turned out his original calculation manuscript, picked up a pen, and lowered his head to calculate. If it is two particles, then the vector does not need to be expanded, and the vacuum quantum number is doubled. Since the final form of the entire formula has been determined, Lu Chaoyuan only needs to modify some of the parameters at this time to complete the calculation quickly. More than half a minute later, the quantum genius threw down his pen, exhaled deeply, and murmured, 3.188 to the fourth power, the energy scale matches, exactly 2 orders of magnitude. Then he looked at Christine beside him, and said absent-mindedly, Ms. Christine, if the signal is two particles, then all the data anomalies we encountered before can be explained smoothly. Hearing this, Christine, who had been waiting for the result, couldn't help but open her mouth. Oh my god, but how is this possible? As we all know, in particle physics, a particle may have a partner, or it may have isotopes with different mass numbers, and there may even be dozens of them. However, due to the non-degenerate energy levels caused by the one-dimensional infinitely deep symmetrical square potential well, theoretically only one particle can exist near a certain energy level in an experiment. Because particles of the same charge will be bounced off by the electromagnetic force, the electromagnetic force at this time is stronger than the gravitational force. There are two situations for charged particles of different species: either chemical bonds are formed, or it is like electrons and protons that turn into neutrons under great pressure, and a nuclear reaction occurs, and boom, this place becomes Howard's happy house. On a quantum scale, it is impossible for two particles to form a nearly integrated equilibrium state at this intimate level. Let's take another analogy. The handsome reader has a Mercedes-Benz C-Class car and bought a parking space in the community. You can see cars of various brands in the community, such as Buick, Volkswagen, Bide, etc., and occasionally you can see the E-Class or S-Class that also belong to Mercedes-Benz. But no matter what kind of car it is, they have no intersection with you in terms of ownership. You can't drive those cars, and the only car that can park in your parking space at the same time is your own. All cars abide by this rule. As a result, one day when you passed by your neighbor's parking space, you suddenly found two cars parked in a parking space, and when you go out, one is on the top and the other is on the bottom, and the traffic police let it drive freely. This is outrageous. The current situation is almost like this, which is obviously very shocking. This is why no one, including big guys like Yang Lao and Wei Teng, thought that this signal was emitted by two particles together. But on the other hand, it is indeed true in terms of data. That is, two particles holding hands appeared in the community, particle energy level, avoiding the supervision of microscopic rules, traffic police, and whizzed past you. Of course. The premise here is the same experiment. If the experiment is repeated a different number of times, it is possible that two different particles will show similar energy levels. For example, the magnitude of the collision of 2350 and 2150 hyperons is around 1.9 GeV, but only one of them will be generated in one experiment, and it is impossible for them to appear at the same time. This is not over yet. While Christine was shocked, Lu Chaoyuan glanced at the girl again. Don't forget, after the energy scale matches, it not only means that the mathematics conforms to the form of the two particles, but more importantly, the model we talked about before is probably true now. Christine was stunned again. After coming back to her senses, a tingling sensation instantly rushed from her tailbone to the top of her head. Oh my God! So exciting! The people in the first row, including Mr. Yang, were not aware of the conversation between Lu Chaoyuan and Christine. At this time, they were sitting together, verifying the feasibility of the simultaneous existence of two particles for more detailed data. The topological magnetic susceptibility is fine, the decay factor is successfully balanced, no wonder the eigenvalue is normal, but the expression is a scalar field, because the two particles are one fermion and the other boson, as the model of the two particles was substituted in. One by one, the data anomalies that had troubled everyone earlier were all answered. More than 10 minutes later, Hao Zhengyun's assistant Gao Hongwen hurriedly found Academician Pan and handed him a document that was still hot. Academician Pan, CERN has conducted a verification of the extra mechanism of splitting, and confirmed that signs of two particles were found in the final state of Greek letter sigma 3, but their energy level splitting range is very small, only about 520 eV. Academician Pan took the report and glanced at it for a few times, and nodded to him. I understand, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Gao. Split. This is an unconventional verification method rarely seen in particle collision experiments. It is a beam energy scan of the heavy ion collision process, explaining the experimental phenomenon through different average field potentials. It is mainly to distinguish the detailed properties of adjacent particles in the segment. Even at CERN, splitting verification may only be used once or twice a year, so no one has thought of this before. And at this moment, the release of the splitting result also officially represents the correctness of Yang Lao's conjecture. In other words, this 923.8 GeV signal is indeed emitted by two particles together. You know, under the premise of the same round. The particles with the closest collision energy levels at present are Greek letter sigma 1580 baryons and B mesons, and the energy level signals of the two differ by 57 MeV. At present, the difference between the two particles is only 520 eV, which is no longer explainable by normal theory. Therefore, after mathematically confirming the existence of the two particles, a physical problem is placed in front of everyone. How is the state formed? Then Witten thought for a while and asked Yang Lao, Yang, do you have any other opinions? Upon hearing this, Yang Lao quickly glanced at Su Yun beside him. Seeing Su Yun's obedient expression, he shook his head. No more. Witten's eyes followed Su Yun, but his tone did not show obvious disappointment. After all, his greatest pressure had been relieved. In this case, let's follow the old rules and start with the particle structure. At present, from the order of magnitude, at least it, or they, should be in line with the existing mechanism and structure. Polyakov and others looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then everyone took up another trajectory report on the table and read it carefully. It has been mentioned before. For the relevant properties of a composite particle, that is, to determine which particle it is in the model, it can be determined from the cross-section of the generation channel, the branch ratio of the decay channel and other data. But if you want to determine the composition, structure and deep physical properties of a particle, it will be much more complicated. Because this involves the real basic physics. From the collision magnitude, these two particles should be hadrons. Polyakov, who looked like a brown bear, looked up and drank a sip of vodka while reading the report, but its chiral characteristics are a bit strange. Could it be that the Greek letter meson corrected it? Nima beside him quickly shook his head and pointed to a row of data. Mr. Polyakov, look here, the error of magnetic moment deviation is 1.4/10,000ths, according to the 3x3 matrix analysis of the static particle model of classical electron dynamics. The correction effect of the Greek letter meson is obviously not so high. Polyakov quickly did some mental calculations, and finally nodded with pursed lips. You are right, Nima. Then he thought for a while and drank another sip of vodka. If it is not due to the correction of the Greek letter meson, then it can only be a problem of degrees of freedom, this time. Nima did not raise any doubts. As we all know, physics refers to particles that participate in strong interactions as hadrons. Hadrons include mesons, baryons, and neutrons. The first hadrons discovered are protons and neutrons, because the nucleus of an atom is made up of protons and neutrons. Then, starting from the beginning of the last century, scientists have observed various hadrons from cosmic rays. The properties of these hadrons vary, including mass, decay period, spin, parity and other properties. Slowly, as more and more hadrons are discovered, people began to wonder whether they can be classified. And since we have to classify them, there must be a standard. For example, we divide humans into children, youth, middle-aged, elderly, etc. according to their age. The mathematical manifestation is the specific age number. In theoretical physics, they have a professional term, degree of freedom. With the efforts of the physics community, baryons were finally divided into baryon octets. Now they have developed into decadets. Don't look at these two words that sound like the 7 ninja swordsmen, but in fact, they are very profound and important concepts in particle physics. The particles in the baryon octet have the same spin and parity, but different masses. Protons and neutrons can also be classified into this category. The degree of freedom model for dividing mass is quarks. This is also a very critical model in basic physics after World War II. In 1964, Gell-Mann and Zweig independently proposed the quark model in order to study and explain strong interactions. They pointed out that quarks are a more basic level, and 3 quarks can constitute a baryon. At that time, Gell-Mann believed that there were 3 types of quarks, namely, U, up, quarks, D, down, quarks, and S, strange, quarks. Chinese translation is up quark, down quark, strange quark. When the quark model first came out, like many great ideas in history, it was doubted and no one cared about it. Even Gell-Mann himself did not dare to believe that quarks really existed. He tended to interpret quarks as a useful mathematical concept rather than a real particle. Gell-Mann's attitude towards the issue of the reality of quarks is to avoid it if possible. On the one hand, he expounded on the advantages of the quark model, and on the other hand, he only said that the quark model was mathematical and fictitious, and never mentioned that quarks were real particles. Gell-Mann once said a famous saying, "If quarks are not found, remember that I never said they exist. If they are found, remember that I was the first to think of them." In short, until the 1970s, the quark model was questioned both theoretically and experimentally. In 1970, Glashow, who was just out of danger yesterday, proposed a 4th quark, the charm quark, or C quark for short. After the news came out, Glashow's theory was also criticized, just like Gell-Mann did at the beginning. At that time, a large number of physicists opposed the quark model. They believed the 3 quarks were bad enough, and who needed a 4th quark. Moreover, in order to explain a phenomenon, it seemed too far-fetched to forcibly expand a quark. However, what no one expected was that in November 1974, Mr. Ting Xiaozhong discovered a new particle and named it J Greek letter psi. At that time, a lot of evidence showed that the J Greek letter psi particle was composed of the C quarks predicted by Glashow. Later, the particle physics community called the discovery of J Greek letter psi the November Revolution, which was a victory for the quark model and a victory for a series of gauge theories closely related to quarks. Since then, The concept of quarks has gradually gained popularity, and new quarks have been discovered one after another, and finally settled on a number 6. That is, all hadronic matter is composed of 6 kinds of quarks. Of course, the determination of 6 flavor quarks does not mean that basic physics has come to an end, but it has raised a new question: how many combinations of quarks are there? Although due to the existence of quark confinement, quarks cannot form matter alone. But over the years, various multi-quark particles have been discovered. For example, in 2014, LHCb discovered the 4-quark state particle Z4430, which caused a shock in the particle physics community. And then this shock has not ended. In 2015, LHCb announced the discovery of 5-quark state particles. There are still 2 types, called PC4450 and PC4380. And do you think that's it? Wrong. Within 2 weeks, they discovered that the particle PC4450 was actually composed of 2 independent 5-quark particles, PC4440 and PC4457. It is said that during that period, CERN invited more than 10 psychologists to provide psychological counseling to researchers in the LHCb laboratory. Of course, even the 2 particles PC4440 and PC4457 are much larger in the interdomain than the group of particles currently analyzed by Witten and others. Then Witten flipped through the experimental report again and focused on the quark structure of the target particle. After all, NEMA has ruled out the correction effect of the Greek letter eta meson, which means that these 2 particles cannot be a baryon and a meson stuck together to form a loosely bound structure. Then the abnormality must be in their internal configuration. That is, strange hadrons. The report provided by CERN is very detailed, a thick stack of no less than 3 or 4 centimeters, and the report related to quarks alone is no less than 1 centimeter. The report on the quark case is different from the report on subatomic particles. It mainly shows low momentum but high purity data. The main analysis focuses on the mass peak and the wide structure near the threshold. Swish, Witten quickly checked the mass spectrum of the double J Greek letter psi channel in the fitting signal area. His focus was only on the Greek letter alpha signal with obvious stratification. However, when turning over a page like an assembly line, Witten's index finger suddenly paused. Then he turned the page back to the front again. Witten's eyes stayed on a row of data for a long time, and a trace of horror appeared in his calm eyes without any warning. He put the report aside separately, and like a teacher calling students to hand in their homework in class, he frantically searched for data. 10 minutes later, a pile of small documents with more than 10 pages were collected on the desktop. Witten held the stack of documents tightly and carefully checked the contents one by one again. A few minutes passed again. Witten suddenly let out a long breath, looked at the people in front of him with complicated eyes, and said, "Everyone, I seem to know the reason why these 2 particles are abnormal." Hearing this, including Old Yang and Su Yun, everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked at this top theoretical physics master. At the same time, the camera also locked tightly on Witten's face. Witten didn't hide it. After all, it's not good to interrupt after taking a day off. After all, it's not good to keep it a secret at this time. He just waved the report in his hand and said to everyone, "Everyone should have discovered that in the previous decay process of Pangu particles, we have observed the signal of the double charm quark jet." Everyone nodded in unison. Double charm quark jet. This is a signal discovered during the dark matter verification process, but at that time, because the case was not related to dark matter, many people didn't take it to heart. After all, although double charm quarks are extremely rare, they have only been observed 11 times so far, but they are still a long way behind dark matter. When I was writing chapter 216, it was only 3 times. Now the results are iterating too fast. Then Witten looked around at everyone and continued, "Everyone should know that if you want to produce a doubly charmed particle, you need to produce 2 pairs of positive and negative charmed quarks in the collision at the same time. That is, a total of 4 heavy flavored quarks are required. Please pay attention here. This is the strange hadron spectrum before the particle is formed, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that is, at the beginning of the formation of the particle, 2 pairs of positive and negative charmed quarks appeared in the collision area, and there was a doubly charmed particle. But according to the energy level structure, after the particle was formed, the traces of the doubly charmed particle disappeared, and at the same time, a charmed quark appeared inside each particle on both sides. Then Witten paused and changed another report. Everyone, take a look at this. This is the strong nuclear force field source constant measured using strange quarks. You can clearly see that the value is extremely abnormal, and the only particle that bonds this strong nuclear force is the gluon, although the principle is not clear for now. Can we assume this way? During the collision, a certain D-charm quark particle split its body into two particles, and as for the soul, it was reincarnated into a gluon in some unknown way, and merged with the original gluon forever. Chapter 467, 1 in 42.9 billion probability. Note, before reading this chapter, it is recommended to read chapter 216 again, the part about the destruction of the world. First row. Listening to what Witten said, the scene suddenly fell into subtle silence. Anton Salinger flipped through his stack of reports a few times, took out the one with the same number as Witten showed, and put it in front of him to examine it carefully. The others quickly made the same move. After a while, Anton Salinger put down the document, made a master-disciple eye contact with academician Pan, and then said to Witten, Mr. Witten, your idea is indeed very innovative, but, excuse me, there seems to be no evidence of charmed quarks in the physics community at present. No, it should be said that there is no evidence that quarks and gluons will transform. Anton Salinger finished speaking. Many people, including many participants, nodded at the same time. It has been mentioned before. The so-called hadrons refer to particles that participate in strong interactions, including mesons and baryons. After the quark model was established, the physics community came up with a method called deep inelastic scattering, which is the DIS method familiar to many people, to explore the structure of hadrons. At that time, hadrons were mainly protons. Simply put, it is to bombard protons with high-energy electrons, knock electrons into the interior of protons, and infer the internal structure of protons by analyzing the final state particles. So this experiment is also called the electron-proton deep inelastic scattering experiment. DIS shows a very important concept: the partons in the proton have the property of asymptotic freedom. Simply put, the closer the partons are, the weaker the strong force. When the partons are very close to each other, the strong force is extremely weak, so that they can act completely as free particles. This phenomenon is called asymptotic freedom. Conversely, the greater the distance between the partons, the stronger the strong force. In 1973, across the sea, scientists Gross, Politz, and Wilczek discovered that the non-abelian gauge group under the SU3 color gauge group has the property of asymptotic freedom, and thus established a theory to describe strong interactions, the famous quantum chromodynamics, and won the Nobel Prize in 2004. That's right. Gross, that is David Gross, who is sitting opposite Suyu now. In QCD, there are two basic degrees of freedom, or two types of particles. One is quarks, fermions, spin 1/2, that is, quarks in the quark model. The other is gluons, spin 1, bosons, which are the mediating particles that transmit strong interactions. That is, quarks form the structure, and gluons glue them together into hadrons. To use a real-life example, quarks are almost bricks, and gluons are cement, and both are indispensable. Quarks have 6 color flavors: up, down, top, bottom, strange, and charm. Gluons have 8 states. But the problem is that although both are the core substances of the strong nuclear force, there is currently no evidence to prove that the two have any connection in conversion. That is to say, quarks are quarks, and gluons are gluons. It is impossible to complete the conversion by adding a meson or lepton. As the world's top physicist, or even the first-ranked physicist, Witten could not be unaware of this. Facing Anton Salinger's question, Witten looked very calm at the moment, as if he had been prepared for it. He took out a document from the report again and handed it to Anton Salinger. Mr. Salinger, please take a look at this. Anton Salinger first glanced at Witten, then took the document and read it. After a while, Anton Salinger suddenly uttered a light exclamation. Hey, is this a baryon number imbalance? The decay width of the coupled upper quark field is so narrow. Hearing this, Higgs, who was opposite Anton Salinger, moved his ears slightly, and couldn't help but say, Mr. Salinger, what is the report number? Anton Salinger glanced at the footer, P292. Higgs quickly read the corresponding report. Baryon number. This is a very core property of baryons. Under normal circumstances, the baryon number of baryons is conserved. For example, in the beta decay of a free neutron, Its baryon number is +1 before the reaction, and it is also +1 after the reaction. Baryon number conservation is caused by interactions and color confinement. Hadron collision experiments have not found that color confinement is destroyed, so there is only one theoretical possibility for the imbalance of baryon number: a new gauge group has been added. That's right. Students with good memory should remember it. It was mentioned in the 35th paragraph of chapter 463 that the report discovered by Su Yun showed that the property framework of particles is a non-pure gauge theory. In other words, the color space of quarks and the weak isospin space are directly combined. Thinking of this, Higgs suddenly realized something, took a breath, turned to Su Yun and asked, Dr. Su, can you please find the matrix element normal group formula you calculated before? Su Yun was a little surprised by Higgs's words, but soon nodded affirmatively. No problem. After that, he came to his original position, quickly flipped through the pile of documents, and pulled out a somewhat messy manuscript. Then he walked to Higgs with the manuscript, scratched his head a little embarrassedly while handing it over, and said, Mr. Higgs, this is the normal group formula. The process is a bit sloppy, please bear with me. Su Yun's words were not self-deprecating. This formula was indeed quite sloppy. After all, the previous calculation time was very tight, and Su Yun's content must have been simplified. He never thought that Higgs would use this thing. Fortunately, Su Yun's handwriting was still three-dimensional. Although it looked a bit messy, it did not particularly affect the perception. Then Higgs thanked him and took the manuscript to read it. There are 24 generators, 8 gluons, 3 weak interaction bosons, and 1 photon. The standard model takes up 12 of them, so the remaining 12 are the newly introduced weak interactions. Among them, there are 3 vector field bands, each with a +4 elementary charge, coupling the down-type quark field with -1/3 and the charged lepton field with -1 elementary charge, realizing the mutual transformation of down-type quarks and charged leptons, coupled with up-type quarks with +2/3 elementary charge, realizing the mutual annihilation of up-type quarks. Correspondingly, there are 3 anti-vector fields, coupling the antiparticles of the above process, realizing their antiparticle reactions. Higgs read and calculated, and from time to time took Witten's document to check the parameters. 10 minutes later, Higgs looked at the results of his calculations, looked up at Witten, and his expression was a little complicated. Everything is self-explanatory. As we all know, unlike the U1 gauge field of photons, gluons originate from the color gauge group of SU3. This leads to self-interaction of gluons, such as the 3-gluon vertex and so on. At the same time, when the quark flavor number is less than 33.2, the Greek letter beta function in QCD is greater than 0, resulting in the phenomenon of asymptotic freedom. In this case, once the color space of the quark and the weak isospin space are directly summed, a phenomenon may occur. The charm-quark pair has a probability of annihilation into gluons, referenced from Weinberg's dream of the ultimate theory and grand unified theory. Of course, it is almost impossible to appear in reality. I ignored the axial vector flow anomaly. In other words, both the mathematical matrix and the detection results, that is, the physical phenomenon, are consistent with Witten's idea at this time. Or to be more precise, this is the only idea that both ends are consistent. Of course, this has nothing to do with the discovery of structures smaller than quarks, but a highly suspected new quark decay state. Simple quark decay is not uncommon. For example, the most typical is that after the up quark releases a positron and a neutrino, it decays into a down quark. It's just that what Witten and his team discovered at the moment is not the conversion between quarks, but the transformation process between quarks and other basic particles. From a purely model perspective, quarks are still the smallest particles available. Soon afterwards, Nima on the side raised his hand again. Mr. Witten, there is no problem with this idea mathematically, and the phenomenon also supports its validity, but the probability of successful annihilation seems too low, even lower than the 13.7 billionth of the generation of D-charm quark particles, which is simply unimaginable. Su Yun on the side heard this, and a strange emotion inexplicably emerged in his heart, and he couldn't help asking, Mr. Nima, what is the probability of charm quarks annihilating into gluons? Nima glanced at him and turned his manuscript towards him. 85.8 billionth. A D-charm quark particle can be divided into 2 pairs of quark pairs, which means that 42.9 billion D-charm quarks have to pay their life before one can be converted into a gluon. If the D-charm quark has life, perhaps she will definitely refuse this way of committing suicide. After all, if the conversion fails, her end is that the quark annihilates to generate photons, and then disappears forever. That may not be the case, Su-Yun subconsciously refuted. After coming to his senses, although he felt that it might be a bit rude to say so, he still said, maybe the D-charm quark particles were already prepared before annihilation, and were determined to pay any price and turn into gluons no matter what. Nima's eyebrows immediately raised when he heard this. Now in his 40s, he is still not as stable as other bigwigs. Oh? This is quite interesting. Then Dr. Su, why do you think the D-charm quark particles must turn into gluons? Su-Yun thought about it and guessed, maybe. The particles she likes are gluons. After all, the degrees of freedom of strong interactions are quarks and gluons. If particles have life, it is not impossible for quarks and gluons to fall in love. Looking at Su-Yun with a serious face, Nima opened his mouth, but finally did not speak. Although reason told him that this kind of thing is almost impossible to be true. But when he saw the probability he calculated, he still stopped thinking about refuting. After all, this is a phenomenon that will only occur once in 42.9 billion collisions. Even if it has nothing to do with love, it should not be ridiculed or denied. Su-Yun's words made the atmosphere on the scene a little depressed, but soon, Witten spoke again. Okay, everyone, in short, we have now successfully deciphered the reason why these two particles maintain such a posture. Whether these two particles are related to love or not, this is something worth celebrating, isn't it? Everyone came back to their senses and applauded. Just as Witten said. As this mechanism was proven, the state of the two particles became clear. The D-charm quark was split into two, and the two particles formed had the same properties. According to the principles of quantum chromodynamics, they should repel each other. But the strengthened gluons formed a more stable and powerful chain, which firmly imprisoned the two particles together, like holding hands, and no one separated. No wonder Su-Yun said this was love. In short, after solving this problem, the next link, or the only remaining link is, what is the specific structure of the analysis particle? Is it a diquark particle? Or a triquark? Or is it 4 quarks or 5 quarks? This kind of judgment is not difficult. After all, the necessary parameters are already there. Although the current understanding of quarks in the physics community is still relatively limited, it is still relatively easy to determine the composition of a particle. Now that the state of the two particles has been determined, as long as a gluon field and some other parameters are introduced, the specific structure of the particles can be analyzed. However, after calculating for a few minutes, Witten's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes stared at the manuscript in his hand. This is, note, the PCT index is a bit high. The doctor won't let me go home to write at night. I estimate that I can only update 4,000 to ensure full attendance in the next 2 days. It's hard to bear. Also, don't mention the suggestion of taking leave. I remember explaining the reason before. The press conference will be over within 2 chapters. Chapter 468. The press conference ends. Students who were muon coils in their previous lives should all know this. Most composite particles are generally composed of 2-3 quarks. For example, mesons are composed of a quark and an antiquark, while baryons are composed of 3 quarks or 3 antiquarks. They are called traditional hadrons. But there is another type of particle that may be composed of 4, 5 quarks or a mixture of quark gluons. Because they are relatively rare, they are also called strange hadrons, or strange hadrons, depending on each person's naming habits. At present, 1 or more strange hadrons are discovered almost every year or even every month. The main way to analyze the structure of a strange hadron is actually very simple. Generally, the invariant mass spectrum of the quark evenium is analyzed first, and then the scale is analyzed in conjunction with the component quark model and the Dyson-Schwinger equation, and the composition of the specific structure can basically be determined. So for Witten, even if it is a relatively special 4 quark or even 5 quark particle, the degree of shock to him is just that, and it is impossible to be so outrageous. In Witten's opinion, the next process is nothing more than introducing the function of the gluon field into the graph group, simplifying a bound state through QCD, and then determining the particle structure. Everyone is happy and the party ends. As a result, after the routine introduction of the gluon field function and the elimination of the chain effect of the two particles, Witten's pen tip suddenly paused and his breathing suddenly became a little tighter. After coming to his senses, Witten took a deep breath and quickly started writing again. Swish, 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 as lines of characters appeared, Witten's fingers holding the ballpoint pen began to tremble faintly. Suddenly, Witten was too excited and lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Snap, the report in his hand also scattered. The sound of Witten falling to the ground quickly attracted the attention of several people around him. Academician Pan quickly came to Witten's side and stretched out his hand with concern to help him. "Professor Witten, are you okay?" However, what surprised Academician Pan was that Witten did not accept his help, but after turning over, he adjusted his glasses in a somewhat embarrassed manner, knelt on the ground, supported his upper body with both hands, and quickly searched for something. Looking at this posture, it feels like he will shout that physics does not exist in the next second. Seeing this situation, Academician Pan couldn't help but show a trace of surprise in his eyes. What is he doing? But soon, the surprise in Academician Pan's eyes disappeared, replaced by a touch of inquiry and solemnity. It is obviously impossible for a big man like Witten to suddenly lose his mind. In fact, Witten is a scholar who cares about his image very much. In life, he even hired a life manager to help him take care of his appearance. At this time, he lost his composure like this. He must have discovered something. Something that even he could not accept at the first time. More importantly, this enhanced gluon field has no known parameters for reference, so even the people at the scene and even CERN or the backstage of the Academy of Sciences have to calculate the quantity by themselves. Therefore, at least at this moment, except for Witten himself, no one at the scene knew what Witten was looking for. Of course, this sentence is relative to the perspective of Academician Pan. If you look down from the perspective of God, Lu Chaoyuan and Christine in the 10th row should be able to guess what Wei Tang is looking for. They found it even earlier than Wei Tang. It's a pity that even someone of Academician Pan's level can't open the full map, and can't grasp every detail of the overall situation. Naturally, he can't know such a situation at this time. 1 minute later, under the gaze of various inexplicable eyes inside and outside the venue, Wei Tang finally found the report he was looking for. He quickly grabbed the report, flicked the non-existent dust on the surface of the report, and trembled a few times at the corners of his mouth. He knelt on the ground and read it. Academician Pan hesitated for a moment and gave Su Yun a look that said, "Go and collect the other manuscripts on the ground." He came behind Wei Tang and said, "Mr. Wei Tang, why don't you sit back first?" Academician Pan's original intention was to persuade Wei Tang to sit back in the chair. After all, the live scenes were being broadcast live simultaneously. What Witten did was not a good thing for the sponsor, the Academy of Sciences, or his own image. While speaking, Academician Pan's eyes inevitably swept over the contents on the manuscript paper held by Witten, and he subconsciously analyzed it. It was a quark-fitting equation that removed the influence of the gluon field, corresponding to the oscillation peak in the report, and it was the final mathematical expression. Only a math master like Witten could calculate this result so quickly. At the moment of seeing this formula, Academician Pan's second half of the words was also stuck in his throat, and the whole person was stunned. This is, at the bottom of Witten's manuscript paper, there was a section of what handwriting, LM equals I oddly plus 12 oddork plus, C2, Ike, plus Tuk, Ike, Geek. At this moment, Academician Pan had only one thought in his mind. No wonder Witten lost his composure. At the same time, although the big guys on the scene were inferior to Witten in computing ability, there were also excellent pen mathematicians like T. Hooft. In addition, the whole process was not very complicated in terms of the amount of calculations. After all, it was just calculating a gluon field. Although Witten was fast, he was not so exaggerated that he was more than 10 minutes ahead of everyone else. Therefore, while Witten was reading the report, other big guys also came up with results one after another. With the release of the final form expression, this area in the first row was once again caught in a somewhat subtle atmosphere. After a while, it was still Mr. Yang who spoke first, a fermion operator, a variable valence state description, and the oscillation peak signal can be converted through a conjugate matrix. So everyone, what we discovered this time is actually two supersymmetric particles. A few seconds later, T. Hooft, Higgs, Polyakov and others nodded gently at the same time. Seeing this swish at the entire press conference, hundreds of theoretical physicists were once again shocked and stood up from their seats, stretching their necks forward to see the situation in the first row clearly. In the live broadcast rooms of major websites, dense question marks were displayed for the 7th time. Lu Chaoyuan and Christine in the 10th row looked at each other. And they both exhaled with some complexity. As expected, they had thought of this model a long time ago, but they had not made accurate progress in calculations. They could only say that their thinking was a little faster. Suzuki Atsuto, who was sitting not far from Yang Lao and others and had been watching coldly before, also had a blank mind at this time. Supersymmetric particles? How could it be it? Supersymmetry. This is a very controversial mathematical structure in theoretical physics. It has been mentioned before. The so-called supersymmetric theory is actually very simple in interpretation, which means that every particle has its supersymmetric partner. That is, fermions must have a partner that is a boson, such as gluons and gluonus. Conversely, the partner of a boson must be a fermion. At the same time, this theory can support the superstring model to a certain extent, and it is a very cutting-edge theory. But from the perspective of the entire theoretical span, the emergence of supersymmetric theory is far more than just the surface. First of all, we must make it clear that throughout the history of human physics, any new theory is driven by physical motivations or needs. These motivations can come from the contradiction between old theories and experiments, from the inconsistency of old theories themselves, or even from the drive of pure mathematical facts. For example, the quark model mentioned earlier. It was because the physics community discovered that there was a structure inside the proton at that time, and something was needed to explain the inside of the proton, which gave rise to a framework. It is easier to understand the heliocentric theory. One of the main reasons for the emergence of this theory is that the geocentric theory itself is not self-consistent. The motivation for the emergence of supersymmetry theory is mainly 3 points: the demand for dark matter, the maximum possible space-time symmetry, and the gauge level. The demand for dark matter is the easiest to understand. To put it bluntly, the physics community has been looking for dark matter for a long time and couldn't find it, so through the supersymmetry theory, a particle model called superneutron was proposed. At present, the Academy of Sciences has discovered a Pangu particle, which in a sense has actually weakened or diluted this demand infinitely. So the really important points are 2 or 3. The maximum possible space-time symmetry is a concept related to the S-matrix element. S-matrix elements are the core of quantum theory. The research done by Yang Lao, Weinberg, Glashow, and Gell-Mann is actually closely related to S-matrix elements in mathematics. In 1967, Sidney Coleman and Mandara proved a theorem: the largest space-time symmetry group that an S-matrix element can have can only be the Poincare symmetry group, which is the famous Coleman-Mandela theorem, which prevents people from trying to embed the Poincare group into a larger symmetry group. But the Coleman-Mandela theorem has a fatal problem that later generations thought was fatal. It assumes that the Lie algebraic relationship between all the generators of the symmetry group can only be commutators. In other words, all the generators can only be bosons, but there is no special reason for this assumption in physics. It's like you use data to prove a situation. Compared with other types of novels, Xiaobai has more readers. This sentence is actually correct. But then you use this as a cornerstone and make another assumption: Huoshu can only be Xiaobai. This sentence is actually quite unreasonable. Although the proportion of Xiaobai and Huoshu may be 70% to 80%, it is still different from the word only. So in 1975, Haag, Lopez-Zansky and Zonius abandoned this hypothesis. They extended the largest space-time symmetry group from the Poincare group to the super-Poincare group by allowing the introduction of Fermi-type generators and the Lie algebra relationship of anti-commutation. And this introduction is undoubtedly correct in the eyes of later generations. In this way, a problem arises: the definition of irreducible representation is different. The irreducible representation of the Poincare algebra naturally gives the definition of elementary particles in the Standard Model. The irreducible representation of the super-Poincare algebra gives the definition of all elementary particles in supersymmetry. For purely theoretical motivations, since the maximum space-time symmetry allowed by mathematics is the super-Poincare symmetry, there is no reason to believe that nature will not choose it, but only the smaller Poincare symmetry. This gives the second motivation for the emergence of supersymmetric theory in the purely theoretical or purely mathematical scope. As for the gauge level, this is the motivation of the experimental phenomenon. It was mentioned a long time ago. Although the Higgs particle was only officially captured in 2012, its mass had been locked in a rough range long ago. That is, 120-130 GeV. When this number was calculated, almost all physicists had a question: oh my god, this thing is too light, Right. Because in particle physics, when calculating the self-energy correction of a particle F with a mass of mF to the Higgs particle, after eliminating the infinite part through renormalization, the remaining finite part is the mass correction of the Higgs particle. But this finite part is proportional to mF, and not proportional to the mass of the fermion itself, like fermions protected by chiral symmetry. This means that if F is very heavy, it will have a large correction to the mass of the Higgs particle, even much larger than its physical mass. The most representative is the gut energy scale. If there is a new particle on the gut energy scale, the new particle will bring a radiation correction to the Higgs mass that is much larger than the weak electric energy scale. The physical mass of the Higgs particle is only 125 GeV, which means that the two large numbers, radiation correction and the tree graph order mass of the Higgs particle, need to be very finely cancelled to give a physical mass of only 125 GeV. This unnaturalness that needs to be finely adjusted is obviously the gauge level problem. After the introduction of supersymmetry theory, another situation will arise. Supersymmetry assumes that all basic fermions bosons have their own supersymmetric partners, and the mass of the basic particle and its supersymmetric partner are strictly equal when supersymmetry is maintained. Because of the different statistical properties of particles, the Fermi circle will have an extra negative sign relative to the Bose circle. Therefore, the contribution of the radiation correction of the basic particle to the mass of the Higgs particle and its supersymmetric partner is strictly equal and opposite, and the two just cancel each other out. In other words, supersymmetry protects the mass of the Higgs particle from the radiation correction of large mass particles, which solves the gauge level problem. It is very simple and very easy to understand. But although supersymmetric particles are very perfect in theory, there has always been a problem in the experimental stage. It has been almost 50 years since the supersymmetric particles were proposed, but the physics community has still not found any supersymmetric particles. This time span even exceeds the proposal and confirmation of the quark model. The quark model was proposed in 1964 and it was confirmed by Mr. Ting Zhang 10 years later. Therefore, even Mr. Yang, T. Hooft and others have not been optimistic about supersymmetric particles or supersymmetric theory. Of course, they are not denying the theory itself, but because of the current situation, assuming that supersymmetric particles exist, it is likely that they will have to go to the energy level desert or even above the desert to find them. This is obviously a level that is difficult to achieve in physics today. To some extent, this may be something that the next generation or even the next generation can witness. At that time, Mr. Yang's words were actually like this: if you want to be successful, I don't think supersymmetric theory is a suitable direction, because you may not live to the day when the theory is experimentally verified. As a result, in the mouths of some marketing accounts, it became Mr. Yang who opposed supersymmetric theory. This is not the end, there are even more outrageous. In the three-body problem, Li Feiyu used supersymmetry theory to define the universe framework, or superstring theory. Then some marketing accounts said that Mr. Yang dissed the three-body problem as garbage. It can only be said that many contents are distorted in the process of dissemination. Another example is a sentence that Su Yun said when he wrote the novel, "Women's clothing will be available if 10,000 orders are placed during the serialization period." Then, under the dissemination of some hateful sand sculpture group members, it became, "Women's clothing will be available if 10,000 orders are placed during any period. Women's clothing will be available if 10,000 orders are placed for any book. Women's clothing will be available if more than 10,000 orders are placed for high-end orders. God has mercy on me, the high-end orders of that book are more than 30,000. Let's return to reality. Let's not talk about academician Pan, Su Yun, and Mr. Yang. Even Witten himself did not expect that the particles discovered this time would be two supersymmetric particles, and they are not suspected, but almost confirmed. Because it is not difficult to see from the appearance. The expression derived by Witten carries the fermion operator Q after the conjugate matrix changes. The oscillation peak signal of one particle can be perfectly converted into another particle. At the same time, after removing the influence of the gluon field, the physical properties of the two particles are also symmetrical, and as mentioned before, one of the two particles is a fermion, and the other is a boson. In other words, this is a double-end fit in physical phenomena and mathematical calculations. No one can deny that these two particles are supersymmetric. Indeed, the value of these two supersymmetric particles is not as good as dark matter in terms of single value, or to put it bluntly, the value of winning awards. But in the long run, the value it may derive is higher than that of dark matter. Because supersymmetric particles are directly linked to superstring theory, of course. Supersymmetric particles are only a key piece of evidence in superstring theory, and cannot be said to prove the authenticity of superstring theory. Not to mention that when it really reaches that level, it is no longer the two supersymmetric particles that play a role in proving it, but a framework that brings together a large number of supersymmetric particles. In a sense, these two supersymmetric particles are like the medicine in traditional Chinese medicine. As for the effect of the prescription, it still depends on the combination of specific medicinal materials. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but touch his chin, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Although supersymmetric particles are precious, they obviously do not match the value of the second part of the formula. So the second part of the formula should actually involve superstring theory? Or to be more precise, the direction of grand unification? Objectively speaking, the possibility of this speculation is still very high. Then Su Yun shifted his gaze a little and looked at Suzuki Atsudo, who was standing aside. If I remember correctly, Suzuki Atsudo once used supersymmetric particles as a gimmick at the press conference of K-Mika Laboratory, but in fact, those particles have nothing to do with supersymmetry at all. At that time, Suzuki Atsudo probably could not have imagined at this time the Academy of Sciences not only discovered dark matter, but also supersymmetric particles, right? Is this a waste of time? Note, I saw the article between Su Yun and Xiaomei on a certain indescribable website. It's hard to describe. Chapter 469. The press conference ends. At this moment, although neither the eyes of the crowd nor the camera of the press conference were locked on him, but Suzuki Atsudo, who was sitting in the first row, still felt a sense of embarrassment, as if there were 3,000 cockroaches crawling behind him. He doubted whether he had offended the gods of the East, so that he suffered such a miserable humiliation at a press conference. Disgraced JPG. Although he was unwilling to admit it. But this old bastard was really regretful in his heart. It seemed that since he stood up and interrupted Academician Pan's speech, the direction of the whole thing was a little wrong. First, Academician Pan took advantage of the force and dragged all the institutions into the water. Then during Witten's calculation, Suzuki Atsudo's calculation results were wrong. Then there was CERN's backstab. Now, Witten actually told him that the discovery this time was a supersymmetric particle? What the hell is this? In a very brief moment, Suzuki Atsudo even had an idea. Why not just shout on board at the press conference and die with honor? This might cause some trouble for the Academy of Sciences and affect the rhythm of the live broadcast. But this idea was eventually abandoned by Suzuki Atsudo, who still cherishes his life. While Suzuki Atsudo was daydreaming, Academician Pan walked up to Witten and said to him, Mr. Witten, congratulations, your theory is finally supported by experimental phenomena. This is a discovery that is worthy of being recorded in the history of physics. Maybe by the end of next year, I will be able to see the news that you won the Nobel Prize. Although from a rigorous point of view, the discovery of supersymmetric particles still cannot fully prove Witten's M theory. The supersymmetric particles here refer only to the two discovered by the collision. But if the supersymmetric particle family can be expanded in the future, or if some deeper connections are discovered as supersymmetric research deepens, then the M theory may not be proven one day. Just like the theory of relativity of Lao Ai's classmate. The earliest theory of relativity actually only explained the problem of the precession of Mercury's perihelion. But later, with the confirmation of many actual phenomena such as Eddington's observation of the bending of background starlight in a total solar eclipse and Walter Adams' measurement of the spectral line shift of Sirius B, the theory of relativity finally ascended to the altar. Before today, the biggest problem with Witten's M theory was that you could neither provide evidence to confirm nor disprove it. As a result, M theory has been confined to the mathematical framework. Now, with the discovery of supersymmetric particles, M theory has finally ushered in a turning point. This is like an archaeologist speculating that there was an extremely developed super-ancient civilization 30 million years ago, but he has no evidence to prove this point. Supersymmetric particles are equivalent to magic wands, and their energy conversion and so on are completely different from existing technology. Although this thing alone cannot fully prove the existence of that civilization, it is at least a key piece of evidence. Following this part of the excavation, Lula and Gratangia may be found. At the same time, what is more subtle is that although the calculation process of supersymmetric particles is done by the Academy of Sciences, the verification process relies on the CERN collider. But the first person to notice the abnormal data was Witten. In a sense, this might be God's will. Facing academician Pan's congratulations, Witten, who had come to his senses at this time, looked very humble. Mr. Pan, you are joking. Let's not talk about whether supersymmetric particles are worthy of the Nobel Prize. Just the discovery process alone, you and CERN have contributed the most, so I don't expect a Nobel Prize or anything like that. I just hope that the subsequent retesting process can be completed smoothly. It would be great if we can find a few more supersymmetric particles. Academician Pan smiled and nodded. The retesting that Witten mentioned has nothing to do with the press conference of the Academy of Sciences, but refers to the retesting of supersymmetric particles by the European and American scientific community after the meeting. Although the accuracy of these two particles is very high at present, the physics community must conduct another retesting for both safety and follow-up research. After all, the value of supersymmetric particles in the theoretical framework is too important. For example, what is its symmetry mechanism? Is there an excitation or escape state? Do fermions and bosons intersect in other deeper rules? Not to mention the process of double charm quarks decaying into gluons, which is also an unprecedented example in the physics community. Even more boldly, are there any connections between supersymmetry and supergravity theory? After all, the 11-dimensional supergravity theory model is also very beautiful, and Mr. Chu Chengtong once contributed to this framework. Therefore, no matter from which angle, the re-verification of supersymmetric particles is imperative. At that time, in addition to the LHC, Tevatron will inevitably join the battlefield. Thinking of this, academician Pan couldn't help but glance at Zhang Zhongjing, who was talking happily with Carlo Rubbia not far away. Different from the past. CERN, which has reached a cooperation agreement with the Academy of Sciences this time, will not or cannot exclude the Academy of Sciences from the re-verification sequence in any case. That is, this time, the Academy of Sciences can synchronize the experimental results and ensure that the Chinese physics community will not be excluded from the emerging supersymmetry research group. This is an unimaginable treatment in the past. Previously, many particle-related experiments in the Academy of Sciences were isolated and ignored. For example, the Higgs particle. The universities in the physics community of Europe and America got the detailed data of Higgs boson at the latest in late June 2013. But the Chinese physics community did not get the core data for the first time until August 2015, 2 years later than Europe and America. This was the result of CERN giving the green light. The original idea across the sea was to delay it until 2017. When European and American universities studied the magnetic properties of Higgs boson and muon, the rabbits were still humming about self-coupling. In many cases, the blockade of Europe and America against us is far more than just trade. The theoretical direction of physics or science is also a hard-hit area. Just when academician Pan was lost in thought, Witten said, "By the way, Pan, I really owe you a big favor for the retest process this time, in the future, or now. If there's anything I can help with, just ask, I will do my best." Seeing Witten's sincere face, academician Pan was immediately delighted, but he remained calm, took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Mr. Witten, you are too polite. Questioning unknown things and seeking the truth is the quality that any physicist and physics organization should have. Regardless of the occasion, we will never ask you to give something in return for this. This is not our way of hospitality in the East, so please don't say such things." Academician Pan's tone was very firm. This was the rhetoric that Zhang Zhongjing had explained to him in advance, and it was the will of a higher level. After all, Witten is just a theoretical physicist now. His status is high, but he really can't bring too many practical things to Rabbit in a short period of time. In addition, the benefits that the Academy of Sciences has gained today are more than a little bit, and it takes time to digest them. Therefore, instead of making certain requests, it is better to be generous and take the initiative to talk about things in exchange for Witten's favor. This kind of favor is not something that the Academy of Sciences can really forget about. As the research on supersymmetric particles deepens, Witten's favor will only grow bigger and bigger. After congratulating Witten, academician Pan did not forget the business. Under the lock of the camera, he returned to the podium step by step. Although it has only been more than 3 hours since the last speech on the podium. But at this time, academician Pan's heart is completely different. His mood has developed from Witting is making trouble at the beginning to the Academy of Sciences couldn't watch the show, and then this wave is going to be bad when the Academy of Sciences team came up with the results. Then it was this game is stable in the particle collision report stage, and finally it became I'm going to make a lot of money when it was learned that it was a supersymmetric particle. Ups and downs, like riding a roller coaster. Fortunately, the dust has settled now. Thinking of this, Academician Pan took a deep breath and said in Chinese again, "My colleagues, media guests, and audience friends, you have been waiting for a long time. First of all, I would like to announce something with great honor. That is, according to the CERN experiment, we have indeed found two undiscovered particles near the 950 GeV range. Now please give the warmest applause to Professor Witten and the guests in the first row. This is a computational experiment that will be recorded in history." As soon as the voice fell, there was warm applause from the audience. Academician Pan did not mention the Academy of Sciences in his words, but the Academy of Sciences was everywhere. At the same time, for the sake of safety, Academician Pan did not directly announce that the supersymmetric particles discovered this time were supersymmetric particles. Although the current accuracy is as high as 99.9999%, it is safest to wait for the successful retest in Europe and the United States. Anyway, although it was not mentioned at this time, no one can ignore the existence of the Academy of Sciences when the benefits are finally distributed. Seeing the applause from the audience, Academician Pan's emotions also rose a lot, and his eyes were slightly red. He was not excited about his personal honor, but was happy for the Chinese physics community. After today, the Chinese high-energy physics community finally has the right to define the field of particles. More importantly, this is a press conference for the people of the whole country. Although 99.9999% of the audience may not understand the specific process, they can understand one thing: this press conference is unprecedentedly successful, and it has shown a strong sense of presence in front of foreigners. This has an unprecedented inspiring effect on national self-confidence, which is the most important spiritual gain. Even in the heart of Academician Pan, there is a small flame beating slightly. Is it possible that today is the beginning of the rise of the Chinese physics community? This idea is really scary and bold, even beyond the so-called scope of fantasy, so that Academician Pan only touched on it. But on the other hand, his emotional thinking has been whispering in his heart, what if? What if it is really like this? How beautiful it would be. Under Academician Pan's vague gaze, the applause at the scene fell silent again. Seeing this, Academician Pan temporarily put all his thoughts behind him. He pretended to sort out the manuscripts in front of him, but in fact he took the opportunity to quickly adjust his mentality and continue to speak. Of course, the two new particles have not yet been officially named, and other related properties still need more in-depth testing, so in the coming days, the Academy of Sciences will also maintain contact with CERN, and you can follow the public account Newbie Fisherman and the Douyin account Nameless Little Street for relevant news. And at this stage, our press conference is almost at the end. Hearing Academician Pan's words, the scene was quiet again, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was also reduced by a large part. In the huge main venue of the press conference, only Academician Pan's voice was left echoing in the room. To be honest, before this press conference started, we were under a lot of pressure, from our peers, the media, and public opinion. Many people thought that we would never discover dark matter when they heard about the organizer, Huaxia Academy of Sciences, but what the public doesn't know is that in the past few years, the Huaxia physics community has actually produced many excellent results. For example, Academician Wang Yifan, Academician Zhu Qiqan, Academician Luo Jun, Professor Fengbo, etc. Academician Pan was speaking. The camera also turned to several Huaxia physicists in the audience. The first person to be locked on by the camera was Academician Wang Yifan, who looked as serious as ever. His achievements need no further explanation. On his right was Academician Zhu Qiqan, the discoverer of the quantum anomalous Hall effect. Although Academician Zhu Qiqan's position as the president of Southern University of Science and Technology is somewhat controversial now, many people think that Academician Zhu Qiqan, who has a strong sense of local sentiment, is a bit rustic and does not match the temperament of Southern University of Science and Technology's pursuit of internationalization. But this is a personnel issue. In terms of academic achievements, he is still the person closest to the Nobel Prize in China. Then the screen turned again and gave it to Academician Luo Jun, who was standing in a row behind them. As we all know, the gravitational constant g is actually a very complex value. It is approximately 6.67 x 10^11 n, mkg in textbooks. But in the calculation of microscopic particles, the accuracy of this value is extremely high. It can be said that every time the accuracy of the gravitational constant g is improved, it is an innovation in particle physics. Since humans discovered the microscopic world, the accuracy of g and data has been optimized, that is, it may be 0.352 today and 0.351 tomorrow. But in terms of the concept of magnitude, g has only been optimized 7 times. The most recent magnitude optimization was done by academician Luo. In 2018, he used the precision torsion balance period method to measure the gravitational constant g, which increased the current upper limit of the international rest mass of photons by more than an order of magnitude. It was included in the International Elementary Particle Data Group twice and is still the first in the world. Although it is somewhat similar to academician Zhu Qiqin. Academician Luo Jun received poor reviews when he served as the president of Sun Yat-sen University. When he stepped down, he was a little lonely and even hated by everyone. In addition, he did make some inappropriate policies on campus. But it is still the same sentence: a person's personnel management ability has nothing to do with his academic research level. In terms of physics contributions, academician Luo Jun can still be ranked among the top 3 in China's theoretical physics community. Then the camera turned again. The figures of professors such as Fengbo, Su Zan, and He Song were recorded on the screen. Perhaps most of the audience will only glance at these scholars when they see them. But with a current audience scale of tens of millions, there will inevitably be many viewers who choose to search for the contributions of these people. Then they will find one thing: oh, it turns out that the Chinese physics community really has made some contributions. As long as 1 in 10,000 people do this, academician Pan's words will not be in vain. Then academician Pan paused, looked around the stage again, and said, of course, due to information barriers, many people outside the industry are not aware of some dynamics in the industry, but today, with the discovery of Pangu particle dark matter and these 2 supersymmetric particles, I can proudly announce, the Chinese physics community is now not only capable of discovering dark matter, but also capable of calculating another group of unknown particles on the spot, and even more. After saying that, academician Pan quickly glanced at Suzuki Atsuto, Bruce Arnold and others, and said meaningfully, so on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I would like to thank some colleagues for giving us it should be said that there are 2 opportunities to report and perform. After the meeting, we will randomly select some colleagues in the industry and give them blessing postcards written by well-known domestic anchors Wang Zudong, Guan Ziyan and well-known writer Big Eyes. I wish you all good health for your families and that each institution can produce new results every month. Please do not refuse. After hearing academician Pan's words, Suzuki Atsuto and others in the audience were slightly startled, then they forced a smile and clapped dryly. Suyun, I don't know why. A famous saying of Professor Gao Zimmerman suddenly rang in his mind. He has to thank us after giving out the benefits. Academician Pan had said almost everything he should say. In fact, according to the normal press conference process, Hao Zhengjin should go on stage and say some official polite words. But before, in order to verify whether Witten's conjecture was correct, the press conference had consumed more than 5 hours of extra time, and it was already close to 7 o'clock in the evening. Considering that many bigwigs had exhausted their energy and even physical strength, the Academy of Sciences decided to temporarily delete Hao Zhengjin's speech. Therefore, it was still academician Pan who finally closed the conference. Dear guests on site and friends in the audience outside, it is now 6:38 p.m. Yanjing time, and the press conference has been going on for nearly 10 hours since it started. We Chinese have an old saying, there is no banquet that will not end, and now it is almost time to end it. After saying this, academician Pan paused for a few seconds, and his voice suddenly rose. I am honored to announce here that the Dark Matter Results Press Conference of the Chinese Academy of Sciences has officially come to a successful conclusion. Next, please leave the scene in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff. We have arranged a rich dinner at the hotels where you are staying, such as the spicy Rongcheng hot pot strongly requested by the Mexican delegation. As academician Pan finished speaking, hundreds of Chinese scholars stood up in the audience in an instant, clapping their hands vigorously. After another moment, representatives from all parties were a little slower, and they also stood up and applauded one after another. Mr. Yang, Wei Ten, Higgs, Lu Chaoyuan, Tian Liangwei, and Su Yun applauded for a long time. The Academy of Sciences press conference ends here. Note, the QQ group exploded again, and my QQ was also blocked. What are you guys talking about? Others open new groups because they are full, and I open a new group because the old group exploded. Chapter 470, Fate, Indescribable. Soo-yoon had a dream. He dreamed that he traveled to the world of Final Fantasy. In that world, he didn't have to type every day. He was so happy with Alice in his left hand and Tifa in his right hand. Just when he was about to discuss the flexible transformation of wave functions and the deformation of hard conductors in a narrow electric field with Tifa, he suddenly found that Tifa in front of him had turned into a cockroach girl with barbs all over her body. Oh my! After waking up, Soo-yoon suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath, and subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, his other hand subconsciously touched the edge of the bed a few times, and after feeling the phone and glasses frame, he faintly determined in his heart, it turned out to be a dream. In fact, after calming down and thinking about it carefully, the cockroach girl didn't seem to be ugly, ahem. Then Soo-yoon turned his head and glanced at the curtains on the right. Although he closed the window tightly, there was still some light shining into the room from the gaps between the upper and lower edges of the curtains. It seemed that it was already late. After all, it is still February, and the dawn in the season is not so fast. Yawn. So Soo-yoon stretched, moved his butt back twice, leaned against the bed, picked up his phone and checked the time, 11:29 a.m., February 11th, 2023. It's 11:30. At this time, more than 10 hours have passed since the end of the press conference. After the press conference ended yesterday, Soo-yoon immediately followed Lu Chaoyuan back to the hotel, ate some food and went to bed to rest. After all, although there were thousands of participants in the press conference yesterday, in terms of energy and physical loss, there were really few people who were higher than Soo-yoon. He calculated for several hours in the state of summoning gods. That's right. Several hours. After Dirichlet's thinking card was activated, Soo-yoon used Eisenstein's thinking card again. Yes, Eisenstein. There was no way. Dirichlet's thinking card could only last for 90 minutes, and it expired in the middle of the press conference. Therefore, after hesitating again and again, Soo-yoon still chose Eisenstein's thinking card. Firstly, Eisenstein's thinking card lasts for 90 minutes, and its cost-effectiveness is far inferior to that of Gauss and Riemann, so it is not very painful to use it. Secondly, although Soo-yoon's comprehensive ability has surpassed Eisenstein, the calculation process of the second half of the particles cannot be judged by comprehensive ability. This process involves topology and advanced algebraic calculations. And advanced algebraic calculations are one of Eisenstein's specialties. In advanced algebraic calculations, Soo-yoon is obviously far inferior to Eisenstein, which is the direction of his fame. Therefore, after a while, Soo-yoon used the thinking card for 3 hours this time. Although the thinking card is very fun to use, it consumes a lot of energy when it is fully fired. Not to mention that Soo-yoon was accompanied by the world's top bosses like Yang Lao-Higgs yesterday, it is impossible to say that there is no psychological pressure. So after the whole press conference, Soo-yoon's energy consumption is even higher than that of Yang Lao and others, but he can barely hold on because of his young age. As soon as he got back to the hotel yesterday, he basically fell asleep. His sight returned to reality. Along with the time, there were several dynamics displayed in front of Soo-yoon. One was a text message about the automatic deduction of the NetEase Cloud Vinyl membership, and the others were folded WeChat messages, which seemed to have a lot of people. Seeing this, Soo-yoon slid and unlocked it neatly and read the content of the message. There were more than 30 friends who sent messages, and the one at the front was the cockroach girl Chen Shanshan. K-Deo, Dr. Soo, this matter is not over. Soo-yoon's mouth twitched. Chen Shanshan was obviously talking about what happened on the bus on the way to the press conference. At that time, the girl wanted to find out the inside story, but was shut up by Soo-yoon's words. To be honest, Soo-yoon was actually quite aggrieved. He clearly told the girl that he calculated the dark matter, but she didn't believe it at all, and now she came to him for an explanation. Women are so annoying. JPG. After that, Soo-yoon thought about it and sent a message to the cockroach lady. How many days will I stay in Chengdu? Can I have a meal at Zaya Alonkin? After a while, Chen Shanshan sent a reply. No, at least add another meal of Lao Ma's pig's trotters. Soo-yoon sighed, accepted his fate, and replied with a panda man okay emoticon. After dealing with the cockroach lady, the rest of the WeChat content was relatively simple. Most friends sent congratulations. The difference was that those with more distant relationships were more formal, while those with closer relationships were relatively casual. For example, Chu Sheng and Zhang Haiguang basically started with a template of, "Son, Dad is very pleased." In addition, some people's messages were more special. For example, a friend named Li Wei sent a message, "Su Shen is awesome. Congratulations to Su Shen for becoming a god. By the way, Su Shen, is there any position in the next research group? Can I be added?" After that, Su Yun thought about it and gradually remembered the other party's identity. This Li Wei is a first-year graduate student in the School of Life Sciences. He had contributed to the earliest development of imidacloprid, and Su Yun gave him a third authorship in the later paper. However, since then, Su Yun's research direction has been placed on physics, followed by personnel matters such as company recruitment. He handed over the biological research to Chu Sheng, and Li Wei was naturally assigned to Chu Sheng's subordinates. There were also Zhou Piao, Tang Yiqiu and others in similar positions. It seems that because the project team had not produced any results for a while, and Li Wei was preparing for the exam at the end of the semester, he chose to withdraw from the research group. After all, they did not sign an employment contract with Su Yun, but followed a work-study agreement of the Department of Work and Work of the University of Science and Technology, and they were relatively free to come and go. Of course, the salary is definitely not as high as that of a formal employee. Unexpectedly, after a period of time, Chu Sheng made a breakthrough in Yayan bacteria. Now Chu Sheng is independently responsible for a project team. Although the funding and power are not as large as Zhou Shan, he is also a small boss. Zhou Piao, Tang Yiqiu and others were even more promoted, and they signed campus recruitment contracts with Huadong Biosciences and Advance. After graduation, they will not have to worry about work, and they can also do some odd jobs during their postgraduate studies, so their lives are still very comfortable. Now that Li Wei came to the door, it was obvious that he wanted to get on the train again. There are several friends who made similar remarks to Li Wei. Some of them were joking. For example, a senior who has already joined the Institute of High Energy Physics and has a good salary, it is impossible for him to bow down just because of such a press conference. But there are also some friends who obviously want to use the back door. Su Yun did not get too close or distant to these people, but handed the list to his assistant Tang Li and asked her to arrange it. If there's a vacant position and it happens to match the other party's major, and the performance in school is good enough, then it is no problem to let them join the group. But if the position is in short supply or the other party's grades are poor, then I have to say sorry. More than 10 minutes later, Su Yun replied to all the messages one by one and began to look at the updates in the circle of friends. The latest post in the circle of friends was from Zhou Shanfa, who was holding a crucian carp in his hand. The content was, "I caught a crucian carp early in the morning, perfect." However, behind the photo of the fish tail, you can see the sign of Chen Jinmo Aquatic Products Wholesale in Jiachang Street and a tall man eating a lollipop. Then there was the post from Academician Pan, which was a bit petty bourgeois, a photo of him and his mentor Anton Salinger eating steak in a Western restaurant. Below this post, you can see many congratulatory remarks. Su Yun liked the above two people, and then looked at the third post, which was marked with a note, Mom, I took calls until almost 11 o'clock last night and didn't go to bed. I would like to thank all my relatives and friends for their concern and congratulations. It is the duty of every citizen to cultivate talents for the motherland. Fist. The picture accompanying the post was a high-definition screenshot of Su Yun and Mr. Yang discussing a problem. It seemed that the two of them were having a good conversation. With the hand speed of his parents, Su Yun estimated that it would take at least half an hour to capture this picture. At the same time, Su Yun's mother also wrote a few group replies below. By the way, Xiaoyan is 25 years old this year, unmarried, and an only child. If you are interested, you can chat with me privately. Another note, it is best not to work in science, especially biology, otherwise it is easy to be fooled by this child into becoming an employee. Su Yun, this is my real mother. Just when Su Yun wanted to leave a message to complain, his eyes suddenly caught the fourth dynamic below. The avatar opposite is a towering mountain, and its name is Coast. Thanks to the country, the project has finally landed. This year, I didn't go home to run the project, and my baby daughter still spent the spring festival away from home. Tears. But if this can make other projects land smoothly in the future, I want to say to my daughter, don't come back for the spring festival in the future. Smiley face. But what really attracted Su-Yoon's attention was the picture under the dynamic. The accompanying picture was a photo of a document taken with a mobile phone. The title of the document was written on the top of the document. Execution of the project of the Yongling Excavation Project of the Huaxia Archaeological Bureau. Yongling Excavation. Execution of the project. The moment Su-Yoon saw these two words, his fingers, which were about to complain about his mother, paused. Oh my God. What did I see? After a moment, Su-Yoon rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked at the dynamics of the circle of friends in front of him again. The content remained unchanged. Seeing this, Su-Yoon's heart suddenly started pounding, even more frequently than when he saw Tifa in his dream. Coast? Who is this? He first clicked on Coast's circle of friends and found that the other party had set the visibility permission for 1 week, and there was only this dynamic in a week. Su-Yoon couldn't help but frown. He had only about 60 or 70 friends in total, almost all of whom were friends or relatives. At the very least, they were colleagues who had nodded to each other or people like Guo Hao, the boss of Oak Technology, which customized supercomputers. Then Su-Yoon clicked on the other party's avatar and entered the chat box. As a result, when he looked at the chat history, he was stunned, and a certain memory quickly emerged in front of him. One day more than a month ago, Su-Yoon's mother introduced Wang Yujing to him for a blind date, and asked Su-Yoon's father to recommend him a friend card. Su-Yoon mistakenly thought that the other party was Wang Yujing, so he added the other party's friend name starting with blind date. This person is Han, that is, Wang Yujing's dad. Thinking of this, Su-Yoon first took a screenshot of the circle of friends. Then he returned to the WeChat address book, quickly found the friend with the note, Wang Yujing, and sent the screenshot. Xiao Wang, is this your dad? After a moment, Wang Yujing, oh my God. This guy blocked me from posting in moments again. Recommend a friend's book. This host is too professional. Chapter 471, beginning at HKUST and ending at HKUST. The moment he saw the reply from Xiao Wang, he didn't know why. A very strange idea suddenly popped up in Su-Yoon's mind. This girl and Christine should be able to become good friends. After all, they are both filial daughters. Of course. This idea was fleeting and was soon thrown behind Su-Yoon's mind. He quickly sat up straight again and typed a few lines of words in the dialog box. But soon, Su-Yoon long pressed the delete key, quickly reset these lines of words, and changed them into a short question. Xiao Wang, are you available to talk on the phone now? I have something to ask you. After a moment, Wang Yujing replied, oh chicken K emoticon package. Seeing this, Su-Yoon immediately dialed the voice. A few seconds passed. Wang Yujing's voice rang out from the microphone, and her tone was as refreshing as ever, with no trace of the swear words she had just said. Hello, brother Su, good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, Xiao Wang. Su-Yoon simply greeted the girl, then changed the subject and asked her, Xiao Wang, is Uncle Wang engaged in archaeology? Mentioning her father, Wang Yujing's tone obviously rose a few notches, with a hint of depression. Yes, he has been engaged in archaeology for 20 to 30 years, and he only knows how to block me from posting on WeChat moments every day. Brother Su, can you help me leave a message under my dad's dynamic later, saying that the private money he hid in the vase to the right of the TV in the living room is gone? Su-Yoon. Then he took a deep breath and continued to ask Wang Yujing, ahem. Xiao Wang, let's talk about the private money later. Can we talk about Uncle Wang's situation first? To be honest, this dynamic on Uncle Wang's WeChat moments is somewhat related to a project I'm working on. Although Wang Yujing looked very filial, this girl's emotional intelligence was not low. When she heard Su-Yoon mention the project at hand, her tone immediately became formal. No problem, brother Su, what do you want to know? Su-Yoon thought for a while and asked first, can you introduce Uncle Wang's work unit? When he said this, Su-Yoon was vaguely nervous. The moment he saw the project proposal, there were only 4 words left in Su-Yoon's mind. He kept walking back and forth like a colonel. Cough cough, 4 words floating around. Yongle Encyclopedia. The outside world may still have doubts about whether this set of strange books is preserved in Yongling, but Su-Yoon is very clear that the Yongle Encyclopedia is underground in Yongling. After all, this is a reward given by Halo. But on the other hand, although Halo gave the Yongle Encyclopedia as a reward, it never said that it could guarantee that it would be unearthed safely, but only showed the effect after unearthing. In other words, if it is not handled properly, the Yongle Encyclopedia will be damaged. Therefore, the excavation of Yongling is actually a challenge. What if the excavation team of Yongling only refers to the data of existing remote sensing detectors, does not believe that there is the Yongle encyclopedia under the underground palace, and excavates according to the principle of only one layer of mausoleum? Then when they excavate this set of strange books, some preservation methods may not be so complete. If you are not careful, you may repeat the mistakes of Dingling. In fact, it is not just Dingling. In the archaeological history after the founding of China, many cultural relics have suffered losses due to incomplete preset plans in the excavation stage. For example, the famous Muangdu Western Han tomb. I believe everyone has heard that the corpse of Zinsu was unearthed from the Muangdu Western Han tomb, but few people know that a cloud-patterned lacquer tripod was unearthed in the Muangdu tomb, which contained a can of lotus root soup. When the lotus root soup was unearthed, the shape of the lotus root slices could still be distinguished, but because the lid of the tripod was opened and shaken, the lotus root soup quickly dissolved. At that time, Mr. Zhou Shiren, a researcher at the Hunanshu Provincial Institute of Cultural Relics and Archaeology, only had time to take a snapshot, which became the only copy of the lotus root soup image today. If you are interested, you can search this photo. Therefore, Su Yun's worry is indeed possible. Once the Yongle encyclopedia is damaged, both its origin and its cultural value in reality will be severely affected. You know, the Koreans nowadays are so outrageous that small cards are printed with photos of a Chinese actress named Jing. Therefore, regardless of emotion or reason, Su Yun should participate in this archaeological excavation. So the job position of Wang Yujing's father is very important at this time. If he is just an ordinary clerk such as a small section chief of the propaganda department, he can get the project approval letter only because of the simple propaganda needs. Then Su Yun may need to find another way to get in touch with the project team. But if the other party is the person in charge of the project, even if he is only one of the persons in charge, then many things will be easy to handle. After hearing Su Yun's question, Wang Yujing thought for a moment and introduced him seriously. My father's name is Wang Tong. He is 52 years old this year. He is a researcher at the Jinling Museum and a professor in the Department of Archaeology and Cultural Relics of Jinling University. He also holds the title of Director of the Chinese Ming History Research Association. In short, he has a lot of other titles, but although his titles are very confusing, he is more or less a well-known figure in the industry. His information is all on the encyclopedia. Su Yun was immediately certain. The history department of Jinling University is very old. Although Su Yun can't remember the exact year, it should have been established 60 or 70 years ago. Being able to serve as a professor in the Department of Archaeology and Cultural Relics of the History College of Jinling University, Wang Tong's ability and status are obviously extraordinary. Even in this Yongling project team, he is at least a consultant-level boss, and he may even be the initiator. Then Su Yun thought for a moment and asked again, Xiao Wang, has Uncle Wang been busy with the excavation of Yongling during this period? Yes, although it was just a verbal communication at this time. Su Yun seemed to see the girl nodding like a little girl pecking at rice. He has been thinking about excavating Yongling for more than 20 years. My mother even complained that he was the reincarnation of Empress Chen. He was thinking about digging the tomb of Emperor Jiajing. Brother Su, didn't I say at the New Year's Eve dinner that my father was running a project in Yanjing? That's what I was talking about. Su Yun was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, a trace of unexpected but reasonable emotion gradually emerged in his heart. Wang Yujing graduated from Jinling University. At the beginning, my mother said that Wang Tong was engaged in historical research. Wang Tong did not go home for the New Year to run a project in Yanjing. In addition, the previous hot search for Yongling. Although Su Yun could not rely on these clues to find the truth before the mystery was solved. But now with the announcement of the truth, these things have gradually become a line. In addition, if I remember correctly, the rain that made Wang Yujing's paper included in the second zone was the reward of Lao Su's copy. It turned out that from that time on, he had already had an intersection with Yongling. Then Su Yun took a deep breath and said to Wang Yujing, okay, I almost have an idea. Thank you, Xiao Wang. It's a small matter. Brother Su, do you want me to help you build a bridge with Comrade Lao Wang? Su Yun thought for a moment and shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't need it for now. I'll find you if I need it. Although Su Yun did plan to contact Wang Tong as soon as possible, there were still some links to prepare before that, so it was not urgent for Wang Yujing to make the connection. Anyway, although the project proposal has just been issued, it is not so fast that the mausoleum will be open tomorrow. As the saying goes, plan before you act. If you deal with some things first and then contact Wang Tong, the efficiency may be higher. Wang Yujing didn't insist on this. This girl was quite perceptive and quickly said, "Okay, then Brother Su, I won't bother you anymore. Just let me know when you need me. And don't forget to leave a message under my dad's status." After hanging up the voice call, Su Yun thought for a moment, opened the address book, and dialed Academician Pan's mobile number. 10 seconds passed. The phone vibrated slightly, and the voice of Academician Pan came from the other end. "Hello, Xiao Su." "Yes, teacher, it's me." Su Yun greeted Academician Pan seriously, and then asked tentatively, "Teacher, is it convenient for you to answer the phone now?" Academician Pan quickly said, "It's convenient. I just finished eating beefsteak with Teacher Anton. I'm digesting the food alone now. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Upon hearing this, Su Yun organized his words and told him everything he had seen before about the hot searches and project proposals about Yongling, Abba Abba Jiliguapalipala Pika Pika. That's about it. While Su Yun was talking, the noise around Academician Pan also became much smaller, and it sounded like he had walked to a remote place to talk. "I understand. So Xiao Su, are you going to use this opportunity to try the gravity gradient meter?" Su Yun nodded vigorously and explained, "That's right, teacher. It's quite a coincidence that Yongling was on the hot search on the day the D-Ting project was launched, so I also learned some information about Yongling at that time. Yongling's current main area is 250,000 square meters, which is 25 hectares or 0.25 square kilometers. Its construction scale is second only to the Changling Mausoleum of Emperor Chengzu of the Ming Dynasty, although Academician Pan was not in front of him at this time. But Su Yun still couldn't help but hold the phone between one shoulder and ear, and gestured with his hands in front of him. The depth of the Yongling underground palace is about 15 to 30 meters above the ground. The current remote sensing detection results are in the shape of an A, with 7 pits at the bottom, and most of them are filled with water, but objectively speaking, this kind of detection has a certain deviation in precision and accuracy, which means that there may be one or more undiscovered tombs at a deeper level, and our D-Ting project team is responsible for the key mapping module of the gravity gradiometer. At present, the lifespan of Pangu particles has been successfully extended to 4 hours. Although 4 hours is still a long way from a territorial cruise, it is more than enough time for an underground palace covering an area of 0.25 square kilometers. Then Su Yun paused and added, "Teacher, let's take a step back and not talk about whether there is the Yongle Encyclopedia or the undiscovered lower underground palace in Yongling. For the archaeological excavation of other cultural relics alone, the importance of the gravity gradiometer cannot be ignored. Its accuracy is 2 to 3 orders of magnitude higher than remote sensing detection. After all, the excavation of Dingling was a nightmare and a shame. The Yongling should not repeat the same mistake this time." Academician Pan was silent after hearing this. In fact, as a smart man with an IQ far higher than that of ordinary people, Academician Pan naturally could not hear the deep meaning of the word shame in Su Yun's last sentence. The failure of the excavation of Dingling was not only a shame for the Chinese archaeological community, but also a great regret in Mr. Guo Moruo's life. Although Mr. Guo Moruo was not the initiator of the excavation of Dingling, but only one of the 6 people who suggested the excavation, the later generations had some scapegoating of Mr. Guo in the evaluation of the failure of Dingling because Mr. Guo Moruo was the most famous among the 6 people. But it cannot be denied that Mr. Guo Moruo did have to bear some responsibility for that matter, and he could not shirk it. And Mr. Guo Moruo was the first president of USTC, so this matter seemed to have nothing to do with USTC, but there were intricate connections behind it. As students of USTC, Su Yun and Academician Pan naturally had the obligation to repay the debt this time. Starting from HKUST and ending at HKUST. This can be regarded as a complete cycle of fate. Then Academician Pan was silent for a full half-minute on the other end of the phone before he said, "Okay, I understand, wait for my news." After that, Academician Pan hung up the phone. Su Yun continued to sit on the bed for a while, habitually looking at the hot searches, Hupu, the first moderator and Sydney community. Then he got out of bed, dressed and washed up. After washing up, Su Yun did not leave the room. Instead, he took a bowl of instant noodles directly from the minibar and slowly soaked it. Students who had high-end hotel menus in their previous lives should know it. The mini bars in hotels at the level of Ritz-Carlton are generally ridiculously expensive. Sprite worth 4 yuan can be sold to you for 20 yuan, and instant noodles worth 5 yuan are considered cheap at 30 yuan. Fortunately, Su Yun's accommodation this time was signed by the Institute of Science and Technology, so he did not need to pay for it himself, so he could be shameless and extravagant. 10 minutes later, after finishing a bucket of instant noodles, Su Yun rubbed his stomach, wondering whether he should have another bucket. However, at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. "If I can make it in time before dark, I will dig out your eyes." Su Yun looked at the screen and saw that the person who came was academician Pan. So he quickly gave up the idea of having another bucket and answered the phone again. A moment later, academician Pan's voice rang from the other end of the phone. "Zio Su, are you in the hotel now?" Su Yun was subconsciously stunned, but still answered, "Yes, in the room." "That's good, you get ready, we'll leave in an hour." "Leave? Where to?" "Zichen." Note, I scanned Nature yesterday and saw a paper, doi.org/10.1038/4158602205629-6, which found a new planetary ring in the solar system. The Roche limit does not apply to this situation, and many theories are in danger. By the way, I have an idea. In the future, I will post a free chapter every month to share the papers that I think are interesting in Nature and Science that month. Will you be interested? Will you think it affects the reading rhythm? If you are interested, deduct 1 here. If you are not interested, deduct 2 here. If more than 10% of readers oppose it, I will not do it. Chapter 472. Go to Zichen. What? Going to Zichen, inside the hotel. Hearing academician Pan's words, Su Yun was stunned for a moment, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. He was silent for a moment, and asked academician Pan, "Teacher, what are we going to Zichen for?" Academician Pan on the other end of the phone quickly replied, "We'll talk about the details on the way. You should prepare as soon as possible. Just bring 2 sets of clothes for luggage. Wait for me downstairs in the hotel as soon as possible." After saying this, academician Pan hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Listening to the dead tone coming from the mobile phone microphone, Su Yun couldn't help blinking, and his expression looked a bit like Kennedy applying shampoo, confused. What's going on? In fact, at the beginning, Su Yun's idea was still very simple: ask academician Pan to contact the leaders of the University of Science and Technology, and persuade the University of Science and Technology to come forward to see if they can contact Wengtong or the Yongling Excavation Committee in the name of the University of Science and Technology, so as to enter in a more official manner. This approach does not seem too abrupt. With the endorsement of the giant USTC, the credibility is relatively high. Considering Mr. Guo Moro's special status in USTC, Su Yun thought that the success rate of this matter should be high. Unexpectedly, academician Pan suddenly mentions Zichen. Zichen. To be honest, this place name is very well known in China. It is the capital of Lsyz Prefecture and is about 400 kilometers away from Chengdu. There are many famous points that make Zichen famous, such as it is the onion hometown, strawberry hometown and grain-producing county in China. However, the most familiar business card is undoubtedly the Zichen Satellite Launch Base, which is one of the 4 major space launch centers in China. Of course, academician Pan took Su Yun to Zichen this time, not necessarily for the Zichen Satellite Launch Base. As one of the 10 most beautiful ancient cities in China, Zichen itself is also a national tourist resort. Many old academicians and professors have stayed in Zichen for recuperation for many years. Therefore, academician Pan took Su Yun to Zichen, perhaps just to visit an old expert, and this possibility is actually very high. After all, there is a well-known Sangxingdu site near Chengdu, and many old scholars have stayed in Sangxingdu for decades, and they still stayed in Chengdu after retirement. Among these old scholars who have adapted to the life in Sichuan and Shu, quite a few went to Zichen for recuperation after retirement. And these old professors may be able to complement the excavation of Yongling in terms of professional knowledge, so it is reasonable for academician Pan to take Su Yun to consult. Although there is a biological archaeology laboratory with a relatively good reputation on the campus of the University of Science and Technology, its main function is to analyze the unearthed cultural relics, rather than field excavation. Thinking about it this way, it seems really possible. So Su Yun quickly packed his luggage, stuffed a few changes of clothes, a tablet, Jiren's handmade, a charger and other things into his backpack, and quickly went to the first floor to wait. As for checking out, he didn't need to consider it. The Academy of Sciences and the hotel had a negotiated room contract. Although Su-yoon couldn't be so outrageous as to pay for a year or a month, with his current contribution, it was not difficult to delay checking out for a few days. More than half an hour later, a Buick GL8 stopped in front of Su-yoon, and the door opened quickly, revealing the face of academician Pan. "Zio-su, get in the car," Su-yoon said obediently, lowered his head and got into the car quickly. After getting in the car, Su-yoon pulled up the door and looked up at academician Pan and said, "Teacher, why are you in a hurry to go to Z now?" Su-yoon's words were only half finished and he looked at an old man sitting next to academician Pan with a stunned expression, and said in surprise, "Mr. Wang. Why are you here?" "That's right." Sitting on the right side of academician Pan at this time was Wang Yaoping, the chief designer of the Double Star project. You know, because of his poor health, Mr. Wang had been recuperating in the Jinyu Hotel in Chengdu, but he didn't even attend the press conference of the Academy of Sciences. If it weren't for Wang Tong's circle of friends, Su-yoon's original idea was to take time to ask academician Pan when he could go to see Mr. Wang. Unexpectedly, he would actually see Elder Wang in this business car at this time. I don't know if Rongcheng is a place that naturally nourishes people, but Elder Wang is in good spirits today, holding a small tape recorder playing Huangmei opera in his hand. After seeing Su-yoon get on the car, Elder Wang smiled and nodded at him, pointing to the seat and said, "Zio-su, sit down." Su-yoon came back to his senses and quickly sat in the front row. Then academician Pan took a bottle of Yibao from the box next to him and handed it to Su-yoon, explaining at the same time, "Zio-su, when you called just now, I was visiting Elder Wang at the Jinyu Hotel. Elder Wang heard about your situation and asked me to arrange this trip. The main idea of Elder Wang is to take you to the Zicheng Satellite Launch Center, act as a middleman to introduce each other, and see if we can reach some cooperation with them." Hearing academician Pan's words, Old Wang took the initiative to smile and waved his hand. His expression looked very casual. "Zio Pan said that, I just happened to be going to Zicheng to see some old friends, and before leaving, I heard Zio Pan and you chatting, so I asked him to call you. As for whether Zicheng can cooperate, I dare not guarantee these. Maybe in the end you will make a wasted trip. Just don't blame me." An old man. Hearing this, Su-yoon looked at academician Pan and shook his head quickly. "Of course, Old Wang, you are so kind. We are grateful to you. How could we blame you?" Su-yoon's words were not polite, but were 100% sincere. The visiting old friends mentioned by Old Wang was obviously just an excuse. After all, Old Wang flew all the way to Chengdu. It could only be that someone came to Chengdu to see him. How could he go to Zicheng to see others? Therefore, it is obvious that what Mr. Wang really cares about is the excavation of Yongling mentioned by Su-yoon. The excuse of visiting an old friend is probably just a coincidence. Maybe some people in Zicheng originally planned to visit Mr. Wang in Chengdu today, but they were told that Mr. Wang would go to Zicheng. So Mr. Wang went to Zicheng this time to help Su-yoon as a middleman. Su-yoon must be grateful for this painstaking effort. As for the so-called cooperation with Zicheng, it is naturally because of the gravity gradiometer. It was mentioned earlier. When the gravity gradiometer was first invented, it was a standard aviation carrier equipment that needed to be a certain distance from the ground to work. For example, the Ghost gravity gradiometer with the highest accuracy to date was installed on the Ghost satellite by the European Space Agency. For example, the gravity gradiometer currently used in our country, although the accuracy is not high, is also carried by airplanes or helicopters. Of course, the situation in the sea area is another matter. Many gravity gradiometers in the sea area are installed on ships, which belong to the situation of long-term cruise. Therefore, if you want to use the gravity gradiometer in the excavation of Yongling, you must first solve its floating link. When it comes to the word floating, another problem naturally arises: how to design the bearing platform. The gravity gradiometer is not a toy that can be clamped by a drone and then soared into the sky. Take the simplest difficulty: how to ensure the balance of the bearing platform? If this thing shakes, then the Pangu particles will be useless even if they can be stored for 40 hours, let alone 4 hours. Advanced ones include how to assemble the mapping module, how to design the gradiometer, and so on. Su-yoon just learned from Wang Tong that Yongling was going to be excavated not long ago, so he did not really think deeply about this aspect. But now, after listening to what academician Pan and Old Wang said, He suddenly realized that the Xicheng satellite launch base is indeed a very good partner. After all, this is the top satellite launch center in China. It is too easy to handle the steady state of a bearing platform, isn't it? Thinking of this, Su Yun glanced at old Wang, who was resting with his eyes closed. This wave of favors is really a big debt. The Xicheng satellite launch center is more than 400 kilometers away from Chengdu. In fact, Chengdu originally wanted to provide Wang Lao with a small private plane, but Wang Lao took the initiative to refuse. Therefore, everyone finally took this Buick GL8 to get on the Chengming Expressway first, and then drove straight along the Chenghai Expressway. After more than 6 hours, everyone finally arrived at the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center. The launch base is 65 kilometers away from the urban area of Xicheng. As one of the 3 major satellite launch bases in China, the defense of the Xicheng satellite base can be described as extremely strict. The base is full of soldiers with live ammunition. There is a sentry every 5 steps and a guard every 3 steps in the base. There are also sniper points like the Viet Cong in the surrounding woods. Snipers are lurking in the sniper points with 155mm howitzers. Well, none of the above pictures exist. In fact, among the 4 major satellite launch bases of Jiuquan, Xicheng, Wenchang, and the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center is the most special one. It is open to the public. Generally, you will find a tour group after you arrive at the local area. The travel agency will arrange a large car or carpooling. The round-trip transportation fee is about 100 yuan, and the individual car charter is about 300 yuan. Then you can visit the base. After arriving at the gate of the launch site, you need to transfer to the designated bus of the scenic area to take you to the tourist area. The ticket is 90 yuan. And you can enter a platform halfway up the mountain, 200 or 300 meters away from the launch site. From this platform, you can clearly see the main part of the number 2 launch tower, and then you can go to the exhibition hall to see models, etc. Even before, let alone 200 or 300 meters, the launch site can actually be visited up close, and there is a real long march through there. Unfortunately, after the incident in Kunming, this part was blocked. Of course, although you can't visit the launch pad up close, you can buy a ticket to visit the satellite launch, which is 3 kilometers away from the launch pad. You can search for the official account of Xicheng Satellite Launch Base. The ticket price is generally around 1,200. If you have the opportunity, I actually recommend watching it once. It is very shocking, although the ticket price is indeed not cheap. After arriving at the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center, the vehicle first passed the security check quickly and finally stopped in front of a 2-story building. At this time, there were 7 or 8 men standing at the entrance of the building. The 2 youngest were probably in their early 40s, and the rest were all over 50. 1 or 2 looked no less than 70 or 80 years old. Of course, people of this age were obviously not employees, and they were probably the old friends that Mr. Wang mentioned. After the car stopped steadily, Su Yun and Academician Pan jumped out of the car one after another. The 2 stood on both sides of the car door, and one of them held Mr. Wang's hand and helped him out of the car. Mr. Wang's life assistant and the driver worked together to move Mr. Wang's folding wheelchair to the ground. The wheelchair was quickly unfolded, and Mr. Wang sat on it steadily. Then the life assistant handed Mr. Wang a few pills and liquid food, but Mr. Wang did not rush to swallow the pills, but looked at the other old man in front of him. Xiao Jet, long time no see. I forgot to say that the excerpts of the thesis I talked about yesterday would definitely be accompanied by some explanations or my own opinions, which was a kind of miscellaneous talk. I'm just not sure whether those who left one in the second paragraph agree or disagree. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, No Coincidences. As Wang Lao called him Xiao Jie, the oldest man at the scene was shocked. He walked forward a few steps, came to Wang Lao and held his left hand tightly. His eyes reddened. Commander-in-Chief, Wang Lao's slightly turbid eyes stayed on Xiao Jie's equally haggard face for a while, and sighed with emotion. Xiao Jie, after so many years, you have also aged. Xiao Jie did not respond, but he suddenly increased the strength of holding Wang Lao's hands, and it was obvious that he was also aroused. At the same time, Zhang Dong, Wang's personal assistant, approached Academician Pan and Su Yun and introduced them in a low voice. Academician Pan, Dr. Su, this is Professor Zhang from the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center, and he was also a member of Wang's team back then. Professor Zhang has a complicated resume. He served in the Navy in his early years, mainly responsible for sonar balance issues. Later, due to certain situations, the country launched the 3-line in-depth construction, and Professor Zhang was first transferred to the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. He assisted in completing the relevant design of Dongfang 1 under Wang's leadership, and was transferred to the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center many years later, and stayed there until retirement. You too should have heard of the famous Dongfang 2 of the Xicheng Launch Center. Professor Zhang contributed to that satellite. He was the project leader and the first person to complete the mechanical deracinization method. After hearing Zhang Dong's introduction, Academician Pan and Su Yun looked at Zhang with a serious and respectful look. In modern Chinese history, cadres going south can be regarded as an important strategic action. Many cadres who went south stayed away from their hometowns for a whole life. In fact, it was not only Zhang. Su Yun's grandfather was also a cadre who went south from Wenden, Hebei province. He met Su Yun's grandmother, who was from Shaanxi province, in Shanghai. The two got married in Hangzhou and eventually settled in Fujian. It was quite interesting to talk about it. The words going south and third-line construction seem a bit light, but for many people who have experienced it, these two words cover most of their lives. However, Zhang obviously knew that the current situation was not suitable for a long talk, so after the greetings, he took the initiative to introduce Wang Lao. Wang Lao, this is the political commissar Dong of the launch base. This is the general dispatcher Zhang of the command and control hall. This is Manager Wang, who is responsible for the high-throughput communication services of the Long March series. With Zhang's introduction, the identities of the people on the scene gradually became clear. 3 major leaders of the base, 3 technical researchers, plus Zhang and another retired cadre named Guo Rui. The welcoming lineup was not high profile, and there was no grand ceremony with gongs and drums, but the respect that should be given was still given. Wang Lao nominally came to Xicheng base to learn about the base's current situation and see old friends, but he did not express his intention in the car. Therefore, after the greetings, everyone began to visit the park under the leadership of Li Feiyu, the current chief designer of the Long March 3rd rocket. Wang Lao, following Wang Lao, Li Feiyu's expression seemed a little awkward. After all, he was the founder of China's satellite aerospace. Over the years, the layout of our base has remained the same, mainly divided into 3 modules, the launch tower, the command and control hall, and the logistics center, but a lot of internal equipment has been replaced. For example, not long ago, the command and control hall just cooperated with the Electronic Information Basic Center of the General Armament Department to upgrade the Fuxi fire control dispatch system, and the error feedback of the 1000 signal simulations has dropped by 1.5 orders of magnitude compared to before. In addition, the launch pad was also maintained and replaced at the end of last year. We just launched an Asia-Pacific 6E satellite on the 13th of last month. Of course, the total number of launch pads has not changed. Wang Lao nodded gently. Speaking of Xicheng Satellite Launch Base, many people should know that it has 2 launch towers. But few people know that the numbers of these 2 launch pads are not 1 or 2, but 2 and 3. The earliest launch pad number 1 has not been completed yet. Its mission is actually quite magical. It is the launch station designed for the Dawn manned spacecraft. The Dawn spacecraft is the famous 714 project, which is based on the Gemini spacecraft across the sea and was proposed after the Dongfang 1 satellite. The 714 project also selected a group of reserve astronauts from the Air Force, but was eventually forced to cancel due to funding and technical problems. However, there has always been a rumor among the people that 714 was actually successful, sending 2 people into space and still alive today. There is no news report because it has not been declassified. The outrageous thing is that there are still many people who believe it. If you ask, it is a top secret that cannot be easily disclosed. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Today is a rare sunny day in Chengdu. It is not only not painful to stroll outdoors, but it is a very pleasant thing. Everyone walked and talked like this, and Li Feiyu introduced other facilities in the base to Mr. Wang. Almost an hour later, the group finally arrived at the command center of the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center. The missions of satellite launch bases these days are very complicated. In addition to national launch missions, most of them are commercial outsourcing. Especially some small countries in Southeast Asia often outsource launch missions to several bases in China. Therefore, although there is no national launch mission today, the command center is still quite lively. From the moment they entered the hall, researchers holding documents or talking to communicators kept walking around quickly, and they would take the initiative to say hello when they met Li Hu and others. Mr. Wang, to be honest, when there is no launch mission, the places with the most employees in our park are the command center and the power supply station. After arriving at a quiet conference room, Li Hu enthusiastically poured a glass of water for Mr. Wang and said with a smile, "Of course, there are a lot of people in the dormitory during the day. After all, we who do scientific research are night owls." "Thank you." Mr. Wang thanked him politely, then glanced at Suyun beside him, and slowly said, "By the way, Xiao Li, I have been away from the front line for a few years. I wonder what accuracy of carrying balance our satellite-borne instruments can achieve now." Satellite-borne instruments. Li Hu's expression suddenly became serious. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Zhe Tongyao beside him. "Professor Jack, you are an expert in this field. How about you talk to Mr. Wang?" "No problem." Zhe Tongyao nodded readily, looking eager to try. "Commander-in-Chief, do you want to know about the orbiting satellite or the equipment on the space station?" Mr. Wang thought for a while, pointed to a satellite icon on the projection screen in the conference room and said, "There's no need to talk about the space station, let's talk about orbital satellites." Zhe Tongyao took a glass of water from the table to moisten his throat, organized his words, and then continued, "No problem, Commander-in-Chief, to be honest, if you ask about the space station, I can't tell you much. Currently, there seem to be a lot of onboard equipment on orbital satellites. But in fact there are not many major categories. Basically, they are sensors or imaging equipment of course. Conceptual things like laser weapons are not included. Our country's current stability in this area is second to none in the world." He paused and continued, "We optimized the calculation model of gravitational pull in the early 22nd year, and the fitting curve parameters reached 28,800 plus. For example, the imaging satellite launched by a certain type of Long March rocket last year took photos of the same area within 90 minutes. The errors in parameters such as swing amplitude, polarization and swing frequency were all around 50,000 or 60,000. Hearing this, Suyun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His major has nothing to do with artificial satellites, but Zhang Heguang, his good friend at the University of Science and Technology's Observatory, is a doctor of astrophysics. In addition, the gravity gradient instrument itself has some intersections with satellites, so Suyun had learned some aviation knowledge long before, as early as when the Diding project team was established. The description of the satellite launch process in high school physics books is actually very simple, that is, the launch speed reaches the first cosmic speed. Then it is generally added that it is also the maximum speed of the satellite orbiting the Earth in a circle. But in fact, for satellites carrying instruments, moving around the Earth is not an easy task. Because this involves the issue of Lagrange points. The so-called Lagrange point refers to a point in space where the gravitational force of two large objects can stabilize a small object. A small object is a point in space under the gravitational force of two large objects. At this point, the small object remains basically stationary relative to the two large objects. There are 5 Lagrange points between each celestial body, represented by L1 to L5. At present, the SOHO satellite has been stationed at the L1 point of the Earth-Japan system, and the L2 point is more lively. The WMAP probe of NASA, the James Webb Space Telescope, and our Change 2 satellite have all been stationed at the L2 point. To some extent, Lagrange points are the most stable points in the starry sky, so they are also called the breasts of the gun sister in space. Ahem, the helipad in space. In other words, satellites that are not at these 5 points have no problem running, but due to the gravitational drag, the instruments on them will shift a little bit every time the satellite orbits the Earth. In terms of imaging satellites, it is the parameter errors of the 3 parameters of swing amplitude, polarization and swing frequency when bypassing the same area. At present, the most powerful satellite-borne instrument technology in the world is still on the other side of the sea, which can be easily seen from the total number of satellites. As of January 1 this year, there are 4,582 artificial satellites in operation in the Earth's orbit, of which there are 2,944 satellites on the other side of the sea alone. There are 499 Chinese satellites in China and 169 in Russia. If the satellites that are not working but have not fallen are counted, there are currently more than 6,000 artificial satellites in the Earth's orbit. Reference from UC's official website, ucsusa.org/resources/satellite database, according to the information Su Yun had learned before. The parameter error in China in 2019 was about 1.5 to 2,000ths, but the imaging width of general imaging satellites is 10 kilometers or even higher, so this error can be almost ignored. As for the other side of the sea, it is 3 to 4 thousandths, and the advantage is still quite obvious. The bear and the rabbit are almost at the same level, also about 1.5 thousandths. After these three, the gap between the other major countries and regions gradually became outrageous. For example, the error of Japan's Space Exploration Agency JAXA can even appear several percent. What Su Yun didn't expect was that the current Zichen base can actually shorten the error to 5 or 6 thousandths. Old Wang has been receiving treatment and recuperation since 20 years ago. He really doesn't know much about this kind of detailed information, so he is also a little surprised at this time. But soon, he came back to his senses and waved to Su Yun on the side. "Xiao Su, come here." Su Yun stepped forward obediently. Then, Elder Wang patted Su Yun on the shoulder and introduced him to Zhetuangayao and Li Hui. "Little Zhe, Little Li, Little Su's identity has been introduced by Little Pan just now, right?" Zhetuangayao and Li Hui nodded in unison. Academician Pan introduced Su Yun's identity to them when they were visiting the garden before. In fact, even if Academician Pan had not taken the initiative to introduce him before, Zhetuangayao and his friends had already recognized Su Yun's identity. It was less than 20 hours before the press conference ended. Su Yun's performance at the press conference was extremely eye-catching. Now it is said that someone has formed a fan support group called IR on the internet. It is impossible for Zhetuangayao not to know Su Yun. But on the other hand, Zhetuangayao and others only know that Su Yun is a top student in physics and biology, and they don't know much about other aspects. Originally, Zhetuangayao thought that Su Yun was just a nobody who carried a bag, but now it seems that this is not the case. Just at this time, Mr. Wang spoke again. "Xiao Jet, you may not know that Xiao Su has a topic on hand now, or a project, and the content is related to the Pangu particles at the press conference. However, this project was not intended to study dark matter at the beginning, but to prolong the survival time of Pangu particles so that it can be used on the gravity gradiometer." Zhetuangayao was stunned. Gravity gradiometer. Seeing that Mr. Wang was struggling to speak at this time, Su Yun beside him took the initiative to take over the conversation and said to Zhetuangayao, "Yes, and Professor Jack, this morning I learned something from a certain channel." Su Yun briefly introduced the excavation of Yongling to Zhetuangayao, and mentioned the story of the Dingling tragedy again, so that everyone gradually had a preliminary understanding of the general situation. Zhetuangayao listened to Su Yun's introduction quietly, with a thoughtful expression. "So, Dr. Su, your idea is to let the Zichen base solve the problem of carrier platform balance for you?" Su Yun nodded and continued, "Yes, Professor Jack, due to limited conditions, the complete version of the gravity gradient meter that can cruise over the Chinese territory for a long time will definitely not be put into operation for a while, but the area of Yongling is only 0.25 square kilometers, and many mass production issues do not need to be considered. To put it bluntly, we can pile up a set of trial kits in terms of hardware, but the hardware is easy to solve, and we are powerless in terms of technology. So we can only take Mr. Wang's car to our base to ask for help." Although Su Yun didn't know that Mr. Wang had built a bridge for him until he set off, in this case it is obviously not possible to say that he was dragged here by Mr. Wang, who was kind enough to help. But what surprised Su Yun was that, after hearing what he said, Zhetuangayao, Li Hui and another project team leader all showed some subtle expressions on their faces. Then Zhetuangayao thought for a moment and winked at Li Hui. Li Hui made an apologetic expression to everyone, walked quickly to a corner and searched for a few times. A minute later, he returned to the crowd with a file bag sealed with craft paper, and handed the file bag to Su Yun. "Dr. Su, take a look at this." Su Yun blinked and took the file bag curiously. The file bag was sealed with a thin thread. Su Yun gently turned the silk thread and quickly unsealed the file bag. Then he reached into it and slowly pulled out a fax document. At the beginning of the document, there was a line of words, "Letter of intent for collaboration in the design of some assemblies of gravity gradient meters. Intended reporting unit, Jilin University applicant, Wang Yuding. Chapter 474, Daughter inherits her father's business. Looking at the letter of intent in front of him, Su Yun's expression was slightly surprised. If he had some expectations for coming to the Xicheng Launch Center today, then this document was really beyond his expectations. After a moment, Su Yun couldn't help but look up and looked at Li Hua and Jet Huangayao on the side, and asked, "Engineer Li, Professor Jack, this is." Li Hua nodded his chin towards the document and said with a smile, "Dr. Su, as you can see, this is a combination letter of intent for a gravity gradiometer from Jilin University. This letter of intent designs an efficient model of a gravity gradiometer, but it is limited to the instrument structure. Non-structural aspects such as surveying and mapping modules have not been solved. In fact, as a relatively advanced aerospace base in China, we receive many similar letters of intent or cooperation every year, and this one, it comes from early January this year, just as Li Hua said. With the development of various needs, the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center is no longer a purely official institution. Note that here we are talking about functions, that is, the projects to be executed, and it is still 100% official in terms of relationship. Today, the base has expanded to various fields, such as providing satellite launch services for Southeast Asia or domestic enterprises, and tourism mentioned earlier. In addition, there is another field that the Xicheng base involves in depth, that is, cooperating with major institutions and universities to carry out instrument research and development or technology output. Among them, the most representative is the stratospheric aircraft. At present, many domestic universities have related research groups tinkering with this thing. At present, whether it is the technology of aircraft launch or hovering in the industry, a large part of it comes from the Xicheng Launch Center, because the price in Xicheng is always cheap. Students who have walked 500,000 in this life should know it. Zhang Feiyu's related technology authorization is basically at the level of several million for 5 years, and many of the small aircraft cannot be used, so it is quite a waste to buy them. The price of Xicheng is generally around tens of thousands. If the funds are really limited, you can even get a small knife. Of course, if the research team is short of funds, you can also send a letter of intent to try to persuade the base to jointly develop with you. Xicheng Satellite Launch Center receives a large number of letters of intent every year, and the base will first conduct a preliminary screening of these letters of intent. Those with great value will be given priority, and the rest will be piled up in the preparation area and discussed at the meeting at the end of each quarter. According to Li Hua, the letter of intent in Su Yun's hand was sent in early January, which means that it did not pass the previous preliminary screening. Normally, it will be brought out for detailed discussion and resolution at the end of March or early April, and it is hard to say whether it will be passed or rejected. So this matter is not particularly coincidental. It was not sent this morning or 2 days ago. It is actually normal to see drawings or plans related to the gravity gradiometer here in Xicheng. The real surprise of Su Yun is Engineer Li. Are there any university research groups in China working on gravity gradiometers now? Hearing Su Yun's words, Academician Pan beside him couldn't help but nodded. Needless to say, the importance of gravity gradiometers is a national treasure that is more precious than photolithography machines in a sense. But since it is a national treasure, it also means that its technical barriers are very solid, and it is not a project that can produce results immediately. Therefore, in terms of research value, it is contrary to the projects of most universities. Therefore, there are many official institutions in China that engage in gravity gradiometers, such as the 3XX Institute of the Third Academy, etc., but university research groups are relatively rare. Looking at Su Yun, who was a little puzzled, Li Hua thought for a moment and asked back, Dr. Su, since your research group involves the mapping module of the gravity gradiometer, then you should be clear about the authority of domestic experts in gravity gradiometer research, right? Su Yun nodded. I have heard a little about it. Li Hua saw this and stretched out his finger and pointed at the 4 words of Jilin University, the cooperative unit. Look at this, how about it? Have you thought of anything, Jilin University? Su Yun was stunned for a moment, but soon he realized something, and suddenly raised his head to look at Li Hua. Li Gong, are you talking about Professor Wang Danian of Jilin University? Li Hua nodded with some emotion, and then sighed. Yes, this research group is run by students that Lao Wang used to lead. Wang Yuding on the application is Lao Wang's biological daughter. Su Yun was silent. Professor Wang Danian. This was once the top gravity gradient instrument expert in China, and a pillar of the country who had made amazing contributions. He was introduced in chapter 347, so I won't repeat it here. The gravity gradient instrument of the Shandong ship, which was officially delivered in 2019, was made by Professor Wang Danian. Unfortunately, on January 8, 2017, Professor Wang Danian died due to ineffective treatment of illness. The following year, he was named one of the 10 national backbones who died in 2017. When Su Yun first heard the news, he had mourned the death of Professor Wang Danian for a long time, and HKUST had sent people to attend the memorial service to mourn. However, because there was not much connection between the school and the major, Su Yun was not really aware of the changes in related research after the death of Professor Wang Danian. In his opinion, although the gravity gradient meter is a very important research, its nature is not suitable as a university research group, and the superiors also value Professor Wang Danian's personal ability. Therefore, after the death of Professor Wang, this research group should have been disbanded, and everyone in the group went their separate ways. Unexpectedly, Professor Wang Danian's daughter Wang Yuding actually inherited her father's business and continued to carry on her father's research. You know, this kind of research cannot be sustained by sentiment. After the death of Professor Wang Danian, there will be big problems or disagreements in terms of funding, policies, and the members of the research group themselves. Thinking of this, academician Pan beside Su Yun seemed to recall something and tapped his forehead lightly. Wang Yuding, I remember now. She is Professor Wang's daughter who works on ultra-high precision machinery. I have some impression of her. When Professor Wang passed away, she seemed to have graduated with a doctorate and was rated as one of the top 100 people in the academy. She should be 35 or 36 now, right? Li Hua picked up the teacup and poured a glass of water for academician Pan, and said, well, she is 36. She used to work in the third academy, in the same direction as old Wang. After old Wang passed away, she transferred her work relationship back to Jilin University. She was promoted to senior professor 2 years ago and is now the deputy director of the Department of Emerging Interdisciplinary Sciences of Jilin University. But everyone knows that in scientific research, feelings are one thing and results are another, and many times, the latter is the reality. Jilin University provided Wang Yuding with 2 years of funding, but the research team has not produced any results, so since 20 years, the support has been gradually reduced, and many members of the research team have left the project team one after another. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Although both the country and Jilin University gave Professor Wang Danian a high evaluation during his lifetime, unfortunately, this evaluation cannot be fully reflected in reality. Just like the succession of a young master in history, unless you are a time traveler, it is impossible to quickly settle the interests and demands of all parties. The same is true for scientific research. After Professor Wang Danian's death, unless Wang Yuding quickly shows her talents and achieves breakthroughs, she will inevitably suffer from reduced funding and talent loss. Li Hua then paused and continued, however, Wang Yuding has never given up on this project. Although her professional title is a senior professor, her category is not a professor, but a researcher, so she can devote a lot of time to the research of the gravity gradiometer. The letter of intent received by our base is the latest achievement of Wang Yuding's research team. Of course, as far as I know, she not only sent this letter of intent to our base, but also to Jiuquan and Longchen. It can be regarded as a wide-ranging network. Su Yun took the letter of intent in front of him and looked at it for a few seconds. After thinking for a while, he asked Li Hua, Engineer Li, I wonder if the base has verified this letter of intent. Li Hua nodded and answered briskly, of course. We respect Professor Wang Danian's deeds very much, so as soon as we received the letter of intent, even faster than the conventional initial screening, we verified the letter of intent, but unfortunately, this letter of intent is mainly aimed at the structural design of the gravity gradiometer, and there is no idea for the other mapping modules and balance modules. Objectively speaking, this situation is normal. After all, if it is a complete design plan, there is no need to ask for a letter of intent for cooperation. It's just that for our base, there are still too many links that need to be polished for this project, so we can only put it in the preparation area temporarily and prepare to discuss it at the next meeting. Su Yun finally understood. So that's what happened. But soon, his heart rate slightly increased. Li Hua's words seemed to explain the difficulties in implementing the letter of intent, but in fact they also revealed another message. The structure designed by Wang Yuding is fine, at least it can withstand preliminary demonstration. Otherwise, Li Feiyu could just say that the plan is not feasible, and there is no need to mention the subsequent links such as mapping and balancing. In the development of the gravity gradiometer, the structural design of the instrument is actually a very important step, because there are embargo barriers. Due to the restrictions of the embargo barriers, Rabbit cannot directly copy the latest work, and can only try it step by step. The current gravity gradiometer has been optimized, so the structure is almost the same every once in a while. For example, the gravity gradiometer on the Shandong ship uses a 3x7 grouping structure and 126 relay threads to achieve appropriate combat parameters. This is public information. The gravity gradiometer on the Fujian ship is larger. The grouping structure is 5x9, with 324 relay threads, and there are various hardware to prevent Guangdong people from biting, etc. Then Su Yun thought about it and asked Li Feiyu, Engineer Li, if the mapping module and the balance module can be solved, plus researcher Wang's structural drawings, do you think there is a chance to make a temporary version of the gravity gradiometer? Li Feiyu raised his eyelids and looked at him, and he hesitated and snorted. He did not give a direct answer, but confirmed, Dr. Su, your preset usage scenario is Yongling, right? To be honest, I don't know much about Yongling. Are there many mountains around it? Su Yun nodded and affirmed, Yongling is backed by Xiansha Mountain and Yanka Ridge. There are many mountains and trees around it. After all, it is the mausoleum of ancient emperors, so the mountains and waters must be suitable. What about the height of the mountain? The height is not high. Although the main peak of Xiansha Mountain is 1,000 meters, the height of Yanka Ridge is only a little over 300 meters, and there are only two peaks of this height. Is Yongling inside the valley or outside the valley? Outside the valley, near the southern foot of the valley. What about the detection depth? 20, no, 30 meters underground. Is there any accumulated water? Yes. Li Feiyu imagined the picture in his mind, and then took some parameters from Wang Yuding's letter of intent to make a rough calculation. Finally, he said to Su Yun, Dr. Su, according to the preliminary calculation results, the balancing module probably needs 3 modules, the connection plate, the dynamic balancing sleeve, and the rotor dynamic balancing connector. The parameters are about 3,392 grams, mm, 1,696 grams, mm, and 27.5 inches, and the pneumatic reference point is about 0.02. Of course, this is just a simplified value, but the approximate range should still be guaranteed. After saying that, he cast his eyes on Jet Huanggao beside him. Jet Huanggao took the calculation paper and looked at it carefully again. Half a minute later, he took a deep breath and said to Li Feiyu, Engineer Li, with our current capabilities, it should not be a problem to make this balancing module. Hearing this, Su Yun's eyes lit up immediately. Once the mapping module, the gradiometer structure, and the balance module are complete, a simple gravity gradiometer seems to be really not a difficult task. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help rubbing his hands, and asked Jet Huanggao eagerly, Professor Jet, does that mean we really have a great chance of completing this project? Unexpectedly, Jet Huanggao was silent for a moment, and shook his head gently. Dr. Su, you should know that in scientific research projects, feasibility is one thing, and process implementation is another. For example, if you look at this letter of intent, the preset funding is 300,000 Chinese yuan and a number of equipment. Counting the loss of casting molds, it is estimated that it will cost at least 500,000. This level of project, in theory, must be approved by the meeting. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaimed, no way. Then he looked at Mr. Wang with a bitter look, and cast a look for help. Old Wang was in a good mood today, and he had the energy to pay attention to the conversation between the few people. When he saw Su Yun asking for help, he glared at Jet Huanggao unhappily. Okay, Xiao Jet, it's not easy for Xiao Su to come all the way from Chengdu. Besides, you have a lot of children and grandchildren, while Xiao Su hasn't even found a girlfriend yet. Don't tease him, Su Yun. Although old Wang's words seemed to be helping him out, why did they sound weird? What the hell is this word? Besides, on the other side, Jet Huanggao's inner feelings were obviously not as complicated as Su Yun's. After being pointed out by Mr. Wang, he just laughed. It was just a joke, Dr. Su, let alone anything else. Just based on the face you and academician Pan have earned for our country this time, I have no reason to shirk this matter, so Dr. Su, don't worry, I will organize people this afternoon, and I will definitely get the balance module issue done within 2 days. Note, I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow and take a day off. I hope that all readers will approve. Chapter 475 Target, Yongle Encyclopedia. When she was studying, Wang Yuding liked winter very much. She liked the snowflakes flying all over the sky, the winter plums standing proudly in the frost, and she also liked lying on the windowsill and watching the ice crystals falling on the windows. They are so quiet, simple, pure, beautiful and holy. In Wang Yuding's view, all things are sharpening their character in the cold wind, and new hopes are nurtured in the ice and snow. It is precisely because of this romance that winter has become beautiful. But a few years ago, Wang Yuding suddenly hated winter. She found that what she originally thought in her heart was actually just a filter that moved herself. The real winter is far from being as beautiful as she imagined. It will only make the originally bustling world calm and depressed. It will only listen indifferently to the whistling north wind blowing the trees, and will only watch the world being killed. Let life wither and leaves fall, and turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. From like to hate. Wang Yuding actually couldn't tell what the real reason was. Was it because she saw 3 frozen kittens next to the school trash can? Or was it because she witnessed a car accident caused by icy roads that eventually killed 6 people? Or was it because this is the season when my father died? In short, Wang Yuding now really hates winter. Click, she parked her electric donkey in the parking lot. Wang Yuding sniffed her slightly red nose, and she skillfully took off her earmuffs and gloves and put them away. Then she brushed off the snow on her clothes, took the thermos cup with the Jilin University logo from the front of the car, left the parking lot, and walked towards the research center on campus. It was the morning rush hour for people to go to work and go to school, and there were many people coming and going. Therefore, along the way, Wang Yuding's ears rang with various greetings, most of which came from colleagues. Hello, Professor Wang. Good morning, Sister Wang. Have you eaten, Professor Wang? Professor Wang, have you watched the news? The total fertility rate in Shanghai is 0.7, Wang Yuding nodded in return. In fact, it is divided according to job positions. Wang Yuding, who has no teaching responsibilities, should not be called professor. She should be called researcher Wang. However, compared with researchers with the same senior professional title, the word professor seems to be more noble, at least it sounds so. Therefore, many researchers in universities are often called professors, just like many small section chiefs like to hear people call them leaders. After dealing with these students and colleagues, Wang Yuding soon came to her workplace, the key laboratory of applied geophysics of the Ministry of Land and Resources under the Department of Emerging Interdisciplinary Sciences of Jilin University. The area of this laboratory is not large, about 200 square meters, and some maps and small precision instruments are placed. The Department of Emerging Interdisciplinary Sciences is a new department established by Professor Wang Danian, who also served as the first director of the department. For a period of time, the laboratory was very popular and produced many excellent results in succession. Unfortunately, Sister Wang, good morning. Just when Wang Yuding was a little absent-minded, she suddenly heard another greeting in her ear. Have you eaten? Wang Yuding turned her head. She found that the person who spoke was a doctor in her group, named Lin Chen, a very gentle boy, and one of the few members in the group who had followed Wang Danian. When Wang Danian passed away, Lin Chen was only a first-year graduate student, but now Lin Chen has graduated with a doctorate. Wang Yuding brushed a strand of hair behind her head and nodded gently to Lin Chen. I have eaten, how about you, Xiaolin? Lin Chen pointed to a plastic soy milk cup in a plastic bag in the trash can on the next table. I ate 2 buns, just finished a while ago. Then Lin Chen paused, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, and said to Wang Yuding, by the way, Sister Wang, there is something I want to tell you. Wang Yuding was slightly startled. What is it? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, carefully took out a letter from his body, and handed it to Wang Yuding. Sister Wang, I want to withdraw from our research group. This is my report letter. Wang Yuding was silent for a few seconds and silently took the letter. As a student personally taught by Wang Danian, Lin Chen is extremely rich in both ability and experience, and is considered an absolute core member of the group. In the design of the gravity gradient instrument structure, Lin Chen can be regarded as Wang Yuding's right-hand man. At the same time, it is different from the group of ordinary students. Now that Lin Chen has graduated, he is quite free in the relationship within the group. He does not have to consider the issue of tutors or class teachers at all. If he wants to leave the research group, he just needs to write a report. Of course, If it is some other more important research groups, the restrictions on members in the group are actually not low, even if the other party is a student who has graduated. Not to mention changing jobs easily, even after leaving. Some people need to sign a non-compete agreement. Unfortunately, Wang Yuding's project has never produced any results, and the funding of the research group is being reduced every year, let alone internal restrictions. Write a report when you want to leave, I will never stop you. This sentence is the promise that Wang Yuding made to Lin Chen and several other members when she took over the project. But once Lin Chen leaves like this, many projects may be a little difficult. Seeing Wang Yuding's expression change inexplicably, Lin Chen couldn't help but continue to whisper, "Sister Wang, look." Wang Yuding came back to her senses, quickly calmed down, took a deep breath, and said to Lin Chen, "Xiao Lin, when I took over the research group, I told you and Xiao Wang that I would not stop you from leaving our group at any time. You have been working hard in the past few years, but I have always been sorry for you, so now you want to leave. I should naturally fulfill my promise. How about this? Now you go and pack your personal belongings, and I will go through the termination process here. You are not a student, so it is not troublesome to deal with the relationship. And it should be done within today." Seeing Wang Yuding so straightforward, Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed, and he scratched his hair again. "Sister Wang, I am really sorry for this matter." Wang Yuding waved her hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Tell the truth. Lin Chen has really devoted himself to the entire project over the years and has never been lazy. However, the project team has not produced any results, which is a very discouraging thing for any practitioner in the field of scientific research. In the early years, Lin Chen was still a student. He received subsidies from the school on weekdays, so the pressure on his work was not that great. His studies also restricted him from leaving the school easily. But now that Lin Chen has graduated with a doctorate, both future plans and economic pressures have become very realistic. As far as Wang Yuding knows, another research group working on insurgeoticity is in urgent need of a member who can do physical remote sensing, so the leader of the research group has been waving a small hoe since August last year, trying to poach Lin Chen. The other party offers a very generous salary and a very bright future. Lin Chen has been able to persist until now, and only chose to resign a few days ago after finishing all the structural mapping projects he was responsible for. He is indeed very worthy of Wang Yuding. But for Wang Yuding, 7 people have left the project team in the past 8 months. Now Lin Chen, the main pillar, is also leaving. It is rumored that this year's funding will be cut by more than 40%. How long can she hold on? Looking at Wang Yuding, who was a little depressed, Lin Chen stammered a few times, and finally decided to say something he had wanted to say for a long time. "Sister Wang, we all admire your feelings for your mentor, so when you first found us, everyone agreed to join your group without saying a word, but scientific research is not something that can be accomplished by enthusiasm alone, especially for a project like the gravity gradient meter, which is itself unconventional. The reason why the country approved the project was largely due to Mr. Wang. I'm not saying that you are incompetent, the key is that this matter involves academic status and the military, especially the latter." After Mr. Wang left, many dockings came to a standstill, just like the gradient meter structure module we completed before. We sent letters of intent everywhere, but there has been no follow-up, so Sister Wang. Lin Chen paused, and finally gritted his teeth and finished his words, "Why don't you think about it again and try to change direction?" Lin Chen was a little nervous when he said this, fearing that Wang Yuding would make some inappropriate actions to express her anger. But what surprised him was, Wang Yuding's facial expression did not change, and she nodded calmly. "Yes, I understand, Lin Chen." Wang Yuding then stopped explaining, picked up the landline beside her, and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. A middle-aged male voice that sounded a little serious and at least 1/3 bald on his head came out. "Hello, who is this?" "Dean Zhu, it's me, Xiao Wang." Hearing Wang Yuding's voice, the other party softened a lot. "Oh, it's Xiao Wang, what's the matter?" Wang Yuding nodded, glanced at Lin Zhen beside her, and said, "Dean Zhu, it's like this. Xiao Lin in my group wants to apply to leave the group due to health reasons." Dean Zhu, who was talking to Wang Yuding, was the head of the academic office of Jilin University. He was not responsible for student status, but was mainly responsible for the personnel links of various institutions within the school. Wang Yuding quickly explained the whole thing, and the so-called physical reason was naturally just an excuse. Just like many online writers often say coding. In fact, they are sitting cross-legged and watching Douyin. Typical representatives include Bai Taman, Pei Tu Gao, Xian Rishuofu, etc. Wang Yuding has used this excuse many times in the past, and Dean Zhu has never investigated it in depth, and he has given her face. After all, everyone knows the situation of the project team. But this time, Dean Zhu did not immediately agree to Wang Yuding's request, but was silent for a while, and said in a subtle tone, "Xiao Wang, I agree with Dr. Lin's resignation in principle, but I have a small suggestion, that is, if he can wait, how about making a decision in a few days?" Wang Yuding's phone was on speakerphone when it was connected. After all, Lin Chen, the person involved, was next to him, and the speakerphone could synchronize a lot of information. Therefore, after hearing what Dean Zhu said, Wang Yuding and Lin Chen subconsciously looked at each other, and a question appeared on their faces at the same time. Wang Yuding paused, and suddenly a guess popped up in her mind. She asked tentatively, "President Zhu, do you mean that the higher-ups have any new ideas for our project?" Wang Yuding selected the top 100 of the Academy of Sciences last year, and this year's domestic book selection deadline is only 1 month away. If there is any change that is worthy of President Zhu's wait a few days, in theory, it should only be that the higher-ups are preparing to make some changes to the project team. At the same time, since it is to prevent Lin Chen from resigning in a hurry, it should be a good thing. Could it be that the higher-ups are preparing to support their project team? Thinking of this, Wang Yuding's heart began to beat. Although the so-called support for scientific research is often accompanied by the parachuting of new leaders, Wang Yuding herself does not really care about the title of project leader. What she really cares about is that her father's efforts should not be wasted. Just when Wang Yuding was a little confused, Dean Zhu on the other end of the phone spoke again. "Superiors. No, Xiao Wang, you are wrong. This matter has nothing to do with superiors. The department has just received a reply letter from the Zhichen satellite launch base. They expressed their willingness to adopt your structural drawings and jointly develop a gravity gradiometer. If you are free in the next 2 days, you can go to Zhichen to meet them. The school will pay for the expenses." Zhichen satellite launch base? Wang Yuding was stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses, she was filled with ecstasy in her heart, and another question popped up. "Dean Zhu, what does this have to do with Xiao Lin's work?" Although she was delighted with a reply from Zhichen, to be honest, this news had little to do with Lin Chen's resignation. Because the research and development of the gravity gradiometer is very complicated. In addition to the structure, there are also balance, power and the most important mapping module. All these links require a lot of time and energy, and at the same time, they have no technical overlap with the direction that Lin Chen is in charge of. In this case, what's the point of asking Lin Chen to wait a few more days? In the case that multiple subsequent links need to be broken through, it will conservatively take about half a year to have a slight possibility of landing. So this is indeed a surprising news, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with Lin Chen. Hearing Wang Yuding's question, Dean Zhu on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smile and said, "Xiao Wang, you may not know, according to the news from Zhichen, their measurement module has been successfully completed, and they only lack a balance module. Their goal is to solve the data problem within 3 days, produce a finished product within 7 days, and use it in the excavation of Yongling. The goal finished." Dean Zhu glanced at the reply letter again and said slowly, "The possible existence of Yongle Encyclopedia. Note, I usually don't respond to comments, but I can't help it when I see a comment saying that I want to start a harem. Cockroach Girl is a character that appeared at the beginning of the launch. Wang Yujing is a blind date plus the character who introduced Wing Tong. Evelyn is still in the underworld and Abe Melody is missing one person. I don't know when she will be resurrected. What harem should I start?" As for Wang Yuding, she is the daughter of Professor Wang Danian in reality. I changed her name, but I can't change the gender to son, right? A book with 2.6 million words, and even the author doesn't know when a girl will hold hands with a protagonist, and you say I'm starting a harem. In addition, I have been discharged from the hospital. Starting tomorrow, the update volume will be gradually increased. Let's try it from 7,000 first. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.